The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the Shiva consciousness. You don't even need to practice this technique. All you need to do is just be aware of this technique. There are some techniques which you need to learn and practice, experience. There are some techniques, the very understanding takes you to that level, takes you to that depth. Suddenly you see you are experiencing it. In Vedanta, 3 levels. The first, Shravana, means understanding the technique, listening about it. Manana, meditating on it, contemplating, practicing it. Nididhyasana, expressing the truth, expressing it. You need 3 steps. Understanding, practicing and expressing. Here, with this technique, you don't need the 3 steps. The very understanding simply liberates you, because he's taking us to such a deep level, to the depth of your being. He's showing us to the core. He's taking us to a different space, which I call Zen zone. Zen zone means the zone in which already you are liberated, the zone in which you are unclutched, the zone in which you exist as you are. He is taking us to the zone beautifully without any practice. As far as this technique concerned, the very understanding is enough. You will suddenly wake up. Yes, I am in that state. Nothing else needs to be done. He is taking us to that zone. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. Yesterday I was speaking, I was explaining. To be relaxed or to feel comfortable in the neutral space, we feel comfortable with the incoming breath or outgoing breath, but we don't feel comfortable with the neutral space. That is why you just jump the neutral space. You don't give your attention to neutral space. Whenever the neutral space comes, you say quit and you jump. Whenever the neutral space comes, you do fast forwarding. You just fast forward it. Continuously you are fast forwarding the neutral space. When you sit and watch a movie, you don't like some scenes, you fast forward it. Just jump. Same way, whenever the neutral space comes, you jump, you fast forward. Yesterday I was asking you to feel little comfortable with the neutral space, in the neutral zone. Now he is taking us to a different depth. He says, you don't even have to feel comfortable with the neutral zone. Just understand you have a neutral zone. Be relaxed. Whether you want or not, you are going to have neutral zone. Even if you do fast forwarding, even if you fast forward, the neutral zone is your nature. Every moment, the neutral zone is going to happen in you. That space is happening in you. The neutral space is constantly happening in you. Even if you avoid, the neutral space is happening in you. He says the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter when the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts. Be unclutched. Beautiful incident. Let me try to describe an incident in the life of a great devotee called Sundara. He lived in South India, in Tamil Nadu. He's a very handsome guy. First, he wants to marry a particular girl. He wants to impress her. He tried his best, but she was not turning towards him. She was not at all bothered by him. Somehow he was not able to get the attention of her. So he straight away went to Shiva. And he's a great devotee of Shiva. He says, Master, please do something. I wanted to have her attention. That is the beauty of Shiva. Such a beautiful energy. Is a life affirming. Is life positive. Is not life negative. He says, all right, don't worry, I'll do something. It's such a beautiful energy, such a beautiful being. He says, I'll do something, don't worry. Then he goes in the dream of that girl. And he says, this guy is a nice guy. And he's a handsome guy. And he's a really honest fellow. And he tells all sorts of things. And tells her, please marry him. Really you'll have a good life. He inspires her, finishes everything, comes back, and then he comes to this guy again. And he says, see, I told all lies about you. I know you are not honest. I know you won't keep her. I know what all you will do. But even then, I lied. Please take care of my words. And please just at least try to act so that she doesn't feel I told all lies about you. And he's trying his best and he convinces this guy, please act a little bit smart and don't do anything immediately. Finally, this guy also says, all right, I'll try my best to act according to you. Anyway, the marriage happens. As usual, within 6 months, everything is gone. Honeymoon is over. That is why it is called honeymoon, not honey sun. How long a moon will stay? What is the life of the moon? 16 days. And this emotion also will stay only for 16 days. That is why it is called honeymoon. Anyhow, honeymoon is over. Now this fellow has naturally started seeing the next door. He has started seeing the next door. Now he feels bored. He says, enough. It's a big problem, actually. One more story about this marriage. One couple who were in love for more than 2 years, they decided to get married. They were driving towards the church. On the way, a big accident, both of them died. Reached the heaven. They asked Saint Peter, can we marry? Saint Peter said, I have to talk to God. God asked, marriage in heaven? God, we never heard about it. All right, tell them to wait for 5 years. After 5 years, if they want to get married, let us think about it. After 5 years they came, they want to get married. God says, oh God, all right, wait for 5 more years. Again, after the 5 years, they came back. They are very clear that they want to get married. Finally, God said, all right. He himself arranged a big party. When God gives party, you know how it will be. And a big marriage, big celebration. Everything happened, over. Somehow within 6 months they realized the mistake which they have done. And they think they can't live together anymore. They come back to God and say, God, we feel we have done a mistake and we want to go for divorce. God says, divorce? I told you again and again, it took 10 years for me to find a priest in the heaven. I don't know how long it will take to find a lawyer in heaven. It took 10 years for me to find a priest. I don't know how long it will take to find a lawyer. Anyhow, now Shiva is in the same problem. This guy after 6 months goes to him again and he says, no, I don't want to live with her anymore. I wanted to see the next person. Shiva is terribly annoyed. Says, what nonsense you are doing? I told you again and again. Finally he says, all right, but I will not allow you to stay in this same town because I have given too many big words about you to her. At least go out so that I can save my face. And anyhow, this fellow starts wandering. Means in the name of going to the different Shiva temples, he starts his journey. So-called spiritual journey. Not in search of Shiva. He goes to, but this girl is so intelligent, he knows about this fellow. And she takes a promise, you should not marry anybody. And this fellow, because he is not able to do anything, unless he gives the promise, she will not let him go. He gave the promise and went away. He thought, after all, what is there? One word. He went away. He came to Chennai, the present Chennai. And still the place where this incident happened, still the place is there. It's just beautiful, sweet memories where all these great leelas happened, where God walked as an ambassador for a human being just because he is a devotee, just because he feels connected to him. The utmost respect paid to the devotion. Whether it is happened or not, who cares? But even the concept that so much of devotion is, so much of respect is paid to the devotion of the devotee is such a wonderful thing. Just to understand that truth, you can cherish all these stories. It can transform your being. It can just make your heart so beautiful and so light. Even if it is story, it's okay. It is such a beautiful story. We can cherish them. The next story, the same guy, in Chennai again he fell in love with another one girl. Now, this girl is also not ready to Give her attention to him. Somehow he is not fortunate fellow. He doesn't know the technique or knack. And he doesn't know the technique. He is not able to get her attention. Again this fellow goes to Shiva. Oh God, Shiva, please do something. I really feel funny. And the Shiva goes second time. And you will be surprised. He goes second time. Second time he says, all right, I'll do something. Wait. He goes directly. This time not even in dream. In the waking state itself he goes. The story says, he walked without the chappal, without the sandals, because an ambassador cannot go with upper cloth and sandal. Sandal and upper cloth is not allowed for ambassador. Ambassador means you are a servant. So when Shiva starts walking, the Sundara says, hey, now you are my servant. Drop the sandal and the upper cloth. And Shiva leaves the sandal and the upper cloth. The upper cloth and the sandal cannot be used by servants in India. The servant class people can't use the Angavastra, they call upper cloth, and the chappal. Both they should not use. And he leaves both of them in one place outside the temple and starts walking in the street without chappal. He says, Sundara says, you should go without chappal and upper cloth. Only then she will believe you are my servant. Shiva says, yes, I will do. And with the Trishula and Trinetra, leaving the chappal and the upper cloth, as a servant, he is going to the girl's house. The girl was shocked to see the Lord of the universe, Shiva himself, is coming to her house without the upper cloth and chappal. And she suddenly realizes, yes, oh God, oh Lord, whole world serves you. Why do you become servant of somebody? What happened to your upper cloth and the sandal? You are coming as a servant. What happened to you? Whole world is servant to you. And he says, I am the servant of my devotees. So I have come to represent one of my devotee as his servant. And she says, before even you tell me, now I tell you whatever you want I will do. Please first wear your upper cloth and the chappals. I can't see, I can't bear you without your upper cloth and the chappal, you serving somebody. Now I accept whatever purpose you came, I will do without asking. Please wear your chappal and upper cloth. Then Shiva says, oh, I am very happy now. I have now done my job. Please marry that guy. That's why I came. I have come here to give you the information, or I come here as ambassador to represent him. I want you to marry him. She says, just for the sake of your upper cloth and the chappal, I will marry him. Please wear your dress. I can't see you as a servant for somebody. And the story says, both of them got married. Again after 6 months, this fellow, he goes to Shiva and says, now I feel better, the first one is, I feel much better with the first one, I wanted to go back. Actually, I have seen many couples, after divorce, 2-3 years they feel connected. After the divorce of 2-3 years, they again feel like living together. Anyhow, Shiva says, don't talk to me, don't tell me anymore. Enough now, I can't do anything. Don't bring anything to me now. Either you live or get lost. I can't do anything. Then he says, no, how can you say to me, I am your devotee, how can you say to get lost? you have to do something. And it is a very sweet, beautiful conversation. I can't translate the whole thing, but I can at least give the story. And he says, no, you have to do something for me. I am not able to forget her. I wanted to go back and live with her. And by now, the second one came to know that this fellow is already married. This fellow is already married. And now she is creating trouble. She says, you can't leave this city. You can't leave this town to go back to her. And she is very adamant and nagging. And this fellow is telling, you have to do something. And the story takes a totally different turn. Finally, she won the game. She said, tomorrow morning, you have to promise that you will not leave this city. Not only simple promise, because she knows already he promised once to that girl and did not keep that promise. Now she says, come and promise in front of Shiva. In front of Shiva, if you promise, if you don't keep the promise, Shiva will punish you. Come to him. He only made this whole drama. Come and promise in front of him. Now nothing can be done. What to do? Anyhow, because of the nagging, he accepted. But this fellow tried to play a little intelligent game. He told Shiva, oh God, please do something. Tomorrow I am coming there to your temple to promise in front of you. Only one small request, don't be in the temple. You have done so much for me. Just do this last only one thing. Don't be in the temple. Go and sit near a tree. There is a tree near the temple. Go and be under the tree. Just go and be under the tree. So that when I promise, I will promise in front of the temple. That promise will not have any power. Even if I go beyond the promise, I will not be punished. Now Shiva says, fellow, I have done so much for you. And after all, she is also my devotee. And I have to be a little truthful to her also. Anyhow, he says, all right. I will not be in the temple. I will go away to the nearby, it is called bunny tree. In Tamil they call bunny. I don't know the English name. So one tree. He says, I will go and stay near the tree. Don't worry. And he says and disappears. Then he goes to that girl and says, see, this fellow is very intelligent. This fellow told me to go and be near the tree. Anyhow, after all, he is my devotee. So I accepted to go and be near the tree. You do one thing. You are also my devotee. I cannot cheat you. You don't take the promise from that fellow in front of temple. Bring him to the tree and take the promise. Bring him to the tree and tell him to promise in front of the tree. And she says, all right. And finally, next day morning, she brought him to the temple. This fellow says, yes, let me promise in front of the temple. She says, no, I don't want you to promise in front of temple, because if you go beyond that promise, you will be punished. Better come near the tree and promise. Better come near the tree. Even if you do some mistake, I don't want you to be punished. After all, you are my husband. And this fellow says, no, I will promise only in front of temple. She says, no, you have to promise only in front of the tree. Finally, you know who will win. Naturally, only woman wins. And this fellow goes to near the tree and promises in front of the tree, I will not leave this town. And promise is taken. Anyhow, now this fellow knows he is bound. Because Shiva was sitting there. Everything is done. The story says, after 6 months, this guy got a little temptation. Again, he was not able to control himself. Then he left that city. He lost his eyes as a punishment of going beyond not keeping the promise. going beyond the promise given to Shiva, because he did not keep the promise, he lost the eyes. And then again he goes back to Shiva and says, what happened? See, I am your devotee. What happened to me? See, do something. Then finally the story ends saying that Shiva himself calls both of them, both the women, and does some pacification work, some bridging, patching work, and he blesses this devotee with eyes and with both the women, and he helps both of them to live happily with him, finally gives him the enlightenment or ultimate liberation. When a child is taken birth, the naming will be done as a big ceremony. Enlightened master has to come to name. The story of Krishna, it says there was an enlightened master was brought, and he predicted during the naming ceremony the Lord has happened on the planet Earth. The enlightened, the Vishnu energy has descended on the planet Earth, and he names him as Krishna. Understand? Even the naming has to be done only by an enlightened being. He will see your energy, and he will see for the purpose for which you took birth, and according to the purpose he will give you the name. If you hold on to that name and go inside, you will achieve that purpose. That's all. Naming was more like a key to open your inner being. Usually, in the civilized society, name is used as a anchor for all the personalities which you are wearing. It's like an anchor on which you put all your coats. In the house you hang all your coats in the hanger. Just like that, the name in the civilized society, you use it to put all your personality. For example, you use so many different personalities. For somebody you are father, for somebody you are son, for somebody you are husband, for somebody you are a wife, for somebody you are a brother, for somebody you are a sister. You have so many personalities. For somebody you are a boss, for somebody you are a subordinate. So many personalities. You can see in your life how your personality or how your moods and attitudes just change in small few seconds. If this side your boss is standing, how you smile. If this side your subordinate is standing, how you look. Just understand. You can see in your own life. You see in your own life. If he tells us, if your boss tells the same joke again and again, you have to laugh. Nothing can be done. One day this guy, as usual, telling the same joke. One staff did not laugh. He asked why. She said, I got other job. Till you get a new job, you have to laugh for his joke, same joke. He will be telling the same thing. You have to be acting same funny way. See how you handle your personality. How you handle your different masks. Your name is a center on which you hang all the masks. That's a center point. That's a pin point where all the masks are hanged. I always tell people, do not think small about your name. Your name is the center of your whole personality. If 10 people are sleeping, if somebody calls Ram, only the person who is Ram will get up. Means even, of course, if you shout too much, everybody will get up, that is different. Even in the deep sleep, you are connected to your name. Even in the deep sleep, Sushupti, you are connected to your name. Your name is a very powerful thing. It is a foundation of your personality. That is the word you use maximum number of times in your life. That is the word used towards you maximum number of time by the society. Understand? That is the word which is used maximum number of time on you by the society. Same way, that is the word which you use maximum number of times on you. Your ahankar and mamakar, both are based on your name. Ahankar is the personality, identity which you show to the outer world. Mamakar is the personality, identity which you believe as you in the inner world. Both identities, ahankar and mamakar, are based on your name. That is why in India they have given so much of importance before giving the name. You can't choose your kid's name, not like here. When you are pregnant, immediately you start looking into the dictionary, you choose the name. No, you can't choose the name. After the child's birth, they will see the time, date, then they will sit and calculate which energy he belongs to, and they will see your lineage, your family. For example, if you belong to the Vishwamitra Gotra, then you are the tradition of enlightened master Vishwamitra. Then they will see the technique and method and path in which Vishwamitra travelled. And your whole family would have mastered that method of achieving enlightenment, achieving higher consciousness. Because again and again and again, when those techniques are practiced in the family, you master the art. Even for Indians, this all will be new, because last 50 years, you guys have never did all these things. Last 50 to 100 years, even they have lost all the science. Still in villages it is there. I can't say we have lost it, but in cities it is not there. In villages still it is there. Still, after birth, after 13 days, they will call the astrologer, the family astrologer, or the village elderly person who is expected to be spiritually high or evolved soul. He will come and predict the whole horoscope, calculate, then see the family lineage, the family deity's name. Based on that, he will create a name. He will first find out a letter, because each time, the time of birth, each date and time is allotted to one nakshatra, and that nakshatra will have few letters. On that letters only the name should start, and they will see your family deity's names, different names of your family deity. From that names they will pick up, so that the child can use this technique. The child can use its own name as a technique, method towards enlightenment. They don't want to waste any possibility for anything else. They want to use all opportunity, all possibility to remind you about your enlightenment, to help you to achieve that state. Even their dressing system, their eating system, their way of life, everything was centered on enlightenment. Everything was centered on divine experience. Everything was centered on the inner world. Then finally the name will be chosen. The child will be given that name. Naming is called Namakaranam. That's what in Sanskrit we call. Because the master sits and decides. He clearly predicts the whole thing. And the enlightened beings, they predict even the past life. with what karmas he came, what is he going to do, what for he entered the planet Earth. So from the day they name you, your enlightenment journey starts. The day they name you, your enlightenment journey starts. Even that repetition of the name inside your inner space will be constantly reminding you that you are connected to that energy. In our programs, I give spiritual names for people. Many newcomers, they ask me, Swamiji, why should we have a spiritual name? What is the purpose of the name? We have already some name, and why should we have a spiritual name? This is the purpose. If you are having a right spiritual name given by an enlightened being, that name will take you to the direct conscious depth. It will connect your mind and consciousness. It will be like a bridge for you to enter into the soundlessness, for you to enter into the enlightenment. It will tell your path towards enlightenment. It will tell how your way of life should be, how you can achieve enlightenment, how you should take care of your life. There are so many different ways to live. There are thousands of ways to live. To give you the guidance, the masters choose the name. If you look back and understand the whole tradition, only then you will be able to understand these techniques, the power of this technique. If you have already a spiritual name, then you can use that name directly. Understand? You can use that name to enter into the soundlessness, because always your spiritual name will be connected to the family deity, God's name. Your name will not be just your name, it will be some God's name. So it will become naturally mantra. Just let me give the definition of engram, samskara or mantra. Any word which is inscribed in your inner space, which binds you, which suffocates you, which brings you down in your consciousness, is samskara, engram. Any word which is inscribed in your inner space, which liberates you, which takes you to a higher consciousness, which takes you to the more joyful, blissful state, that is mantra. Mantra and samskara, almost both are same, but samskara binds you, mantra liberates you. Mantra is the antidote for samskara. If you are named by an unconscious person, your name is a bondage. If you are named by an enlightened being, your name is enlightenment, method to liberate you. Your very name can be used as a technique to enlightenment, method towards entering into the soundlessness. You see, if at all your name can be used, that's the best thing, because whole day from morning till night, either you will be using towards you or somebody will be using that name towards you. Then understand, every moment becomes a spiritual practice. If the right word from a right enlightened master is given to you as a technique, as a name, every time it is repeated, you are entering into the higher consciousness. Every time you remember the meaning of it, you are in a different plane. People come and tell me, Swamiji, the spiritual name you gave, the name itself was so beautiful. Whenever I remember that name, I am fulfilled. Whenever I am remembering that name with the meaning, whenever I meditate on that name, the meaning, I am just overflowing. Because the name can take you to the deepest level. One more thing, Any other word is only addition to you, but your name is center of you. Your name is the center. Everything else is addition. That is why the Vedic tradition, we use only some God's name. That is why we have, for every God we have 1008 names. Sahasranama. Sahasranama is used for two different purposes. One, to address the gods, deities. Another one, to pick up names for your kids. That is the dictionary. Usually that is the way our elders will try to find the name. They will, first thing they will refer is Sahasranama. They will see your family deity and your nakshatra and the letter, and they will refer the Sahasranama to find out the right name. Those names are so powerful, can take you to the soundlessness, means mindlessness, beyond mind. Just wanted to tell few things about this rich heritage and tradition of building temples. Now we are planning to go to Angkor Wat, the world's biggest spiritual structure, something like a 96 square mile built up area in granite. 96 square mile they built in granite. It's a Vishnu temple, Shiva Vishnu temple. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, all three deities are there. Temple, world's largest spiritual structure. 96 square mile built up area. The funny part is the whole island do not have a single granite piece. The whole thing was carved in India and shipped by 2000 ships. They used 2000 ships to ship the carved stone. Another one important information, in those days, if anything leaves the shore, reaching the end, the possibility is only 50%, because there is no enough equipments. Navigation, all those things does not exist. And navigation or weather prediction, all those things do not exist. Did not exist in those days. So the possibility of reaching the shore is only 50%. Whole thing was shipped, carved in India, numbered and shipped through 2000 ships and assembled. One more thing, because they needed elephants to assemble, more than 100 elephants were brought from India through ship. In Cambodia they have done this job. Amazing power. One important thing I want to tell you, sometimes people tell me, maybe those kings built with the slaves, Swamiji, using the slaves. No. Pyramids are built by slaves. There is no creativity. It's a big mass structure. For that you don't need creativity. It's a complete scientific geometrical thing. Logic. If 2-3 intelligent guys who knows the system logically, good architects, enough. To build pyramid, you don't need artists. You need architectures. You need architects who are very logical, who can think in a mass scale, over. But the Vedic temples, you need artists. If 10,000 people are involved in building temple, 8,000 need to be artists, because every stone is carved. Expression of creativity, not mass production. There is no mass production in Indian temples. No. There is no mass production. It's not that there is one size of piece, just produce 10,000 and put it on one another. No. Each piece is unique. It has to be carved. It's an expression of that personality. The person who is carving, he has to digest that idea, imbibe that idea, experience the spirit and express it. No Vedic temple is built by slaves. It is built by artists. A slave can never be an artist. Understand? Slave can never be an artist. Unless you are inspired, unless you experience that ideology, You can't do that creation. You can't create it.
Understand this, you should start speaking, you should speak in such a way, the guy should ask only the question which you wanted him to ask. And you will answer to that question in such a way, the next question also will be decided by you. Same way, you must be able to decide next 7 questions. What he is going to ask. You should write down all the 7 questions and give it in a leaf before the argument starts. And you should know how to direct the whole argument. Just same way, you should ask these 7 questions. Before the argument starts, you should write all the 7 questions and keep it here, separately. And start. An argument should go only with the 7 questions, one by one. Then you are a Darga Pandit. You are a Nyaya Pandit. Let me now come to that. 7 questions you must be able to guide him. How? Let me tell you. Now there is a beautiful book has come out. There is a beautiful book, Movies of Bollywood and Movies of Hollywood. 2 books. Because of the Movies of Hollywood book has come, the Movies of Bollywood has come. Any of you have seen that book? A beautiful pictorial book about these movies of Hollywood first came. Then these guys are copied and Movies of Bollywood, one book has come. In that book of that Movies of Hollywood, the introduction is written beautifully. They give a gist of the whole cinema history. In that, they give an amazing, shocking truth. Throughout the world, exist only 7 types of cinema stories. Only 7 types of cinema stories. All cinema stories written ever on the planet Earth, what is written and getting written or yet to be written, can be classified under the 7 category. There is no more stories, cine stories, than the 7 stories. You will be shocked. And not only that, then next they give the gist thread line of that 7 story line. The 7 stories. You will be shocked. The 7 chakra emotions. 7 chakra emotions. Human mind can think only based on the 7 emotion. One small experiment. 21 minutes, just sit and speak out whatever you think. Just go on, speak out whatever you think and record it. After 21 minutes, just transcribe that and see. In 21 minutes, completely, you had at least once the 7 thoughts related to these emotions. In every 21 minutes, at least once, you fall in the 7 emotions, at least one thought will come which is related to the 7 emotions. Every 21 minutes you undergo a complete cycle. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Except when in sleep.
In sleep you don't have thoughts, that is different. Now, every 21 minutes of waking moments, you get thoughts related to sex, thoughts related to fear, thoughts related to worry, thoughts related to love, attention need, thoughts related to comparison, thoughts related to your ego, superiority, thoughts related to discontentment.
What is 3
3 minutes and 21 minutes. In every 21 minutes, you undergo this cycle. You will have thoughts related to the 7 emotions. And I was shocked when I read that book, the movies of Hollywood. The 7 emotions, they say all the stories ever written on the planet Earth come only under the 7 category. And I can be sure they never read 7 chakra philosophy. They never read 7 chakra philosophy. And when it is classified and the main thread of each category is given, it exactly corresponds to the each chakra emotion. Now, learn the secret. Any man can think only on the 7 emotions, related to 7 emotions. Now when you start speaking about some particular subject, for example, you start speaking about food, you should speak in such a way, all the other 6 planes, in other 6 planes, you should answer. In one plane, you should not answer, leave it open. When whatever subject you speak, listen here carefully, whatever subject you speak, in that subject, in the 7 emotion, speak about the 6 emotions, leave one empty. So naturally you can't put any other question except that emotion, that subject. Speak in such a way, Muladhara on food, that you should answer. Swadhisthana on food, you should answer. Manipura on food, you should answer. Anartha on food, you should answer. Anya on food, you should answer. Sahasrara on food, you should answer. Vishuddhi on food, leave it. He cannot ask any other question except that. Even unconsciously, he cannot ask any other question except that. Even though you may not know how your mind works, this is the way your mind works. Tak, 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 7 jump. 7 jump only you are continuously doing. If all 6 jumps are answered, you are cornered in 1 jump. What question you will ask? Only related to that jump. So naturally now I know what question you will ask. When I know the question, simply I know the answer. Simply I know the answer. Basic secret. How to make the other person to ask the question which you wanted him to ask. This is the way your mind works. Whether you know it or not, this is the way your mind works.
7 times family, always 7 topics.
In anything you will relate with this 7 only. Whether it is this camera, first you will have a thought, desire, let me possess this camera. Then fear, I may not have it. If I take it away, somebody else may catch me. Then worry, how will I maintain? Then attention, how can I use this? How can I have this more? What will it do for me? What will it do for me? Vishuddhi. People have got much bigger cameras, what to do? People have got much bigger facilities, what to do? I will be having only this. Even if I have this, something will be lacking. Some comparison. Then Anya, how can I prove myself through this? You will start fantasizing, as if you are hanging this in your back and do it in the Ooty gardens, or as if you are videographing your whole family incidents. So somewhere, how you can prove yourself through this. Then end discontentment. Even if it comes, I cannot be totally content. Only the limitations. It can do only this much. If there is a small cell phone also attached with this, it will be really great. There is no cell phone attached to this camera. I should see the cell phone attached camera. Only these 7 link of thoughts can happen to you. Anything. With anything, only these 7 link. Again, tadak, 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 with anything you see, the 7 link only. In the 7 link only somewhere you will touch. Nowhere else. Your thoughts cannot go anywhere else. Now I give you the secrets of your mind. How your mind works. If you can just understand this one secret. You can manage anybody by speaking. I am giving you the basic secrets of logic. Nobody can win you by talking. But the problem is, you will become egoistic. That danger is there. You will become egoistic. That is why there are few keys still retained. There are few keys still retained. Simply understand this one thing. With anything you see, your thoughts will jump only in these 7 layers. Only in these 7 layers. Someone related to someone, layer. When you speak to somebody, if you can black all the 6, leaving only 1, now you know from which level you will be putting that question. He is cornered. He can ask only question from that level. When you answer that question, you should black all the other 6 chakras. For example, you will allow him to ask Vishuddhi question. When you answer, black such a way, now you leave only Muladhara. He will answer only, he will put the question of only Muladhara. When you answer the Muladhara, black in such a way, you leave only Manipuraga. He will put only the questions related to Manipuraga. So the same way you can play with him in 7 chakras, in the 7 steps. That is why if you can play with anybody through the 7 questions, if you can manage him to ask 7 continuous questions as you wanted, you have mastered the Darga, you have mastered the Nyaya, you have mastered your Manipuraga.
Quite tremendous intelligence.
Yeah.
Continuously doing it real time.
It's not a big job. Actually, it's not a big job. It's just little bit of clarity. Studying the human beings carefully. Just for 10 days, if you continuously talk to human beings with this awareness, with this background, just 10 days, if you speak to anybody, whomsoever you talk to them, just speak with this awareness background. This guy is going to relate only from this 7. Which chakra is hitting? Which chakra is hitting? Answer and black him in all other chakras. When you answer and leave him in only one plane. And one more technique, one more important secret. Normally people never move more than anartha. A middle class man, a working category people, a laborer, or a normal guy never thinks more than anartha. So now you have only 4. You don't even have to bother about other 3. That's for very intelligent guys. Normal common mass lives only below this 4.
Swamiji, most difficult to handle is the ego guys.
No. And that is different. But very limited people are egoistic.
They are the most difficult to handle.
There are other people are unaware only. But you will not come across egoistic people much in your life. If you can play this just for a few days with awareness, the moment guy starts talking, anybody starts talking to you, you know he is attacking which chakra. And you can simply black him. You can corner him. Over. A man who can guide the opposite person who is arguing with him for continuous 7 questions is he is only called as Nyaya Pandit. Nyaya Pandit. The 7 emotional play. 7 play. The play of 7 type of thoughts. Anything, you can be sure of this. I told camera just now. Anything when you see, this is what starts. This is what starts happening. You relate in some one way. Just black in that way and twist him. Black all the other things. Leave only one gap. Naturally you will put only the question related to that opening. That opening. The people who are caught in Manipuraga, they gave Nyaya as a solution. Next, people who are caught in anahata. Any question?
This technique we can declare it as a Nithyananda Sutra.
Nithyananda?
Sutra.
Can you give one more example?
Tell me anything. I'll connect with that. Anything you tell me, I'll connect with that. Education. The moment you hear the word education, you start thinking, how much I have studied. I could have added a little more education. Desire. And all the responsibilities related to education, fear. You have to study, you have to give up so many things. You cannot simply have education. You need to sacrifice many things. The responsibility, fear. Then immediately next you start worrying how much I have to work. So many things. It's not possible. Worrying. Some worries related to it. Or what I can get from education. What I can get from education. What is there for me? That's what is attention. What I can get from that. What I can get from that. Attention need. The next Vishuddhi. Comparison. This and that. Then Anya, ego. How I can prove myself as a great person by that education. Utility. What I can get from is different. How I can prove is different. I can show as a big person by that education. When you are caught in Anya, you are ready even to go for a certificate without education. Because you want only yourself to be proved. So if you just have a doctor certificate without doctor education, you will be ready. But with Anagata, you will not be ready for that. What it can contribute to me? What is the utility for me? You will stand only in that point. But in Avanya, you will be ready to go for duplicate certificate also. If it can prove you, that's enough. Nothing more is necessary. In Sahasrara, discontentment. What will I do? How much I can achieve? What is this? Anything. In the 7 only you will start. In the 7 only you will start. If you continue to contemplate, you will undergo all these 7.
He answered, no, whenever I see something happening around me, I know everything merges into one sound. Everything, even my life or my death, everything merges into one sound. So that imbalancing, when that boat became imbalanced, the gushing sound of the water, the stream, reminded me of that sound. I just relaxed into that sound. I just centered myself into that sound. When I relaxed into that sound, 2 things happened. One, I didn't have any stress, fear stroke, panic attack, disturbance. Second thing, suddenly I saw the whole stream energy supporting me. Suddenly I saw the water below me is not my enemy. It is a ground holding me. Understand? I don't know. Sometimes these great words, when you hear from a person who has experienced that same thing, it just clicks. It just clicks. Something happens in you. He said, you see, now you are not afraid of the earth unless there is an earthquake. You are not afraid. You feel safe when you are standing on the earth. You feel completely relaxed. He says, when I connected with that sound, 2 things. One, there was no stress, panic attack, anxiety, disturbance. Second thing, I just felt that energy or that sound the source of that sound, that stream, was supporting me. Maybe when he uttered these words, I was in that high fear or in that complete vulnerable openness. I don't know. It became so strongly got engraved into my being. After that, any this kind of situations where I am threatened, disturbed, automatically I fell into that center of that sound in that space. Whatever is happening around me, in me, I just put myself in the center. And it really works miracles. Understand? It really works. It really does miracles. So many places. It will be a beautiful meditation technique when your spouse is shouting at you. No, really. If your spouse is shouting at you, this technique can do two things. One, you will not get disturbed. Second, you may create enough of energy to silence him also. There is every possibility. This technique has really helped me a lot in so many different places. You may feel this is very impractical, especially a logical Western mind, it will be very difficult to relate. That is why I understand. Now I think, what happened to me when that sadhu told me those words is not happening in you when I am telling this. Because in the Western bringing up, you can't imagine the river can become energy. You always think river is a totality of a water and it is just a force. But in the Eastern tradition, river is not a force, it is a power. Understand, there is a big difference between force and power. Force with independent intelligence is power. Power without independent intelligence is force. In you also, so much of energy is there. When you don't have enough independent intelligence, you just become a force. When you have a clear independent intelligence, you are a power. A logical person, a so-called civilized person, for him it will be very difficult to understand a river is a power. In Vedic tradition, all rivers were worshipped. See, the river Ganga has got more than 100,000 temples. 100,000 temples just for one river, most worshipped river on the planet Earth. River Ganga. Just because fortunately she is flowing in the Vedic tradition or Vedic land. Most worshipped river in the planet Earth. 100,000 temples. We have a clear way of statue, that means the form and the method of worshipping. Longest unbroken worship record in India is the worship of Ganga. Something like 1,200 years of unbroken record is there still. Whether it rains or shines or who is ruling the country, all those things does not matter. Every day evening in Haridwar, Haridwar is the place where she is touching the land, plains. Till Haridwar, she is from the hills. In Haridwar is the place where she is touching the plains. That is the place where they offer worship. We have a record that priest, after doing the worship, he will sign and receive his salary. We have the record for last 1,200 years without a single day break. If you try to convince your son or daughter to do just 10 or 15 minutes a ritual or worship, you will understand how difficult it is. Just try to convince him or her to do 10 minutes a ritual or worship. Then you will understand how difficult to make them do something what you want. But these Vedic masters were so powerful. Not only they inspired the next generation, they created a system which can inspire for 1200 years and keep this alive. Keep this method of worship alive. This river is worshipped for last so many thousands of years. Nobody feels it is a totality of water. It is totality of drops of water. It is just dead. No. Still I can't imagine a river is just dead thing. No, it is a living energy. It's a living energy. It's a power, not force. That is the reason when he uttered those words, it straightaway worked on me. Maybe it's a little difficult for you to catch. Anyhow, one more thing you can understand from this angle. Even if I get agitated at that moment, what can be done? Nothing much can be done. At least that sadhu, because of his cool collective mood, he had the courage to balance the whole situation. Mystically, whether you believe because of his feeling connection only the river saved us or not is secondary, but he was able to take some decision at that point. He was very balanced. Maybe at least just for that, you can practice this technique. Whenever a crisis happens to you, whenever a situation in which you may get imbalanced happens to you, just come back to the center of the sound. Feel all the sound which is happening around you is flowing towards you. Please do not make any meaning. If you try to make a meaning, your mind will come in between. If your mind comes in between, nothing can be done. No, then you lost the game. Mind should not come in between. No justification. No giving meaning to the sound. No. Just allow those sounds to enter into you. Just you become the center of the sound. One more thing, with light, light is always linear, sound is circular. With sound, you can become center. With sound, you can become center. Just if you sit, easily you can visualize you are the center of all the sounds happening around you. You are the center of all the sounds. Mahadeva is saying, bathe in the center of the sound, as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. It's like from the sound you came out. The whole cosmos came out from the sound. Going back to that same sound, so that you will experience the cosmos, one with the cosmos. Even once you experience the oneness with the cosmos, the death fear will disappear. The root of the suffering is death fear. Directly or indirectly, all your suffering is rooted in death fear. It is that one fear from which all the suffering comes out. If that one fear is taken away from you, there is nothing which can bind you. If you experience even for one moment the origin of the cosmic energy, cosmos, suddenly you will see, you will never die. You will exist in some form, maybe in the form of a sound forever. Even now, you do exist in the form of a sound. But the problem is broken, fragments of sound, not continuous. That is why the fear, you may disappear. You may become non-existent. You may not exist. The fear that I may not exist as I am. Even if once you experience the soundlessness or the sound of the cosmos, anahata dhvani, the sound which is not created by any striking, sound which is there forever, eternally, the anahata dhvani, even once you experience that sound, the fear of disappearance will disappear from you. You will understand as that anahata dhvani, the unstruck sound, you will exist always. You are eternal in some form, in some way. The whole life is nothing but trying to find the source in which you can exist eternally. How to exist eternally? People have tried through so many methods. People who try to live eternally through chemicals, they created allopathy system or medical system, Siddha, Ayurveda, all the medical system. There is so much of energy and research, so much of time is put to do the research of some kind of method or medicine to achieve deathlessness. Not only in the West, even in the East, we read thousands of stories, thousands of people dying to find some medication for deathlessness. But still now only people are dying, never they were able to find something which can lead to deathlessness. Actually, the deathlessness can be achieved only if you connect with the source, the cosmos, and the root from which you came out, the root of your origin, not in any other way. You can't be alive in the frequency in which you are staying now. The frequency in which you are staying now can't exist, can't be more than few years. If you can raise your frequency to a different level, to a different point, there is a possibility you can exist eternally. This is the technique to raise your frequency, to increase your frequency to a different level. Very powerful technique. If you have any disturbance or disorders related to Ajna chakra, like dizziness, sleeping disorder, or headache, they will all disappear. This meditation is so powerful. Of course, healing of headache is only a small byproduct. Not just healing one disease, it can heal the disease of the birth and death. That's the ultimate disease. Body itself is a disease came to you. Body itself is a disease happened to you. That is why in Sanskrit we say Sariram Rogamayam. Means body is filled with disease. Too many spare parts. Understand, too many spare parts. And too many guys have to take independent decisions. Your liver does not have to obey your heart's suggestions. Your brain does not have to listen to your heart. Out of politeness and courtesy, they may listen. But they don't have to listen. They don't have an agreement that they will listen. Too many spare parts and too much of freedom. So naturally, any one guy, knowingly or unknowingly, not performing is more than enough to create a disease. Actually, disease is not something rare. Health is something rare. That is the truth. Still there are so many parts in you working. That is the great thing. Still there are so many parts in you performing. That is the great thing. Because too many spare parts and too much of coordination has to happen. That's really difficult. You can exist eternally if you touch the source of the cosmos and if you increase the frequency. Here Mahadeva is giving us very powerful method to increase your frequency. This technique is so powerful. I can say just this technique has kept one stream of living enlightened masters on the planet Earth alive. There are few techniques which is responsible for keeping a living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. One is Vipassana, great technique from Buddha, and the other one is this technique, this method. Becoming center of the sound. Almost all the branches of Vedic tradition work with this technique. Working with mantra, working with some sound. There is no branch in Vedic tradition which does not give a particular sound or a mantra. Any master, any yogi, any rishi, he will give you some mantra.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Please explain. When I become thoughtless, I'll be unable to function in society and work to make a living. These are called hypothetical questions, and I can say hypocritical questions. Understand? Before you start practicing itself, you have started planning for you already started planning about its after effect. What will happen if this happens? What will happen if that happens? First thing, the moment you say, when I became thoughtless, After that, you can write anything after you become thoughtless, that's all. Not before that. When you start imagining and creating problems, nobody can find solutions. This is an imaginary problem. Actually, a person who has become thoughtless will work at least few hundred times more than normal human being. He will be productive to the society. He will be productive to the whole world. Only one thing will be missing. The constant irritation and suffering you are carrying now will not be there, that's all. Except that there won't be any other difference. There will not be any other difference. You may miss just your irritation and your suffering, that's all, nothing else. I see there is a proverb, ignorance is bliss. No. Innocence is bliss, not ignorance. Ignorance can never be bliss. But the society seems to value knowledge, idea, learning, education and information that one possesses. This seems to be contradicting to me. If so, how can one be ignorant and still possess wealth of knowledge? Having tremendous knowledge and not being egoistic about it is what I call innocence. Innocence is bliss. Ignorance can never be bliss. Just this one clarity, one click is enough. Innocence is bliss, not ignorance. That's enough. Here is somebody is asking, could you please explain with examples to drop the ego, the thinking ego? There's a very beautiful story from Ramakrishna. One person comes to Ramakrishna and says, Master, my husband is threatening me continuously that he will become a sannyasi. Ramakrishna laughs and says, never bother, the person who threatens will never do. The dog which barks will never bite. So don't bother, he will never do. He tells a beautiful story, how a person will become Swami, sannyasi. One couple was fighting with each other, and that guy was threatening, I will become a sannyasi. She said, she was crying, what you are threatening me that you will become a sannyasi. The brother, younger brother of that person, he comes and says, please don't bother, don't worry, this fellow, he says about his elder brother, this fellow may talk but he will never become Swami. The person who talks continuously will never become Swami. She asks, then who will become Swami? He says, if you want to see how a person becomes Swami, just see now. He threw all his clothes and took one towel and tied it around his hip and became a Swami. Left everything and went away. He says, the sannyas happens only in this way. One moment, a clear, strong decision, that's all. Understand? That's a proverb. Think before you jump. I have never seen anybody jumping by thinking. Thinking means what? Dilemma. As long as you are thinking, this, you will never jump. At some point, if you have jumped, that one moment you stop thinking. So I can tell you, new proverb, jump before you think. Otherwise you will never jump. You will never jump. The person who is thinking will never jump. They will drag, but they will never jump. Bite my nails frequently when I am anxious or serious or doing thinking. during thinking? Is it a sign that I am not aware or not in conscious or mental disorder? I don't want to say mental disorder, can be a habit. I have seen too many small things are also become a very complicated thing. When you start giving a big idea, disease, this, that, all those things, and I don't think it is that big problem, understand? Even a small thing, people come and tell me sometimes, Swamiji, I don't get sleep in the night. I tell them, perfectly alright, then work, that's all. And daytime lie down, and you feel like sleeping, lie down. See, whatever is said and done, you have one important automatic mechanism in you. When your rajas is exhausted, you will settle down in tamas. Anybody you can trust. When my restlessness is over, my body will automatically retire to rest. He does not need sleeping pills. You don't need. The problem is you are put in a very unnatural routine. Unnatural routine. Second thing, you are not enough inspired to follow that routine. First problem, unnatural routine. Second problem, you are not inspired enough to live that routine. Third problem, very important problem, your body intelligence is not allowed to make even small changes. Understand? There is no such thing at particular time you have to sleep. There is no such thing at particular hours you have to sleep. One day if you don't feel like, don't bother. Do not start thinking, I think from today I am developing insomnia. And so many ads, especially when you see in the TV, what you will naturally do? You will start comparing with yourself. Another big difficulty, even I cannot speak all these things openly here because there are so many legal complications. So now I have to make a disclaimer. No, better consult your doctor before you start practicing these ideas. Anyhow, the pure cosmic energy that speaks through you, is it also the same cosmic energy that speaks through the Christ, Buddha and every other enlightened beings? Naturally. Anybody who is enlightened and any enlightened master, through him only the cosmic energy speaks, there is nothing else. Anything which comes out of them is a pure cosmic energy, continuously sharing the same truth in so many different ways. You can say Buddha spoke for 40 years. And there is a statement by Buddha, I never spoke, I never opened my mouth in last 40 years. Because he never uttered a single word. The cosmic energy is continuously expressing itself. So much of life seems fulfilling. I think that this idea that there is so much still to live in ordinary life holds me back from enlightenment. What to do? First thing, so much is there to live ordinary life means your mind is still giving a hope. Your mind is still giving a hope. The mind which gives the hope is the ultimate hopeless thing. By giving hope, it constantly keeps you in hopelessness. So, of course, either you learn from the master and realize, or you learn from life. It may take little time. What to do? How to truly give you permission to work on one's mind and remove its hold on the self. This intention and unclenching meditation is what needed. Yes, that too is enough. Is surrender required? Surrender means the clear intention and the simple unclenching. That's enough. Surrender does not mean you will fall flat every time when you see me. No. that may get only knee pain and back pain to you. That may not do any real work. Real intention and simply unclenching. Understand? Unconditionally relaxing. I have seen people, Swamiji, I am surrendering to you, but how long you will take to give enlightenment for me? They will ask me to first sign in the contract before. Then it is not surrender. The very restlessness I have seen. Many guys come and press me. You have to give me this darshan, you have to give me that darshan. And these fools don't understand. Let me tell you a story. It really happened. One guy, one crazy guy, what to do? Only this kind of things land up on enlightened masters. One screw loose, half screw loose, one nut missing, one bolt not there. Actually, when God is doing the creation job, if there are some missing, rejected pieces, customers will sue him. So he is afraid of the suing. He comes down to repair those products, those rejected pieces. So when he comes down, all the rejected pieces gather around him. You will see he will be surrounded by all that. One screw missing, two screw missing, half bolt missing, did not get tightened enough. And they all know repairer has come, the plumber has come now, let's go and get repaired. One tube missing, one pipe missing, one screw did not get tightened. Anyhow, and as usual, actually one of our brahmachari told me, Swamiji, I think we have a invisible board outside our ashram. Only half mad are allowed inside. It's like a reflector. See, reflector light means only a vehicle which has light can read that board. Only if this light falls on it, that board will be seen. Like that, there is a unique reflector board. Anyhow, this guy came and he asked me, Swamiji, I wanted to see God. I told, all right, meditate for at least few days, then your body will be ready, then you will be able to have the darshan. Then after 2 days he came and said, no, I think 2 days I meditated, still God has not appeared. I said, don't think that he is just waiting for you to close your eyes and immediately will jump in front of you. Just prepare the body a little bit. Then he said, no, if you want you can show me, do it immediately now. I said, your body won't be able to stand, wait, understand. Then this guy, no, at least show me a ghost. At least show me a ghost, something extraordinary other than the senses. I told him, Arey, you understand. If I can show you the ghost, that same time only it will take for me to show God. It's more easy. But both will create a nervous shaking in you. You need to expand, understand. You are asked to sit and listen to all the teachings before the energy darshan, so that your nerves will be ready to receive the energy. Understand? The real work, the real essence is the one touch which you don't even feel sometime. Oh, I don't see much happening in me. Just he blesses, I also have little faith on him. I go and sit, kneel in front of him. What happens in that 1 second is the essence. Understand? For that only you are sitting. For that only I am sitting. This talking is just preparing you, expanding your nerves so that you can imbibe more. You can receive more. That's all is the truth. I told him, spend little time, have little sadhana. Sadhana means having a psychological revolution will prepare your physiology for enlightenment. Understand? Psychological revolution will awaken the non-mechanical parts of your brain and will prepare you for physiological enlightenment. Your physiology will be prepared for enlightenment, for the conscious explosion. So I told him, Arey, both are going to be same job for me. And it's not a big thing. But you should be ready. He said, no. At least show me a ghost. Anyhow, I just avoided him. And funny thing, he was driving me from the ashram to another one place during my trip. I was undertaking a trip. This guy said, I'll drive you, Swamiji. I said, all right, drive. We were driving. It's something like a 12 hours drive. In India, 12 hours means you will cross only few hundred miles. Don't think 12 hours means thinking like from here to Seattle, not that length and all. 12 hours means at the most per hour you can cross only 40 or 50 kilometers. Means 25 miles. Not because of traffic, just because of road. And if you are pregnant, you don't have to go to hospital. No, few hours of drive in an Indian road, you will deliver the baby. Anyhow, he was driving me. This crazy guy, I cannot imagine. On the way there was a burial ground, cremation. So he drew and he stopped the car near the cremation ground. He pulled over the car and he said, I will not drive unless you show the ghost now. No, really understand. Literally it happened. Literally it happened. And there is a big, usually I go with some 10-20 cars. All the other devotees, the brahmacharis, the army will be coming with me. The whole battalion. To do the other programs, or there will be one big battalion following. All the cars stopped and my secretary was in the behind next car. He came down and asked what happened. And I just laughed and told this fellow is telling that unless I show the ghost, he will not drive. And my secretary said, now I will show him the ghost or what, I will show everything. And he told Swamiji, you just go to the other car and you drive, we will take care of him and bring him later on, if he comes. And they got very much annoyed because this fellow in the middle of the drive is stopping and doing the strike. Of course, we have so many cars to take me, that is not a problem. Anyhow, all the fellows got annoyed and they started shouting at him. And I just felt very bad. Anyhow, poor guy. I told him, all right, anyhow, you are entering into the dangerous zone. Are you really mean what you ask? He said, yes, I wanted to see. Only then I will take the car out. Only then I will drive. Another one problem is he's the center of the road. Road is very small. The other cars cannot move also. Of course, if these guys want, they can just move the car and go. And then I said, all right, anyhow, I think this fellow wanted to have a real drama. I just held his hand and showed him, look that side. And the moment he saw, he looked up, the cremation ground, he saw the ghost. And the funny thing was, that ghost was very friendly with me. And that fellow not only appeared in front of him, he just showed, come, come. That's all. This fellow, this guy who asked, literally he pissed. And his wife was sitting inside the car. He just shouted her name and opened the car and jumped inside and caught hold of her. Caught hold of her and shouting her name, oh save me, save me, save me. And she got so, but she started shouting, got so irritated because she was seeing the whole drama. She was seeing the whole drama. And she is little matured and relaxed person. She was there and her kids were also there. And she was advising him for more than a week, relax, and Swamiji says it must be good. And when this guy jumped and started shouting, not only she did not console, she just pulled him that side. And suddenly we saw not only it was, we did other one also. And he is trembling, completely shaken. Then I just smiled and moved my hands and the ghost disappeared. It went away. And the whole, the group, by the time all the devotees from all the cars got down and gathered and saw this fellow is trembling, not only that, suddenly the fever has raised. Then anyhow, I put my hand on him and put a little vibhuti, the ash, and the fever came down, he got a little settled. Then I asked him, I told you clearly. And then all his own kids are making fun of him. Because in the dress itself, in pants, he did everything. They are making fun of him. You always make fun of us if we do the bedwetting. Now you see what happened to you. And the whole fun is going on. I told you. Then he is telling me, see, this is the punchline. This is the real funny thing. Yes, you told me it is difficult, but I did not think it is this extreme difficulty. Even then you should have thought about it and you shouldn't have shown, even if I ask you. If you know it is such a strong thing, you shouldn't have shown. Understand? He is the guy who sat on me, literally. And finally what he is telling? He is telling, no, whatever is said and done. If it is this bad, you shouldn't have shown. Of course, I also did not think he will do that all, 1, 2 and all in the dress. At the most, I thought he will have some shaking, some crying or shouting. This guy. No, I can still remember and visualize the scene. And it took something like 1 week for him to settle down again. And the poor guy, not only could not drive that night, it took more than 1 week for him to drive again. And even in the night time, his own cloth, if it falls on him, suddenly he comes, gets up and shouts the wife's name and cries, hey, save me. It took literally 1 week, understand? Then finally I have to give him a technique to get out of that fear. Because the fever came down, the physiological effect has come down. But that psychological fear, he is not able to get out of it. And not only that, because he saw that ghost once, he started fantasizing again and again. Even after 2-3 days or a week, he started fantasizing that as if the ghost is appearing and calling him again, come. And he came and told me, Swamiji, the ghost is calling me. Again it is appearing and saying, come. I said, as if he doesn't have a husband or wife or what? Why will he call you? Don't bother, relax. And after a week, I saw the problem has become serious. This guy comes and says, no, that ghost is telling me it is not my fantasy or illusion. He is real ghost. And whatever question I ask, he is answering. I told him, what did you ask? I said, where is my house? He gave the address. I asked. No, he is telling me. I asked, what is in my suitcase? He says, rightly. And he came and told me, it has become a big problem. Then I asked him, what all the questions? He told all these questions. He asked his address and the ghost told. And he asked, what is in my suitcase? The ghost told very clearly. I just told him one simple thing. Gave him a lot of sesame seeds in a small handbag. And told him, take this and ask the ghost how many seeds are there inside. This fellow that night went, took the same bag, and the ghost as usual came. He asked how many seeds are there in this bag. Suddenly the ghost laughed and disappeared. Why, you know, ghost can give answer only the informations you know. because it is your own unconscious projection. Understand? When I showed him also, there is nothing separate. Came up and stood in front of him. See, you are a big ocean of energy. You associate yourself only one part of it. Only with one part you associate. The other part only you experience as a god or a ghost or whatever. Different things, ways you may experience. If you experience with pain, you call that as a ghost. If you experience with bliss, you call that as a god. You experiencing your own, the parts, the unconscious parts is the extraordinary experience. For that, your body needs to be prepared and mature. This fellow was trying to have without that preparation. So I have to just awaken his own unconscious. That is what he saw. And when I gave him the sesame seeds, he himself doesn't know how many seeds are there in that bag. So answer which he doesn't know, the ghost cannot answer. Understand? Whenever you see a ghost, if you want to check whether it's a duplicate or original, ask something which you don't know. Take a bag full of sesame seed and ask the answer. You will disappear. Then suddenly you will see it's your own unconscious projection. When it disappeared, the next day when he came, I saw he is completely relaxed. And it never came back again. But at least it took 1 month for me to settle him down. And even now he blames. All he says is, yes, I asked, that is true. But I did not know it is such a serious thing. You know it is such a serious thing. You shouldn't have given. You shouldn't have allowed. So understand, before asking or surrendering, have a complete deep surrender. Then you will see the right time. Surely the right thing will happen. We always think another big problem is, if I completely surrender, then I will not even be there to ask the question, to ask about this. That disappearing is the enlightenment. That disappearing is the real ultimate experience. So relax from all the questions. Let's enter into today's sutra. Suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping, being, not being you. A real Ananda Sutra. One more Ananda Sutra. Suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping, being not being you. Mahadeva is determined to give enlightenment. He is stubborn. He has decided any kind of minds, let it happen. I will see that that mind is liberated or that person experiences the truth. Understand, let me repeat the sutra once more. Suppose you contemplate something beyond perception. Understand? Anything, the moment you perceive it, the moment you are able to think about it, it becomes past. It becomes past. Even you sitting and thinking about enlightenment is past. You sitting and thinking about me is past. You sitting and thinking about some god or deity is past. Understand? Here he is revealing an important secret. Anything you sit and think, if you are able to perceive, it is of past. Even you sitting and thinking about me is about past. The real me is present, but that you cannot think.
Here, Mahadeva is giving a wonderful sutra. I can say, nothing can be compared to this sutra. Every sutra gives that feeling. That is another one problem. Every sutra gives that feeling. Understand? He is saying, try to contemplate something beyond perception. Means, try to think of something beyond. The yesterday's sutras, deeper version. Yesterday he said, just think beyond. And now he is telling, for example, if you may think the whole sky, which you can't think. The next moment, the moment you finish thinking that, you already thought about it. Drop that. Then think something beyond that. The moment you finish thinking about that, then again now you are able to think about it. For example, the first beginning, when you try to think something beyond thinking, you may think the whole solar family. That itself is too much. But the moment you thought the whole solar family, you already made that also into a thinking. Now then drop that. Next. Try to think beyond it. Then you thought about beyond the solar family. Drop. Then beyond solar family. Start. About every moment, Mahadeva is saying, go to the thing which you can't think. Means, continuously you will be in the present moment and exploding. Understand? The moment you are able to grasp something, think something, you already made that into past, into your property, your mind can flourish on it. Your mind can flourish on it. If you think God as Devi, your mind will start flourishing on it. If you think God as the sun, your mind will start flourishing on it. If you think God as the whole sky, your mind will start flourishing on it. But continuously, if you drop whatever you thought and go to the further, I can say, this is exactly what is happening inside me. Understand? Mahadeva is exactly verbalized. I want all of you to understand one important thing. Enlightenment is ultimate but not final. The ultimate will happen to you now. The moment you understood the ultimate has happened, that is no more ultimate. Then again one more door will open. The ultimate to that ultimate will happen. It's like your mind can receive 100 information and it just explodes. Now it is able to receive 10,000 information. You think this is ultimate, oh God, from 100 to 10,000, what happened to me? The moment you understand, God, now 10,000 I am able to understand, receive, that will explode and become million information. The moment you say, oh God, million I am able to do, that will explode, become 100. Means continuously the ultimate explosion happening and expanding. That is what we call Big Bang. Master's body is a constant space where Big Bang is happening. You may think, then where we are going to end? What is going to happen? That is what there is no end. Intense life happening. Causeless auspiciousness happening. Understand? This can be a great revelation. This is what Upanishadic rishis say, neti, neti. Not this, not this, not this, not this. The moment you are able to grasp something, say not this. Drop it. The moment you are able to grasp something, this moment, drop it. Not this. If you can drop continuously even from the technique you are practicing, you will see the real experience happening. People ask me, What technique you practice every moment, Swamiji? Nothing. Dropping every moment, whatever is happening is what I am practicing. Understand? A very simple understanding. Always exhale. Inhaling will be done by the life by itself. The life which is inside you will do the inhaling. Just drop, drop, drop. Think further, further, further. Which you can't think, which you can't think. The moment you finish thinking that, you can't. Even if you are thinking that you can't think, drop that. It is a very subtle process. I can't even use the word process. It is a real powerful thing to be in enlightenment, to live in enlightenment continuously. When I say, it will be very difficult for mind to grasp, because mind will always try to grasp everything and keep it in the refrigerator and eat slowly. No, your mind is just like bull. How the bull will do, it will grab everything and swallow. Then later on he will find a place in a corner, in quiet corner he will sit, bring everything back to his mouth and slowly he will chew. Your mind is like that only. It will grab everything and put it in the refrigerator. Slowly it will take and start grabbing, start swallowing, start chewing. Understand? The moment bull eats something, what it is? So, if it is bringing it back to the mouth, then what it is bringing back to the mouth? Which is halfway to the... Understand? If you are also bringing the things which is already grasped by you back to the mind, what you are bringing back to mind? You are bringing the same thing back to the mind. Do not do that. Continuously drop. Understand? Person who can continuously drop, he changes the grahas. There is a beautiful astrological sutra. If astrologer says that you are having some negative dosha or negative planetary effects, evil planetary effects on you, sit and do this. Or remember to do this process. Cooperate with this meditation. It is not even a meditation, it is just a constant happening, which you need to be constantly just doing, or just remembering. Drop this. Suddenly you will see the planetary effects are not affecting you anymore. Planetary evil effects can happen as long as you are connected to the time shaft, Kala Chakra. Kala Chakra means time shaft. This dropping is like dropping from the Kala Chakra, breaking free from the Kala Chakra. Understand? It is possible now. Whatever you think as the ultimate in your life, drop. And try to expand bigger. Then you will have some idea, you will grasp something and drop. Then again your mind will automatically grasp something. Don't allow, drop. Continuously your mind will say, no, then what to do? Don't answer that question now. Every moment drop. Your mind will say, if I am every moment dropping, then what will happen? Where will I end? Don't bother about ending. What happens, let us see later on. Your mind is again trying to grasp by asking you, what will happen in the end? If I am continuously dropping, your mind is asking a reason to practice before even starting the practice. Your mind is asking to prove the result before even starting the practice. Do not allow. That is where you get cheated. Understand? Constantly drop. Your mind will say, no. If I am dropping, how am I going to get enlightened? Logically prove me. Then I will start the process. It cannot. Constantly drop. Neti. Not this. One of the great Upanishadic stories speak about this technique. It's called, the person is called Swetaketu, great seeker. To him his master gives this technique. Go with the 400 cows and sit in the forest. Just throw away everything. Continuously throw. When the 400 cows become 1000 cows, come back. Very funny technique. If I give this technique to somebody, they will say, no, don't bother Swamiji, I will get you 600 cows, now itself give me enlightenment. Enlightenment is not equated to 600 cows. It was the technique. Throwing everything out. He has to wait with a deep patience and throw out. Suddenly, there is nothing to throw out because everything is thrown out. The person who is throwing out, slowly he is also thrown out. Understand, I cannot actually ask you to lift yourself. I'll just tell you, pull your shoes, pull your shoes, pull your shoes. Suddenly, the force, the amount of force you put on your shoes to pull yourself and your weight, when these two becomes equal, you will just pull yourself up. You will have a jump. You will be disconnected with the earth. Same thing, understand? It is just like me telling you, pull yourself by your shoes. First time when you try, you won't be able to. Because the effort which you put is less than your weight. Then second time, more effort. Third time, little more. Suddenly, one moment, you will put the equal effort to your weight. Your weight and the effort will be equal. You will just jump. You will just pull yourself up. Exactly the same process will happen. Throw away. Just anything you can grasp, take this one clarity. Try to meditate on real me. Or really, whatever is the cosmos, meditate on that. Maybe you can take the idea of God, or Guru, or cosmos, anything. Try to meditate real cosmos, on real Guru, real God. You will come up with some idea. The moment you come up with some idea, naturally you spoiled it with your mind. Now that cannot be true. Drop. Then go ahead. Again you will make a frame. The moment you made the frame, oh God, drop. Continuously drop. Continuously try to grasp the exact ultimate truth. Suddenly you will see, by throwing, understand, when you throw a particular idea from your mind, not only you throw that idea, you actually pick up one part of flesh from your mind also. Every time you pick up some thoughts from your mind and throw them out, not only the thoughts, one part of the bone structure of your mind is also thrown away. So few times when you throw, after that there will not be any bone structure left. Suddenly you will see your whole mind is thrown out. Understand? The whole essence I can say in one word. Try to meditate on real Master Swam, or real God Swam, or real cosmos inside you. What can you do? You will try to grasp the whole sky in your mind. The moment you are grasped, that is no more God. Because your mind cannot grasp. If your mind can grasp, then your mind is greater than God. The moment it is grasped, no, it is not God. Then drop. Then try again. Grasp something bigger than that. Understand? This is such a powerful expansion. This is exactly what is happening every moment inside me. People ask me, Swamiji, 4 years ago, what I saw in you, and now what I am seeing in you, so much of difference. If enlightenment gives everything to you, then that time also you are enlightened. How can things get added even to you? Now I am seeing so many things extra in you. Understand? Enlightenment is ultimate but not final. That is why constantly even I am expressing new things. Even I am expressing new things. Because the constant explosion is happening. The constant updation is happening. The updation is happening beyond mind, beyond the grasping power. That is why with any master, the more time you spend, you will see more deeper and deeper things in you. Because he is expanding and giving more and more. Understand one important thing. When he expands and pours many things, not only he expands you also. You also get ready to receive. You also imbibe. Even the same word, if you heard 4 years ago and if you hear now, after 4 years being around me, it will give you deeper meaning. Because these words have expanded you. These words have expanded you. The constant explosion, understand, it is happening in you every moment, even now. If you just remember, yes, it is happening, you are enlightened. If you don't remember and think that same person who went to the bed is coming out of the bed, you are unenlightened. The only difference between you and enlightened person is when next day morning enlightened person gets up, he does not think the same person who went to bed is getting up. Ordinary person thinks the same person who went to bed is out of the bed, coming out of the bed. Tomorrow morning if you think, oh no, same person who went to bed is not coming out, you are enlightened. Just stop thinking that same person is coming out of the bed, that's all. Means neti. Continuously, the person who inhaled is not exhaling. The experience which you call as you, which has inhaled, is not exhaling. The person who exhaled is not inhaling. This is the truth you need to understand. This is the reality you need to grasp. The moment you grasp it, drop it. Then what to hold? There is no need to hold. Go to the deeper. Go to the next. Try to grasp the next. The moment you grasp, drop it. Continuously, neti, not this, moving out, brushing aside, is what Mahadeva calls living enlightenment. Understand? All ideas which you carry about you, continuously try to expand it. Continuously try to grasp the bigger and bigger idea. Anything you feel you have grasped, drop. Then try to grasp the bigger. What do you think as bigger? Once you feel you have got the biggest, drop. Then bigger than the biggest. Then bigger than the biggest. Continuously, in this way, you will be centered in the present moment. I understand this is a one and only powerful, foolproof technique to nail you in the present moment. Anything else, the moment you think you are in the present moment, you are not in the present moment. Already you are in the past. If you think, yes, I am in the present moment, already it has become past. Only by constantly expanding, you will be, by itself, you will be centered in the present without you knowing you are in the present. Understand? If you know you are in the present, you are not in the present. That is the basic sutra. That is the basic understanding. The moment you say, I am in the present, you are in the past already. There is a beautiful sutra. You can't step twice in the same river. Because second time, by the time you put your foot, the water has gone. I tell you, even first time you can't step in the same river. By the time your feet touches the water and reaches the steps or the ground, water is left. See, when your feet touches the top of the water, and by the time it reaches the ground, water is already left. So you can't even step in the same river once. You may step thinking that you are stepping in the same river. No. Everything is moving. Person who can constantly try to grasp the things which can't be grasped will be in the present moment. You cannot nail yourself in the present moment with any other technique except this. This is the one, I can say, only technique which can put you in present moment continuously, because any other technique you can get cheated. At one point you may stop, but here continuously dropping, neti, 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 no. You will grasp something about you, no. You will grasp something about you, no. Your mind will say, I may become mad, no, relax. No, I will become mad, it's okay, relax, no. Don't even say okay, yes or no. Even saying yes becomes a negative visualization. I have seen people tell me, sometimes I get the fear that I may have a particular disease, Swamiji. If I say yes, it's okay, I'll manage, then again it becomes negative visualization. What to do? Neither say yes nor say no. Just drop. Who cares? Do not try to logically end the thoughts which are happening in you. You are thinking. Logically, if you end your thoughts, the thinking will drop. No. That is where the big mistake. I have seen people thinking, let my son get married, I will become Swami then. Let my brother get settled, then I will take Vanaprastha. Never be able to do. Either you jump now or never. Never. That's all. Whoever thinks, let this happen, then I will, no, it will never happen. That is what? Is mind. The moment you think, I'll finish this thought, then the thinking will be, I can drop. No. Because the moment you finish one thought, you already now become efficient in completing thoughts. Naturally, you will start having more thoughts. You become master of completing thoughts. Same way, the moment you think, I'll finish this responsibility, then take up. The moment you finish that responsibility, now you have become professional in finishing responsibilities. Naturally, you will take up more responsibility and more commitment. It never happens. Do not think by completing a thought, a logical reason, I'll drop thinking. No. Your mind may be crying, what is this? You are trying to grasp something impossible. Drop. If you go on doing this, you think you'll become enlightened, your mind will say, drop. And your mind will say, by doing this, will I become enlightened? First logically prove. Drop. Continuously trying to grasp which is beyond grasping. Which is beyond grasping. It will practically put you straight on the present moment. It's like a constantly you'll be running. It's practically like a treadmill running. You will be thinking you are running, but you are in the same place. But your energy is just exploding. With this technique, the same thing will happen. You will be thinking that you are grasping. You will be in the present moment. Suddenly the energy will explode. Energy will explode. Understand? Very powerful, very strong method. With this method, you will never be caught in between. I tell you, any technique, any method, one dangerous thing is at one point you will be caught in the technique. You will be caught with the method. Killing the technique is the worst thing. Killing the method is the big problem. Sometimes I really feel J. Krishnamurti is the greatest master. Because he never accepted any technique, any method. But the problem with Krishnamurti's way is starting is very difficult. You can't start. All the techniques which does not need to be dropped, starting is difficult. All the techniques, starting is easy, but dropping will be difficult. Here Mahadeva is answering that problem. Understand? First and last solution. I can say this technique is first and last freedom. This is the first freedom for you and last freedom for you. When you start, easy. Same way, you don't have to kill this technique. This technique is suicidal by itself. It will die. It will disappear. This technique will just die by itself. You don't have to do anything. I can say this one technique independently, without changing its form, can change your form. Any other technique, by the time it changes your form, that will also change its form, and it will reveal deeper and deeper understandings to you and lift you to the other level. With this technique, you don't have to bother about the deeper understandings revealing. No need. No need. Even if there is a idea, the deeper understanding will be revealed to me as I progress. When the deeper understanding comes in front of you, you do not know whether it is understanding or your own mind playing the game. You will not know. Ramakrishna had the clarity, it is Kali telling me to cut herself. But if it is you, you will think whether Ramakrishna, Kali is telling me to cut herself or my own mind is telling. You will not know. You will have difficulty, you will have illusions, you will have problems. Then you need somebody to support. I can say this technique is a complete idiot's guide. You don't need any explanator. You don't need any commentator. You don't need any other help in the halfway. No. Just initiation is enough. Initiation is enough. Just live it. That's enough. Actually, living and leaving is one and the same in this. Just by the very pressure of leaving, the living will be happening in you. Understand? Where the living and leaving meets. This is the technique where living and leaving meets. Here you are just leaving everything continuously and living is overflowing in you. The moment you think living is overflowing in me, leave that also. Anything which you hold is already become old stock. Understand? For any medicine, any medication, you will see an expiry date in the bottle itself. For any meditation, expiry time is 1 kshana. 1 second is the expiry time. Second moment, if you are trying to do, it's expired. You are trying to play with the dead body. You are trying to play with corpse. Only this technique. Even in this technique, one great thing about this technique is, here you are given a clear idea, expiry date, 1 second. In this meditation technique, we have to put expiration date, 1 second. Do not do it more than 1 second. Means what? In the medicine bottles I have seen the date of the production and date of expiry. Some places I have seen, after you purchase this, do not use after more than 3 months. After you open the seal, do not use more than 3 months. We have to put on this meditation technique. After you understood, do not use more than 1 second. Very, very important understanding. Very, very important revelation. Anything, I can say, anything, when you don't know the expiration date, when you don't know the expiry date, the same medicine can become poison. All techniques at some point, because you don't know the expiry date, will become poison. Only this technique comes with a clear expiry date, which can never become poison inside you. Even if you try to swallow after the expiry date, just by its own virtue, that will not go inside. That will not go inside. the meditation technique with expiry time. So it will not become poison in you forever. Understand? Let me read again. Suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping. Try to grasp the real form of the Master, real form of the God, real form of the cosmos. Don't come and ask me in the energization how to grasp, Swamiji. In this process, your mind will die. You will not be able to grasp. Continuously you will grasp, you will not be able to grasp, you will relax. Then you will grasp, you will not be able to grasp. Even if you are grasped, you know it is a lie and you will drop. Even if you grasp, you know it is a lie and drop. In this process, it is like a running till you drop. They say in the ads, shop till you drop. So, meditate till you drop. Understand, here, this is the ultimate technique where just continuously try to grasp, try to grasp, try to grasp, try to grasp. Just by the very power of trying to do this technique, you will be thrown back to present moment and mind will die. Mind will disappear. Imbibe this and live. You will live enlightenment. Thank you. Thank you for all the gifts you keep showering. Just when I embrace the last gift, you send another and many more. My gratitude gets to my heart and cannot wait to share with others the news that let them know you are here to awaken, heal and bless all the ones that are seeking with sincerity. This I wrote yesterday, you answered to me today. Thank you for all the gifts. Life, maintenance and transformation. Wonderful. Only with this gratitude, when the sharing the message is done, it brings the result of adding more joy to it, joy to you. Somebody is asking to recite the Sanskrit sutra for few technical reasons only. I do not do. This sutra you just spoke about how important is the effort to contemplate something beyond grasping. Could be just unloading or dropping the contents of the mind during everyday activities whenever we remember. No. Now because already you grasped this cannot work on you. Anything you grasp cannot work on you. So go beyond. I hear that when you die and the soul leaves the body, my question is, when there is a tragic event, when a group of people die at the same time, are all their souls connected in some way to leave at a certain time together, even though they never knew each other? Example, plane crash, train accident. Yes, they may not know each other, but the souls will leave at the same time to the different places. I wonder if thought and consciousness together shape and give life to matter and the world of form. Is it true that when thoughts become still, Maya will also vanish? Yes. When thought becomes still, Maya will vanish. That is the next sutra. Mahadeva is taking us. Or is it the case that life is just a dream that cosmic consciousness is having when it is sleeping? Cosmic consciousness never sleeps. If so, why is it so hard to wake up? It is not hard. You only think it is hard. For example, having to go through many years of intense seeking, even many lives. Many lives are also some more dreams. The Ananda Sutras that you preached last couple of days makes me very much interested and gave me a belief that I can also become enlightened. By the way, I attend your lectures for last 1 week only and not from beginning. I wish that I did attend it from the beginning. I am an ambitious, serious and busy person, or at least I will make myself busy. Everybody just makes themselves busy. There is nobody who is busy person. My body and mind are so attuned that I sleep only for about 5 to 6 hours per day during weekdays. I believe in that way my mind would be in control. I would not become devil and achieve my ambitions as well. Is my reasoning good? Controlling sleep is okay, but that does not mean you have mind control, not that big. As I am a busy person, I feel that instead of taking some amount of time daily to perform meditation techniques based on the sutras like Nitya Sutra or Dhyana Sutra, I think Ananda Sutra would click for me to become enlightened. Understand, it has to click, not you will think the moment you had all this reasoning, I cannot do Nitya Sutra, I cannot do Dhyana Sutra, no Ananda Sutra will click with you. Be very clear. You have to drop your job and start meditating. I hope that I will be successful in imbibing Ananda Sutras in my day-to-day current busy life. I don't think it will happen to you, at least. To become enlightened and maintain that enlightenment. Is my reasoning good? Your reasoning is bad. Understand, if you are ready to do Nitya Sutra or Dhyana Sutra, with that readiness, Ananda Sutra will click. Then you may not need to do the Nitya Sutra or Dhyana Sutra. But when you are not ready to dedicate some part of your time for meditation, never expect an Ananda Sutra to click. It will never happen. Ananda Sutra clicks with a person who is burning with intensity, who is intense enough to give everything, the I and mind, for enlightenment. The moment you say you are a casual window shopper, I think by mistake you are here for 7 days. Understand, if you are really interested in spirituality and all, take up Nitya Sutra and Dhyana Sutra. Only that will work for you, not anything else. Your reasoning is not right. Sometimes which looks very logical may not be actual. A small story. One guy went to Las Vegas with a $30,000 Cadillac and came back to house with a $100,000 bus. He came to Las Vegas on a $30,000 Cadillac. He came back to house on the $100,000 bus. The statement looks very logical, but all of us know the meaning. Understand? This is the same reasoning you are trying to play. No. Ananda Sutras are not for the people who cannot commit to the Nitya Sutra and Dhyana Sutra. No. Ananda Sutras are for the people who are tired of Nitya Sutra and Dhyana Sutra. Only who are tired of that too, Ananda Sutra will click. Otherwise, because of your laziness, you yourself pick up on Ananda Sutra. And with Ananda Sutra, you cannot pick up. A sutra has to pick you up. Understand? You cannot pick up the sutra. Sutra has to pick you up. So relax. Stop bragging about. You went to the Las Vegas with $30,000 Cadillac and you came on $100,000 bus. You might have come on $100,000 bus, but who owns it? Wrong reasoning. Let's enter into the next sutra. I am existing. This is mine. This is this. Oh beloved, even in such no illimitability, God. Last sutra Mahadeva said, Neti, Neti, Na iti, Na iti. This is not, this is not. That can lead you to enlightenment. Means just expanding you. becoming Mahat, cosmos, and disappearing into it. Now Mahadeva is just taking the other side, opposite direction to enlightenment. Iti, iti, iti. This is Nitya Sutra. Understand? This is Nitya Sutra. He is telling, come back, iti, iti, iti. Understand? This is a Nitya Sutra. Now he is telling, he is showing the way for enlightenment completely other way. Iti, iti, iti means this. Becoming microcosm. Understand? When you say neti, 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 not this, not this, not this, you will just become Mahat, expanded and enlightened. When you say this, iti, 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 you will contract and disappear. Again, you will become enlightened. Two different directions. The second technique is Anoraniyam. How to become atom inside the atom. The first technique which I spoke is Mahato Mahiyan. How to become cosmos, then cosmos. How to become a cosmos and many cosmos is there. How to become infinite where many infinities are there. Mahadeva is giving two techniques. One to become Mahato Mahiyan, now this one to become Anoraniyan. One to become bigger than the biggest, this one to become smaller than the smallest. The problem with Sanskrit word is, I'll become so connected to it. Many times I forget to translate. And unfortunately, you guys also, any word you don't understand, you just skip. I wanted all of you to know an important secret. Whenever you skip one word without understanding, the education will be stopped. You may be accumulating words, but digesting will be stopped. You may be collecting the buzzwords, but the experience, internalizing will stop. Do not pass through even one word. If I start using the Sanskrit sutras many times, people start skipping. That is the reason I try maximum use only English word. Even if I use some Sanskrit word, immediately try to translate. So that the education or getting educated does not stop. Internalizing does not stop. Even if you feel bored or disconnected with one or two words, again to feel connected it will take 5 minutes. And 4 or 5 concepts which I expressed would have gone above your head. And you will be sitting, all right, I can neither ask, anyhow he is talking, all right, whatever I understand, let me understand. Understand? I am sitting in your place and seeing. I am also enjoying. That is why I am so concerned about exactly expressing the language you understand. I am existing. This is mine. This is this. Oh beloved, even in such no illimitability. Again, I don't think this word is used regularly. I picked it up from Paul Reps, translated the Zen Flesh and Zen Bones, who wrote that book. Because no other, I'm referring some 4 or 5 translations to exactly to present, but I want to acknowledge all their names whenever I use some technical term from their translation. Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan, bigger than the biggest and smaller than the smallest. Here Mahadeva is giving the technique for achieving smaller than the smallest. Very simple, nothing much need to be done. Very simple technique. But it can be Nitya Sutra. It is not Ananda Sutra. The earlier sutra is Ananda Sutra. Means the moment you understand, Just remember and live with it. Constantly try to perceive something which can't perceive. Decide. I can give you some 4 or 5 buzzwords. Try to grasp the meaning of it. Bliss, you will never be able to grasp. You will only achieve it. If you intensely struggle to grasp the meaning of the word bliss, you will achieve it. Because anything you grasp will be only happiness, not bliss. Then drop. Try to grasp. You will not be able to grasp. Try to grasp. You will see that continuous intensity. This is what I call turning the intensity into seeking. Restlessness becoming seeking. Seeking becoming enlightened. Just how the Kala Chakra, the time shaft, the present eats the future and makes it past. Again the past comes back as future. It's like a shaft, chakra. Past only comes back as future. And future is swallowed and left back as past. It's like a shaft, chakra. Past and future is a chakra. That is why the Vedic tradition, time is not calculated as linear. It is calculated as a circular. 60 years, one chakra. Again the chakra will come back. The time is circular. When the past becomes future and future becomes past, time continuously moves. The things move. Anoraniyan mahato mahiyan, bigger than the biggest. When you are trying continuously to capture the bigger than the biggest, bliss, try to capture the idea of bliss, what it is, what it is, what it is. Try to grasp. Suddenly you will see you are centered to present without even your knowledge. If you have an idea you are in the present moment, you are not in the present moment, you are already lost. That is Ananda Sutra. Here, this is Nitya Sutra. Understand, this is a very simple technique. Every moment, remember, yes, this, I am this, I am this. Remember that you exist every moment, means bringing you back to present moment. Both same thing, entering through two doors. This exit or that exit, that's all. Entering through 2 different doors. But with the early techniques, it is lot more easy because the door was kept open. With this, you may have to open it little, nothing else. Coming back. I tell you one thing. With Ananda Sutra, one important thing is it has to click with you. You should really feel, yes, this is mine. I know this is happening in me. Even if you have a single doubt, that is not for you. Then come back to Nitya Sutra. Start the practice. Out of laziness, people who choose Ananda Sutras are only, I call, Zen junkies. The junkies who doesn't want to do anything in real sense, just read few Zen books here and there and use all drugs, and they call themselves seekers and they claim they are in ecstasy. That's the problem. And they don't know in which ecstasy they are. No, really, in the modern world, this has become a big spirituality called Zen junkies. In the name of Zen, hiding the junk which we are carrying. No, that will not work. That's a big mistake happened. That's the worst calamity happened to seekers. Thinking that they are already in the level of the Ananda Sutra when they have not even started the Nitya Sutra. Not traveling through the proper steps. See, if you are really in the higher level, you don't have to travel through the proper steps. If you can really do the high jump. If you neither you can do high jump nor you want to walk through the steps, then what to do? Then nothing else can be done. You can be there where you are sitting, but you can be shouting, oh, I am in the highest place, I am in the highest place. You can just hypnotize yourself. No, That will not work. Then they wanted to go to the high. Then they decide some other techniques to raise themselves to high. And it does not work out. That's the problem. I am existing. This is mine. This is this. Oh beloved, even in such no illimitability, come back and say, I am, I exist. Understand? Do not say your mind exists. When you exist, when you are clear, you know your mind is your property. If you are aware of the difference between you and your mind, which is your property, that distinction, if you can maintain every moment, again, if you are thinking, you will not be able to maintain the distinction. Because thinking is your mind. You cannot be thinking. You have to be clear. This is me and this is mine. This clarity also will liberate and make you illimitable, make you expanded superconsciousness. Understand? Very simple technique to come back to the center, to the present moment again and again. It's a Nitya Sutra. Try. The Ananda Sutra is not clicking, then click. Try this Nitya Sutra. This is the path. Surely, when you are centered on you, the world will disappear. It's like when you remember about you, your identity, you wake up from the dream. Same way, when you remember about your strong, true identity, who you are, you wake up from this dream. You wake up from this dream of the world, the Bhavaroga or the Samsara Sagara or Jagat Swapna, the world dream. So come back to the center and wake up. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. When you fall in love, even stone looks like God. When you don't feel connected, when you don't feel that click, I call that as a click, suddenly something happens to you, you feel connected. If that click does not happen, even if God comes in front of you, you will ask for ID card. If the click happens, even in front of a stone, you will feel the divine presence. Even a stone is enough to awaken the divinity, divine presence in your life, in your being. Let me tell you a story from Ramakrishna's life. There was a great enlightened being called Jatadhari, who used to have small statue of Rama in his, or as his worshipping murti. He used to carry that Rama always wherever he goes. He came to Dakshineshwar, where Ramakrishna was staying, the place where Ramakrishna was staying. And when Ramakrishna saw that sadhu, that Swami worshipping Rama's murti, he couldn't understand what that Jatadhari was doing, what that sadhu was doing. He will worship from morning till night. He will be doing a lot of things with that murti. One day the Ramakrishna asked that Swami, What is this with this small murti? What are you doing? From morning till night you are bathing, giving food and doing so many things. What are you doing? That sadhu says, unless you fall in love with this Rama, I will not be able to tell you. Just try to be around me and see. And Ramakrishna says, just I spent few days around him and saw how he lives with that murti. By and by, when I got that energy, when I got that feel, how he feels connected to that murti, suddenly I saw it is no more a statue, it's a living energy. It's a living energy. I could see a living being. I could feel that he responds to our thoughts. He responds to our prayers. He responds to our energy. Then he says, only then I understood how I can feel connected to Kali Murti which I am worshipping. He was a priest. He was a priest. He says, only then I understood how I can feel connected to the Murti which I was worshipping. When you fall in love, when you move towards love, when you feel connected, whether it is object, person or the whole universe, if you feel connected to a person, you will see anything associated with that person becomes auspicious to you. If you feel connected to an object, feel in love with an object, suddenly you will see that object looks like a god. If you feel connected to the whole existence, suddenly you see whole life is auspicious. Anybody who feels whole life is auspicious, Mangala, is enlightened, liberated. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't have difficulties. He doesn't have problems. He doesn't need anything else. That very understanding, whatever happens is auspicious, is enough. We have only two kinds of people on the planet Earth. One, spiritual people who feel whatever is happening is auspicious, nothing needs to be done. The other kind, materialistic, whatever is happening is something is less, we need to do something, some final touch. That's all. That's all. One small story. A preacher gave a big sermon about charity. Very strong sermon. After speaking so much about charity, he sent his hat for collection. The hat went round all over the group, came back as empty as it was sent. After 2 hours of sermon, the hat came back as empty as it was sent. That guy got his hat back and said, "Oh God, my hat came back." Understand? You can make anything as auspicious. He knows how to take things as auspicious. When you are really in tune, you will understand whatever is happening is auspicious. The best thing which can happen is happening. If you trust your logic, your intelligence, you will always be complaining. If you trust the cosmic intelligence, the cosmic logic, you will always be relaxing and appreciating. You can feel this cosmos as an order or as a chaos. It's your freedom. You can either feel as a beautiful order. Just see. No traffic signal. All the planets are moving without hitting each other. Even if they hit, not much danger. Things are happening. Or you can say, no, so much of chaos, so much of fighting in every home, so much of trouble in every house. You can look at this angle or from that angle. It's your freedom. You can think whole world, whole cosmos as order or chaos. You have full freedom. Mangala or inauspicious. You can think as most auspicious, Shiva, or the ultimate destruction, devil. It's up to you. It's up to you. The other day, I was using a spell check software. The spelling checking software. I typed the word Devi, and that spell check software says devil. I understood. You can look at the same concept from both angles. You can look at the life as a Devi, most auspicious, or as devil. When I ask for a spell check, that software says, gives the option of devil. You have an option of Devi or devil in your software also. In your mind also, you have an option to see whole life as Devi, auspicious, or as devil. If you observe your life deeply, if you worked on yourself deeply, you can see whenever you are overflowing, bubbling with energy, everything looks auspicious. Your mind will not have any difficulty to accept the whole life is Mangala, auspicious. If you are in low energy, you can't feel connected to the idea, everything is auspicious, everything is Mangala. I always tell people, 30% of planet Earth can become enlightened just by listening to the truth. People ask me, Swamiji, you go around all over the world, every day you are speaking. In last 4.5 years of my public life, I have spoken 4,700 hours. We have recorded DV tapes of 4,700 hours. They ask me, what do you expect? You think people will become enlightened just by listening to you? Understand, 30% of the population, the possibility to become enlightened just by listening exists. Because 30% of the population, any medicine you give, they come out of disease. It's called placebo effect. Any medicine you give, just give colored water, 30% they come out of disease. Drinking a colored water, thinking they have been given a medicine, they come out of disease. 30% of the population, any one technique will click. Any one teaching will click. I am traveling all over the world, talking continuously, just with the hope that I will collect that 30%. Maybe the moment these words are uttered, whatever is happening is auspicious. If you just feel, oh God, true, I could have looked at my life in this way also. Yes, whatever is happening is auspicious. Yes, this is also one more way to look at my life. I can support this idea. If some bell rings in your heart, you are in that 30%. Come. I have come to speak for you. Of course, after the words, I'll go to the next step, meditation. We will work for the other 60% also. But if the ring bell happens in your heart, you are in the 30%. You are ready for enlightenment. You are ready to see the truth. You are ready to experience. This is what I call Kundalini awakening just by listening to the truth. There are people, just listening to the truth, something awakens. God, yes, what he says is right. Yes, there is a possibility. There is a possibility. Whatever is happening is auspicious, because I have seen some part of my life, that feeling happening in me. In all our lives, at least once or twice, we have experienced that part. Just look back. The moments where you took major positive decisions, those moments you would have had that confidence, that courage. Whatever is happening is auspicious. At some point, you would have surrendered either out of joy or high energy, or the decision that nothing more good, nothing more great can happen to your life. When you experience that kind of moments in your life, you start thinking, whatever is happening is auspicious. Now, the teaching or the technique Shiva gives to us will lead you to the same space if you enter into this understanding and technique. This technique aims to reproduce the same space in which Shiva is staying, the same inner space in which Shiva is staying. These techniques aim to reproduce that same inner space in you. If you stay in the same inner space, you are Shiva. Understand? Shiva, Buddha, all these things are names of a state, not an individual. If you achieve that state, you also become that being, that kind of a being. So it is not just a name of an individual, it's a name of a space. Now, this sutra is delivered to us to give you the understanding or the consciousness of Shiva, to reproduce the inner space of a Shiva. Means, when you fall in love with the whole, when you go beyond the mind stuff as described in this sutra, suddenly you will realize whatever is happening is auspicious. Suddenly you will fall in love with the whole. I want to tell you, what is the reason that we are not able to fall in love with the whole? We are only falling in love with parts, not whole. Why we are not able to experience the samaschitta, which is described in the sutra? The samaschitta are feeling connected to whole, feeling everything is one and the same. Ramakrishna says, when I became enlightened, I saw everything, including my body, as divine. Everything is divine. Why we are not able to feel that? Why we are not able to feel connected to it? When you fall in love, when you fall in tune, even matter becomes life. Matter comes alive. In Ramakrishna's life, you see some stories, you will be surprised. Stone speaking to him and doing what he wants. You can't even call that as a stone. You can't call that as a stone. when it responds to you physically, how will you call that as a stone? We have thousands of stories, murtis directly relating with the devotees. There's a beautiful story. Of a devotee happened in South India, a place called Kanchipuram. That story happened in a Vishnu temple. That Vishnu's name is the Vishnu who obeyed the devotee's order. The story, let me narrate the story, then you will understand. There was a devotee. For some reason, king was disturbed by the devotee's activity. He told that devotee to leave the city. Just get out of my kingdom. The devotee said, all right. He went to the temple where he used to pray and he said, Lord, I am going because king has told me. Please bless me. I feel that you will be always with me. I am going. If you can, please come with me. And he started walking. The devotee started walking. Story says, very difficult to believe. Story says, the Vishnu also got up from his bed and started walking with him. Understand? For a logical person, very difficult. The Vishnu also starts walking with the devotee. The king heard that the Vishnu is leaving, is walking. He ran and came to the temple and fell at the feet of the devotee and said, no, please don't leave. I understood your greatness now. Then the devotee says, all right, I'll stay here. Please, you also rest. And the story says, Vishnu went back and again started resting. And the murti, still the murti is there, as if he is trying to get up. He is trying to get up. Very difficult to believe. But if it is one or two places you can avoid, this is like a story. I can say every village in India carries like this at least 10 stories. At least 10 stories. Every village of India will have at least 10 stories. If you are born and brought up in India, go to your village, you will have at least 10 stories like this. In every village. You can't brush all these things in the name of stories. No. You can't brush all of them. If it is one or two, you can say. You can't brush all of them. There is something more than story. There is something much more than to just a story, part of it. When you are in love, even murti, a statue, can respond to you, can connect with you, relate with you. When you are in love, you will feel whatever is happening is auspicious. Whatever is happening is Mangala. Power of opening up can transform your being. Nothing else can transform you. No learning, no teaching. Nahi nahi rakshadi tukrunj karane. Shankara says, the greatest intellectual in the spiritual field, understand, the whole world, there can be only two spiritual philosophies. One who accepts Shankara, one who rejects Shankara. But no, you can't deny Shankara. He is a milestone. is the greatest spiritual, intellectual guy. If you read his books, you will become tired. You will have shoulder pain, actually. No, really. His logic is so sharp. If you read his books, and actually I have even fallen sick by reading his book, because you will feel your whole energy is drained. Such a strong intellectual. If you hold his books and read, by the time you finish reading, you will have shoulder pain, not because of book weight. You will have shoulder pain and your logic will be tired. Such a great intellectual. He sings in a song, Bhajagovindam, Bhajagovindam, Govindam Bhajamodamate, Samprapte Sannihite Kale Nahinagi Rakshadi Tukrunj Karane. Let me translate. Open yourself and chant the name of divine. See, when he says Bhajagovindam, Bhaja means opening yourself, worshipping, offering. Open yourself to the Lord. No intellectual philosophy, no grammar. Tukrunj Karana means the grammar which you need to learn to study all these intellectual philosophies. No intellectual philosophy will protect you, save you when you are leaving the body. Nothing can help you when you are dying. Intellectual philosophy, if it is related to outer world, it can bring little money and house and comforts and a car. If it belongs to inner world, it may bring little name and fame and arrogance. That's all, nothing else. The philosophy related to outer world will bring little money, good car, big house and comfort. And the philosophical knowledge related to the inner world will bring little arrogance, name and fame and a good social identity. That's all, nothing more. He says beautifully, Nahi nahi rakshadi tukrunj karane, samprapte sannihite kale. When the last moments of life comes to you, your grammar, your knowledge, your intellect can't do anything. It won't help. Open yourself to the existence. First time I understood all my studies, because I had a big pride that just by studying, just by reading all and having this knowledge, you can achieve something. No. No. When I had my darshan through a old lady, her whole wealth is not more than $1,000. Her whole wealth, her house, cow, everything, clothes, everything if you put together and sell, it will not be more than $1,000. That's our whole worth. That is her property, life and everything. But the quality of life she is living, I can't explain. Living with God. Understand? She is living with God. I was shocked. Just I fell at her feet and did complete namaskar. She was frightened because a sadhu touching her feet, she never expected. I said, you are my guru, you are my master, because not only I have not achieved the spiritual truths which you achieved, the height, not only you achieved, you are able to transmit to somebody just by a touch, just by one touch, she is able to give that experience. She has become a big inspiration source for me. One more thing. Anyhow, after a few days I left and continued my wandering. After enlightenment, I tried my best to trace her and at least get her photograph. Not only she did not have any photograph till her death, she passed away, that small hut is there still. We tried to get that hut and make a temple in memory of her. Then we came to know she already wrote that small property also to a nearby temple and donated it. She did not even leave that for son or daughter or anybody. She died saying that let this be given to a nearby temple. There was a small temple, Krishna or some god's temple. She gave that also away to the temple before death. So nothing of her was left except that small Krishna deity which she was worshipping, which is there in the temple. See, I can't imagine human beings can be living on the planet Earth just like gods with gods. When I saw her, I understood the meaning of the word living with God. Living with God. Whole our property, our outer world wealth is just $1,000. Sometimes people spend in one day, which they spend in one day for one night dinner. Or if they throw a party for birthday party, over. I think if you throw birthday party for $1,000, I don't think people will come. You may do the last supper, not nothing more than that. Just a bread and wine, nothing can be done with $1,000. Anyhow, just with whole properties, that's all. But the quality of life she lived. The power of opening up. That's what when Shiva says, listen while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, I still, without blinking, at once become absolutely free. He says, some click will happen when you sit with an open being. Something will click. You will feel strongly connected that what this guy is talking is honest truth. I always tell people, people ask me, Swamiji, why should you insist on the presence of the Master? These words you can learn from an audio discourse or DVD. No. These words you can learn. But when you sit in front of the Master, the honesty which radiates in my eyes, the truth which expresses in my body language will catch you. You will catch it. You will feel that click, that connection. Yes, he is talking the truth. Even if you want to suspect, suddenly you will see your logic has no power anymore over you. Beyond your logic, simply these words are going inside you. Your logic is crying, oh, it's going, I'm losing ground. But just these words are going inside. They are just filling you. They are just overflowing in you. This will happen only when you sit in the presence of the Master. Upanishad. I always tell people, even if you die in the presence around the Master, the greatest thing can happen to you, can happen only in his presence. We call that as Upanishad. Just being around, sitting, opening to the Master. A lie told 100 times becomes truth. truth told first time is a lie. 100 times your logic cannot resist. Of course, what the Tibetan Lamas told, it was not even lie. What we think as a lie. You are free from hunger, you are free from thirst, you are free from disease, you are free from emotional imbalances. Ordinarily you think these are all lies. It's not lie, it is your true nature. It's your root, it's your very being, it's your core. Of course, because your logic thinks all these things are lies, it fights for first half an hour. That is why I had so much of pain in my body. I had so much of pain in my body, I really thought I should run away. Once these fellows lift the bell, I should run away. Because if they put that bell, they won't lift it for something like 2-3 hours. You are caught inside. And they will be rubbing it. And 7-8 guys sitting around, rubbing. And I thought, let them lift this bell, I will run away. So much of resistance. Because your logic does not believe these things are truth. That is why when Master works on you also, so much of resistance happens in you. I will be straight away attacking all the lies which you are telling to me. I won't keep quiet. Yesterday only I was telling you, see how many places you are telling the words knowingly you can't go end of that word. Even that you are very confident you are not telling any lie. Then I have to poke. Then I have to tell you no. Then I have to create a situation for you to understand you are telling some word, at least unconsciously, which you can't fulfill. Blessed are those for whom Master creates an opportunity to look into you, that you are uttering words which you can't fulfill till the end. Just like how the disciples resist, I also resisted. Then once they said, relax and do not resist, I could feel the beautiful programming happening inside me. The programming which liberates you is mantra. The programming which binds you is samskara. Still now I can say, I vow, so many of good qualities radiated by my body and mind is their blessing or their energy or their knowledge. Still now, I hardly sleep for few hours. It will not be even like a regular sleep, just resting the body. Hardly few hours. I vow the whole thing to them, Tibetan Lamas. Because all these things you can't do. If you do it with your own effort, I don't know how many years you will take it. They did it totally, the whole process in 12 days, finished it. It's literally you come out as a new person. Literally you come out as a new person. You can go through the same experience through this technique. You don't need now 10 people and 1 bell to rub you. Now you don't need 1 bell and 10 people to sit around you and rub the bell. This process can take you through the same experience. See, it's like they deprogram your whole body, your whole biomemory, and completely they deprogram. One more beautiful thing, of course, still I am not able to bring that science to mass. Any genetical disorders, means that disorders are the disease transmitted genetically by the family, these guys are able to cure by this process. Even genetical disorders. They melt your body completely. They reprogram you so thoroughly. Your whole bio-memory receives a new system of thinking or way of operating. It's such a powerful system. This technique is the root from which they developed that technique, that method of programming the people, because this technique is far more older than that process. They made it more sophisticated, strong process by adding bell and the proper mantra. But the basic philosophy of that technique which lamas practice is from this meditation technique. You can experience that truth, that silence, that powerful space through this method. All you need to do, just become empty space, just become empty space through which the sound flows without any resistance, without any resistance. If you are resisting, be very clear. If you are feeling disturbed or hurt, somewhere still your ego is there. Your ego is there. Just boil yourself with this sound, with this vibration. It can straight away purify you. Let me read the sutra once more. Bathe in the center of sound as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. I can give two forms of this technique, which the one you can practice sitting at particular time, the other one you can practice whole day and night while you are standing, sitting, walking, watching TV or driving, anytime. I'll give you the two versions of the same technique. One you can practice while you are sitting, means a particular time of your life, your routine, maybe some half an hour, 20 minutes, morning or evening you can pick up and practice. End of the discourse we will practice that technique. The other one, which you can do all the time, 24 hours. Always feel you are the center of all the sounds happening around you. All sounds are flowing towards you, into you. That is the truth. Am I right? Any sound which you are listening or hearing, how you are able to hear? Because that has flowed towards you. It has entered into yourself. Krishna says beautifully in the Gita, Abhuya manam achala pratishtam samudra bhava pravishanti yatvat. How all the rivers entering into the ocean does not disturb the ocean. It is just established. Let all the sounds and whether it is pleasure or pain, all the things through the senses, let them all enter and let you not be disturbed. Be established. It's a beautiful concept. Just visualize this one thing. Let all the sounds enter into yourself. Whether you visualize or not, the truth is you are center of all the sounds you are listening, you are hearing. Am I right? Any sound you are hearing means it has traveled towards you. That's why you are hearing. Just be the center of all sounds. Feel all the sounds are traveling towards you and entering into you. All the sounds are entering into you. Whenever a sound is created, Do not put your attention to the source from which it is coming. Put your attention to the source which it is reaching. Understand? If you put your attention to the person who is uttering the word, the fight will start. If you put your attention to the person who is listening, the silence will start. Violence or silence is your decision. If you are putting the attention on the person who is creating, you will create violence. If you are putting the attention on the person who is listening, you will create silence. Let all the sounds enter into you. Let you be just the center of the sound without processing, without making any decision, without judging, allowing the sounds to pass through you, allowing the sounds to move through you, allowing the sounds to flow through you. Just being. Just being. Be the center of the sound. One more thing. Many times, people whom you don't like, they don't even have to create some sound. Just their body movements is enough to create irritation. Because even body movements create subtle sounds. Very subtle sounds. Even those few movements creates subtle sounds which you may not hear with your ears, but which is reaching your inner space. It may not be in the audible span, frequency, but it is audible by your unconscious. For that frequency, for the frequency of our unconscious can hear those sounds. That is why you get agitated, irritated, even if it does not create any sound. By not processing, labeling, judging those sounds, just being the center of that sound, suddenly you will see such a deep soundlessness, the silence, the sound of sounds, anahata dvani happening in you. Understand? 24 hours, whether you are driving, even while you are driving, if you are driving for a long, if you are taking a long drive, 10 hours, 15 hours, just see, don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Just see, be the center of the sounds. Just see and feel all the sounds reaching you. You are center. All sounds are happening around you and entering into your inner space. Do not judge. If you are slightly getting irritated, disturbed, tired, you are judging. You are judging. The person who suffers most by sounds is a person who constantly thinks everything should be silent. Silence is not nature as you are taught. Understand that. Silence is not nature. See, if you are waiting or working for soundlessness, negative silence, till you reach the graveyard, you can't experience it. Even after that, I can't assure it. Because they may be digging 5 feet next to you for the next guy. And in this country, multi-story. Not even next to you, they will put just on you. And this fellow is so heavy, he's sitting on me. You don't know when that will give way. And You can't have graveyard silence even in graveyard. See, you can't have the silence of graveyard even in graveyard. So, waiting for negative silence, soundlessness will never happen. There is one more thing called intense silence, where sounds do not create any reaction in you. The intense silence can be achieved even now, this moment. The silence of Mahadeva. If you see Shiva, he is sitting and meditating, not in graveyard silence. Intense silence. Intense silence, because he is surrounded by ghosts, bhutas. How can he be in the negative silence? No. And he is such an intense personality. How can he be in negative silence? No. Mahadeva is in the silence of intense silence. It is not negative silence. It is not soundlessness. It is sound of sounds. When he is sitting, he is centered in the sound of sounds without judging any sound. He is empty. All sounds are just entering into him and disappearing without creating a single ripple or any wave. You can have only Mahadeva's silence, which he is describing here. Even in Himalayas, you cannot have the negative silence, because rivers are flowing, falls are falling. How will you have the negative silence? No. Here, that's why Mahadeva is saying, I think he is giving the technique exactly which he is practicing, or which he practiced. He says, bathe in the center of the sound as in the continuous sound of a waterfall. We believe that he lived in Kailash, where so many waterfalls are constantly flowing. That is why he is giving that example. Naturally, you will pick up the example only from the surroundings. As in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in ears. That's what he gives, the two version of the same method, two version, which you can practice sitting here and now, like half an hour, part of your life. The other one, sahaja, all the time, 24 hours you can practice. Let me now describe both the technique. One, sahaja, which you can always practice, which you can continuously practice. Wherever you go, there will be constant sounds. Always there will be some sound. Some sound will be going on. Even if there is no sound in the outer world, there will be sound in the inner world. You will be creating it. Visualize the sound created in the outer world or in the inner world by you. All of them are merging in your center. Do not give any meaning to any sound. Just visualize you are the center towards which all the sounds are flowing. You are like an ocean. All the rivers are entering into you. Every sound entering in your inner space is an ocean, is a river. Your inner space is an ocean. Every sound flowing into your inner space is a river. Just do not give meaning. Let that rivers flow into your ocean. Be that center of sounds. Suddenly you will see
You are listening to the sound of sounds, unbroken sound, very powerful sound. You will be in a totally different frequency. This is the method to be practiced 24 hours. Sometimes I feel a deep devotion, some other times not so deep. Maybe I have not experienced real true devotion. How can I create and develop devotion to the divine? This is a very nice question. Actually, the deep or not being so deep, all these things are just continuous mood swings which you are having. Understand, even if you feel once that you are not feeling connected as you felt yesterday, never ever give the name devotion for that emotion. It is just your mood swing. It is just your mood swing. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful solution. When you feel deep devotion or connection, and when you feel very dry, empty, surrender both moods at the feet of the divine. When you feel the deep devotion, say, I am feeling it, it's a gift from you, please have it. When you have doubt, say, I am feeling it, again, this is your game, please have it. Let the doubt and faith both be surrendered, then you will see something happening in you, which is trust. Something else happening in you, which is trust. That only can be used for spiritual experience. That only is the solid experience. Neither doubt nor faith, a deep trust. As long as you are depending on some mood swing which is happening in you to take you to the spiritual experience, it can never happen. I have seen many people, some mood which they get after listening to some song, or after listening to some music, or after attending a ritual, they think that is enough to take them to the spiritual life. No. Understand, depend on a right things. Do not depend on vague things. A small story, depending on right things. One guy invited his friend to play cards. Both of them are playing. It became very late night. This guy, the guy who came as a guest, he asked, please tell me what is time? I have to go back. This guy said, no, I don't have watch. The guest said, maybe the watch will be there in your bedroom. Can we see? He said, no, I don't have watch in the bedroom. He said, is there a watch in kitchen? He said, no, no watch in the kitchen. Guest asked, then how do you find time if you want to know about the time? This guy said, wait a moment, I'll show you how I find time. He took his drum and opened the window and started beating. All the neighbors' house windows opened and they started shouting, are you crazy? You are beating that drum at the time of 12 o'clock? Midnight, 12 o'clock, you are beating the drum, are you crazy? He said, now 12 o'clock, you can leave. Understand, but this is not the right method to find time. Do not depend on this kind of methods. It may tell you time sometime, but not all the time. Same way, sometime listening to some music, some same drum beating music, or some reading few stories, whatever emotion comes, do not think that is devotion. Whenever you have the devotion or doubt,
surrender both, you will start feeling connected. That feeling connected, that trust, that will never be shaken by any incident happens in your inner space or the outer space. You know for sure this is the life. You know for sure nothing can shake, nothing can move. Start growing that deep trust, that deep feeling connected. That is the truth. That is the devotion. That is the only way to move towards the spiritual experience. Welcome you all with my love and respects. It's always nice to be in Oklahoma. Really like a hometown. Even though now we have an ashram in Los Angeles, someday Oklahoma is like a hometown. And I have some soft corner for Oklahoma. Nice to be here again. Let's enter into the subject. Today's subject is love, the way to your being. I'm commenting, I can say I'm repeating the Shiva Sutras, expanding on Shiva Sutras. Every day we are working on one sutras, one sutra. There are 112 sutras. So each day we pick up one sutra and let's enter into today's sutra and we will enter into the subject. While being caressed, sweet princess enter the caress as everlasting life. Shiva says, while being caressed, sweet princess enter the caress as everlasting life. It's a beautiful sutra. He is giving you the technique to reach your being, to reach the Shiva consciousness. To explore the inner space, to achieve your original being. Every man has being, but we don't live in the being. We are little imbalanced, little eccentric. That is the reason for all the problems, tension, whatever you are carrying in your mind. The reason is you are not living in your center. You are not living in your being. You are not as you are supposed to be. You are not as you are. Constantly you are moving between the center and periphery. From the center you move towards the periphery. And some moment you come back, relax in the center. And you try to have a glimpse of you as you are supposed to be. or you as you are, your very being, your very core. But somehow you don't stay in that same space always. Again, you run away. You don't stay in that space eternally. You move away from that space. You are moving between your being and the periphery. You are not centered. You are not solid. By and by, slowly, you start staying in a space where you don't have to experience the periphery or the center. You try to avoid your boundary and the center, both. You create an image in which you neither experience your boundary completely nor experience the center. If I can make a small diagram, maybe I'll be able to explain how we are playing with our mind, how we are moving from our boundary to being. This is your center, your being. But you don't stay always in this being. You live a very eccentric life. Sometimes you are in this place, sometimes you are in this place. You move from your boundary. This is your being. And you don't stay in your being all day. Constantly you are moving. Morning you have some ideas, evening you have different ideas. With every person, every moment, you are behaving, expressing yourself in a different way. You don't have a solid being. You don't stay in your being in a solid way. You have your own ideas. So naturally when you are eccentric, moving between the boundary and the center, constant movement in your mind is happening. Again, after some time, you don't even want to do this. Slowly you create a space, you create a center where you don't have to go to the extreme boundary or to your being. Because your being is ecstasy, this is pain. The extreme madness and the extreme joy. When you are in your being, you are Shiva, you are Buddha, you are Krishna. When you are here, you are mad. You are in the ultimate madness. Please be very clear, when I say mad, I really mean it. You can see when you are filled with anger, when you are filled with lust, when you are filled with greed, you don't know what you are doing. You are in madness, the extreme. You are ready to do anything. I always tell people, anger is short-term madness. Part-time madness is anger. Full-time anger is madness. If you are mad part-time, you are in anger. Anyhow. Anger and madness are only two different phases. Only it's a quantitative difference, not qualitatively. It's only the quantity. In madness, you stay there permanently. In anger, you stay there for a few hours. Otherwise, In quality wise, both are one and the same. But by and by, you create a new center in you, what you call human. You neither experience the space of Shiva, nor experience the space of madness. You neither go to this extreme, nor go to this extreme. That is why, after growing, actually as long as you are a child, you try to play both the game. Sometimes you are in high ecstasy, just like Krishna, just like Shiva, just like Buddha. Sometimes you are filled with anger and greed. Slowly, when you grow, society trains you, society cultures you. When you grow, you create another center where you neither experience this madness nor experience this Shiva consciousness. This is what I call the human personality. This is the space where human beings are. You start staying in this space. In this space, you neither experience the extreme madness, you are balanced, nor experience the beautiful freedom, the ultimate freedom of Shiva consciousness. Even when you are free, when you have nothing to worry, you don't express yourself completely because you are afraid. When this madness comes, you have to control yourself. When you are having complete freedom, you are preparing and waiting for the madness to come. When you are filled with madness, anger, you are waiting for the Shiva consciousness to come. You are not full in madness or in Shiva consciousness. You are constantly moving between these two. Between these two. Even if you are moving between these two, you are alive. You are alive. There's another kind of human beings who don't even move. They are just dead. They are dead and they don't move. They are very clear because moving hurts. Whenever you are filled with anger, you get the memory of the Buddha consciousness. You remember at some time you are peaceful, blissful. So you think, no, there is something seriously wrong with me. You are not happy with your anger. You are not fulfilled with your anger. Same way, whenever you are in the Buddha consciousness, in the space of silence, you think, no, this won't stay, I know about me. This will stay only for a few minutes. Tomorrow I will not be the same person. Tomorrow morning, I know when I go back to the house and see my husband. You are clear. You are very clear about the whole thing. When you don't even want to move between these two spaces, you just try to compromise. You start staying in the middle place. You create your own center where you neither express the anger nor express the peace. You control yourself. You call that as a balanced life. You call that as a balanced life. Practically you are dead, just waiting for graveyard. Just waiting. You can't even believe you are alive. You can't even believe you are alive. A small story. Elderly couple woke up from the bed early morning after a good night's sleep. Man just tries to hold her. She suddenly says, "No, don't touch me." He's asking why. "I am dead." He says, "What are you talking? We are talking to each other. Don't you understand? Why do you say you are dead?" "No, I am sure I am dead." "What are you talking? You are talking to me. Don't you remember? Don't you understand? You are alive." "No, Morning he got up, nothing hurts me. That is enough proof I am dead. If nothing hurts in the body, it is enough proof that you are dead. There is no life when you don't move from your boundary to the center. When you don't understand, you have different space in yourself. As of now, human beings live either in the space of madness or in the space of human beings. They are not completely centered in Shiva consciousness, in the space of Shiva. Shiva gives this technique to enter into that space. It's a beautiful technique to enter into the space of Shiva. And he says, give me that card also. Just by entering into a relationship, you can fall or you can come back into the Shiva consciousness. You'll be surprised. Shiva is saying, just when you relax in the relationship, you can come back to the Shiva consciousness. You can straightaway fall into the Shiva consciousness. You can come back to your center. You can come back to your being. You can understand. You can experience the space in which Shiva is staying. Usually, always we understand anything related to the outer world will only give more and more problems, create more and more tension, more and more suffering in our being. But Shiva is saying, while being caressed, sweet princess, enter the caress as everlasting life. This is the sutra from Shiva. He says, enter into the everlasting life means your being. You can enter into your being. I tell you a small story how the relationship can lead to your being, to the enlightenment. You may be able to understand. There's a great poet saint called Meera. She was a great poet and an enlightened mystic. Lived in India. Whole day she will be singing and dancing. She was in deep love with Sri Krishna. And unfortunately she is married to a king. The king was not able to understand what is going on. And not only that, when she starts singing about the glory and beauty of Sri Krishna, he became jealous of Krishna. And he wanted to find out who he is and where he is. Maybe he wanted to kill him. But he left his body thousands of years ago. Meera and Krishna, they lived at least a gap of 2,000-3,000 years. And she is continuously singing, dancing, repeating the name of Krishna and enjoying in ecstasy. The big problem is, if you are joyful, ecstatic, independent of him or her, you are in trouble. Your joy should be dependent on him or her. As long as your joy is dependent on him, everything is okay. As long as your joy is dependent on her, everything is okay. If you started living happily on your own, something hurts. You start feeling you are not needed. Now you are not needed. This king also felt the same thing. Now he is not needed for Mira's joy. Unless you are needed, unless her joy is dependent on you, you cannot rule her. You cannot keep anybody as your slave if they are joyful independently, if they are ecstatic by themselves. You cannot keep them slave. This king is having the same problem. He is having the same trouble. He is not able to understand what is going on. He asks her, where is he? Technically, if you see, he is no more alive. He is dead thousands of years ago. He is not there. But for her, he is very much present. He is here. And she is singing, dancing, ecstatic. You can't even say she is just imagining, because her whole body language is different. Her whole body is expressing the love, radiating the energy. You can't say it is just imagination. This king tried his best to convince her that Krishna is not alive. First they try to convince, but these devotees can never be convinced, because they are not in the plane of logic. They are in a different plane. They are in a different plane. You can't convince them logically. So when he is not able to convince her logically, he started torturing her. He tried other possible methods. But till the end, he was not able to do anything. And he started arguing with her. He said, he is not alive, he is no more. Why are you constantly remembering him? She says, only for you he is not alive. And according to me, he is the only being who is alive. All of you are going to be only in time. Particular period you will be here, and after that you will not be here. Krishna is the only being who is going to be here forever. He is the only being who is going to be here forever. She says, according to me, he is the only being who is going to be here eternally. When you are completely in love with somebody, when you are completely in tune with somebody, you feel the other person is God. You feel the other person is a blessing happened in your life. You feel the other person is a fulfillment of your being. You feel a totally different energy, totally different connection, totally different space around that person. She says, according to me, he is alive. He is here. He is available to me. If you see from the point of logic, it's a complete madness. We can't understand how Meera can sing and dance, how Meera can play with somebody who is not physically alive and who is no more. But Shiva says, this kind of relationship which doesn't have any reason, the causeless relationship, that's the important thing. For the modern mind, civilized mind, it is very difficult to understand the word causeless relationship. Only causeless relationship can lead you to your being. Only that love can be the way to your being. We all know the relationships which is created just for some reason, maybe money, or name and fame, or social influence, or physical relationship, sex, maybe something else. We all know the relationships created for some purpose. But here Shiva says, the causeless relationship. It is very difficult to understand for modern mind. It is practically impossible. How can some relationship exist without any cause, without any reason? It's very difficult. But Shiva says it is possible, and that can directly lead you to the center of your being. Just by the very relationship, you can reach your center, you can reach your being. Actually, I also find very difficult to describe the causeless relationship. A relationship which has no reason, which has no cause, just purely overflowing, purely for the sake of other being. Because all of us know the relationships based on lust, based on money, based on name and fame, based on some gains. It's very difficult to understand the relationship which is causeless, overflowing. Yesterday is the day of Shiva's marriage anniversary. And the story says, before the marriage, Manmada, according to Shiva Purana, the Manmada is almost like a Cupid in what you call here Cupid. Manmada is the lord of lust, god of lust. The story says before the marriage, Shiva burnt the Manmada. He was killed. Then he entered into the marriage. You may ask, after killing the Manmada, then why marriage? We'll always ask, after killing Manmada, then why marriage? There's no need. But Shiva's things are strange. You can't understand. He marries Devi after conquering Manmada. Means there is no reason for the relationship. The one and only reason is Devi, that's all. Nothing else to be achieved, nothing else to be gained. Just a pure love, pure relationship for no other reason. Just yesterday, I was talking to a group of our devotees. It's very difficult for civilized man, at least modern man, to understand the causeless relationship is possible. You are not bothered at all. Just you are flowing, just because you are. Just because the being is there. There is nothing, no calculation. You are not constantly calculating who is going to gain, who is going to lose. The steps are not calculated. Beautiful example. After conquering Manmada, entering into the marriage. In the same way, Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. Even after Ramakrishna's passing away, Sharada Devi lived throughout her life taking care of his photograph. He will carry that picture wherever she goes. Early morning she will give food, and then evening she will give the hookah. Hookah means the chilam. And the night she will put the carpet for him. She will take care. She just lived with him. And she did not remove her bangles according to custom. According to Indian tradition, when your husband dies, you can't wear jewelry. And in those days, in the very orthodox society. But not only she did not remove the bangles, she lived with Ramakrishna. For a normal man it is very difficult, you can't understand. But she says, according to me, he is here. I don't feel he is no more. He is here. He is available. She is able to feel the deep connection, the causeless relationship. It is just overflowing for no reason. It is very difficult to explain for the civilized mind, because all our relationships, including going to a master, is only for some benefit. It's for some reason. You go there just for some reason, not for anything else. I have always seen people just want to hang around me. They just want me, but they never feel the responsibility of the movement. I have seen many people, constantly they want to hang around me. It is very easy because my space is so sweet, so beautiful, and that space is so nice. It's very easy to hang around. Constantly they want that space, but never feel the responsibility of that being. Just some use, some utility. Buddha says beautifully, I live in my Sangha and in my Dhamma. Sangha means the movement, the responsibility which he took, and the Dhamma, the truth which he is expressing. He always says, when you are with Dhamma and Sangha, be very clear, Buddha is around you. I always tell people, when you are trying to be around me, you are around me. When you are trying to be with my Sangha, I will be around you. The love, when you really feel overflowing, if it is causeless, if it is based on the truth, if it is based on the being, it will be purely towards the responsibility of that being. You will accept and understand that being as it is. As on now, it is only utility, just a good entertainment, nothing else. Maybe a spiritual entertainment where you don't have to feel guilty, that's all. With ordinary entertainment, you feel a little guilty. Even when you entertain, when you are enjoying. I always tell people, when you don't feel responsible for this truth, when you don't feel responsible for this message, means the knowledge or the truth, to express this truth in your life, if you don't feel responsible for the responsibility which I have taken, this Sangha, the transformation of the humanity, be very clear, all your love is pseudo, hypocrisy. Just trying to play with words, nothing more. It's purely playing with words, and it's pure sentiments. If you dig deep, somewhere you will see some other strings attached to it. Either you don't show that string to others, or you yourself are not courageous enough to dig down and see that strings. But it is not love. The very word Shiva means causeless auspiciousness. Overflowing auspiciousness causelessly. When you overflow causelessly, you suddenly relax into your being. You are centered on your being. You are suddenly, you will feel a different space. He says, while being caressed, sweet princess, enter the caress as everlasting life. One more thing. For the causeless relationship, you don't even need the other person. God appears in front of the Adam and says, I have a good news and bad news for you. Adam says, no, first tell me the good news. He says, I have a beautiful gift of 2 organs. One is brain, through which you can become more intelligent, energetic, loving, and happy being. Another one is organ for reproduction, through which you can reproduce more and more human beings and populate the planet Earth. This Adam says, oh God, thank you. After such a good news, what else you can tell me? He says, God says, no, I have a bad news for you. Because when I created you, I gave you enough energy only to operate any one of these. When you are caught with your reasons, you can't be intelligent. When you are caught with your lust, you can't be loving. When you are caught with the form, you can't be spiritual. Be very clear. The relationship to some form should be used as a key to take the quantum jump into the ultimate enlightenment. I always tell people, when you are connected to the movement, the Sangha, you are entering into the formless energy. You are transforming your very being. When you are connected just to this form, be very clear, you are entering into a trap where you will create suffering for yourself and for others. Of course, you can't create for me. Even though you try your best, you can't create for me. But you will try to create for others. Whenever somebody enters into the space of the pure love, they feel all others are complementing us. You will not feel others are competing with us. If you have the feeling that somebody is competing with you, be very clear, you are stuck somewhere seriously. You are standing somewhere seriously. You will feel suddenly the whole world is complimenting you. When you disappear into the formless energy, into the formless being, as long as you have some form, you can never enter into the chaos. Shiva says, when you are in some relationship with God, relationship with Guru, relationship with your son, relationship with your wife, a relationship with your beloved, with whomever it may be, the other person, whether he is there or not, we don't have to care. Here the importance is not towards the other person. Here the importance is towards the experience or the feeling which you are having when you are in that relationship. Shiva says, just be with that feeling. Actually, when you start staying with that feeling constantly, even if the other person is not there, whoever comes near you, you will start showering that same feeling on them. You will start radiating the same feeling on them. As on now, your feeling is directed only towards that one person. And the importance is given to that person, to that other person. Whether he is God, or Guru, or your husband, or your wife, or son, or daughter, or brother. The importance is given to the other person. The only one thing Shiva says, just change the importance, move it. Just have a small cognitive shift. Let the importance be given to the feeling. Actually, you feel so good when you are in deep love, when you are completely connected to somebody, not even to the God or Guru, even if you feel connected to some friend very deeply, you will feel that same love. Same love. The reason is, when you are in love, you come to the present moment. Your mind doesn't think anything more. If you are constantly thinking, be very clear, you are not in love. You are not in love. Suddenly, your mind doesn't move. You are relaxed. Completely feeling relaxed. You have nothing to do. You have nothing to achieve. And you just feel you are centered on yourself. When you are completely centered on yourself, when you are completely relaxed within yourself, you will start radiating the same love with every being. You will not give importance to the form which comes in front of you. You will become like a mirror. Whoever comes in front of you, you will start mirroring. As long as you choose some form, you will always be excluding all other forms. Constant excluding will be happening. That's why I tell people, when you choose to get attached to this form, you will exclude the whole world. If you choose to get attached to the whole world, you will include me also. It's not that I will not be there. You will include me also. That is why it is very easy to connect with me, very difficult to connect with Sangha. Because when you connect with Sangha, you have to expand. You have to go beyond your frame. You have to go beyond the identity which you are trying to project towards the outer world and the identity which you are carrying with yourself. You have to go beyond these two, and that hurts. With me, nothing hurts. Because I have so much of space, attaching to one form doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. There is nothing much to be done. But when you go beyond, it hurts. Here Shiva is giving you a beautiful technique to go beyond without hurting yourself and without hurting others. Whenever you start excluding, you become violent. All violence starts happening when you start excluding. All excluding. Excluding means you are in trouble. Here Shiva says, just enter into the very love which you feel when you relate with somebody. Not only the relationship of husband or wife or a child, even when you sit with the flower, sometimes you sit with the moon. Of course, you sit only with the TV. In the modern civilization, we sit only with the TV. When you sit with the moon, when you sit with the tree, when you sit in your garden, whenever you are feeling relaxed, just be with that feeling. Just be with that feeling. Suddenly you will see you are entering into a different space. You are entering into a different space. If you see, the Shiva Sutras, and if you see the way in which the Shiva Sutras is given, the Sutra says, Shiva was sitting and the Devi was there near him, but there was no two people. As long as there were two people, Shiva did not open the mouth. Only when he saw there was only one person, he started speaking. She is no more. She is relaxed into the Shiva space. Only then Shiva starts the Shiva Sutras. He says, now you are ready to listen the truth. And he gives you the same beautiful technique. While being caressed, sweet princess enter the caress as everlasting life. For this sutra, first thing you need to do is to create at least one honest relationship in your life. Somebody goes to a great saint, Ramanuja. Ramanuja is a great saint. According to me, the depth of Ramanuja, nobody has reached, including Shankara. The depth expressed by Ramanuja is something amazing, deeper than Shankara. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, I want to achieve God. I want to have enlightenment. Can you teach me something? Ramanuja says, have you experienced love? Have you experienced a real love? Have you really lost yourself in love? The guy who came, the disciple, was shocked. He says, what are you talking? I am a celibate. I lived a pure life. I controlled myself. I am doing all spiritual practices. I came to you to realize God. But you are talking something else. I don't know what you are teaching me. Ramanuja says, if you have not even experienced ordinary love, forget about God, you can't experience. You can't experience God unless you experience the ordinary love, what you call as so-called ordinary love. You will not understand what happens when you are in love. Only when you understand what happens when you are in love with object, you will be able to turn your attention towards that experience. Instead of turning your energy towards the object, turn it towards the experience. Unless you experience that space, it is impossible to experience God. There will be nothing. You can't do anything. You can't even recollect. You can't even have a glimpse of divine experience unless you had some experience which is beyond your logical relationships, beyond your logical calculation. If you are calculating and smiling towards somebody, it is not relationship. Let it be clear. It is not relationship. You will be a pure beggar. If you are calculating and smiling, if you are there for some reason, you can't be in tune. You can't be in love. Beautifully, Ramanuja says, only a person who has experienced that can turn the attention towards the experience itself. Turning your awareness to the experience itself will naturally turn you towards you. That love will lead you towards your being. Love can lead you to object or to the subject. It's a bridge. It can take you towards the object or towards the subject. Whoever used that gate to enter into the subject became enlightened. They liberated themselves and liberated other person. Whoever has used that gate to enter into the object, they have bound themselves and bound the object also. You start possessing and being possessed. And one more thing, whenever you possess, you bind yourself also. Whenever you are walking, holding your dog's rope, be very clear, you are also bound. Don't think only dog is bound. You are also bound. Don't think only dog cannot run away. You also can't run away. You are bound by the dog. You may be thinking you are holding the rope and walking. Dog may be thinking he is holding the rope and walking. And really we don't know who is holding who. How do you know? You don't know. With possessiveness, you are also caught. Not only the other person, you are also caught. And now, Shiva is saying, give importance to the experience, not to the object. And I tell you, when you never given importance to experience, constantly you will create suffering for subject and the object. Constantly you will torture the object. And you think the object is not right and you will try to change the object. The more you try to work on the object or the more you try to change the object, the more suffering and the suffocation for subject. Instead, if you can use that beautiful space to turn yourself towards the subject, you will be liberated from the object. After that, even when you are with the object, you will not be bound by it. You will be just overflowing. And there is a beautiful commentary by a great master, Abhinavatirtha, for the Shiva Sutras. In his commentary he says, he calls that as Atmananda Deepika. Beautiful commentary, he says, just by this single technique, you can be in that same love 24 hours, because once you know how to turn the attention towards the experience instead of object, you can be in love 24 hours, because there is no need for object. You are liberated from object. You are liberated from the object. I tell you, that is the ultimate liberation. Liberation from the object is the ultimate liberation. That is the ultimate relationship. You will be radiating causelessly. You will be radiating the love which is causeless, which has no reason, which is just because you are here, you will be radiating. Just because you are, you radiate. There is no strings, there is no reason, there is nothing else. Just you are. I always tell people, unless you use the love towards me as a gate to enter into your subject, as a gate to take the jump towards the whole humanity, it is not going to help. The love towards the master is like a food. If you digest and become energetic, you will radiate that same energy in your life. And if you don't eat, naturally, you will not be helped by the food, and the food will start stinking. I am afraid of people who doesn't take the responsibility, just wanted me, means today or tomorrow they will be tired of me. You will be bored. Be very clear. If you are attached only to the object, without turning yourself towards the subject, let you be very clear. You will feel bored even from the object. You will have boredom. How long you will be entertained? How long you can feel entertained? As long as things are brand new, you will have you are entertained. But by and by, you will start feeling bored. By and by, you will start feeling tired. That's not going to help. I always tell people, whenever you start expressing this truth in your life, I'll be behind you, because I know your love is eternal, which can never be touched. It has become part of your being. You have become love. Love for Krishna should do something in you through which you will just become love. Love for Shiva should do something in you so that you will just become love. It is not just love directed towards one person, to the whole humanity. Buddha says, I live in Sangha. Means, do not direct your attention to me. Direct it towards the subject so that it can spread on the whole world. If the object is removed, the whole world becomes object. You will never enter into suffering. You will never enter into suffering. Yesterday is the day of Radha's enlightenment. Radha became enlightened. Shiva's marriage anniversary, so many celebrations. Even in the Radha's enlightenment, there is a beautiful description of Rasa Leela. Rasa Leela means causeless relationship. Let you understand, now Shiva is describing the same thing which Krishna is expressing through Rasa Leela. Rasa Leela is not for the sake of money. Radha never brings money to Krishna, or Krishna never brings money to Radha, not even present or anything. I don't think the gift shop were available in those days. Let you all understand, you give presents and gifts because you can't give love. If you are really in love, your very body language will convince the other person you are in love. Because you can't do that. You bring something so that he will believe that you are loving him. You are in love. All gifts and presents are nothing but poor substitute for your love. It's a pure hypocrisy. Pure hypocrisy. All gifts, all presents, when I say all, I mean capital letter A-L-L. If you are wounded, if your ego is hurt, I apologize, but whatever I said is true. Let me be very clear. When you are really in love, something will be happening in you. You don't even have to tell the other person. The other person will feel in your body language. The other person will feel in your, just by your presence. There is no need to tell. When you are trying to tell, be very clear, there is something seriously wrong. There is something seriously wrong. And the whole Rasa Leela is the scene of causeless love, radiating for no reason. There is no reason. The Rasa Leela was misinterpreted by many people. And they were thinking that Krishna was having a relationship with so many people. Let me be very clear. Rasa Leela happened when Krishna was 8-year-old. He was just 8. It is nowhere related to physical relationship. It was a pure spiritual relationship, causeless. When he was 10, he left Vrindavan. He left Vrindavan. So at least 1 or 2 years earlier only Rasa Leela happened. He was hardly 8-year-old boy. Understand? It was just causeless overflowing. And Rasa Leela says, as long as Radha was attached to Krishna, she never experienced joy. Constantly she will swing, or she will have mood swings. She will have the possessiveness, all problems. The moment she started experiencing Krishna in all the gopis, that moment simply she became enlightened. So Raslila says, each gopi had one Krishna. How is it possible? Surely not through cloning. Surely not through cloning. The story says each gopika had one Krishna. How can it be? It means every gopi started seeing the other person as Krishna. Every gopi has started seeing the other person as Krishna. The love is mature. As Shiva says, the whole attention was turned towards the experience itself, not towards the object. Not to the object. It was to the subject. When the whole attention is turned towards the subject, use love as the gate, as the door to the divine. Love becomes the way to your being. He describes as a beautiful technique. Shiva describes this as a beautiful technique. In this book, Shiva is trying to use every situation, everything which happens in your life. He is trying to help you to every situation to use as a door to the divine. When you are in love with some person or in God or with some art or painting, if you are a painter, be very clear, you are in love with the painting. If you are a dancer, be very clear, you are in love with the dancing. If you are doing something sincerely, for no reason, if you are painting and thinking about how to do a gallery or where to display your paintings, be very clear, you are not in love with painting. You are in love with money. If you are dancing and calculating what I will get after I finish this dance, or how can I do something else, be very clear, you are not in love with the dancing. You are in love with money. If you are completely in love with dancing, in love with painting, in love with life, try to use that opportunity to enter into the subject. Next time, when you are really in love with somebody, maybe your father, maybe your mother, maybe your husband, may not be. Very difficult. Maybe some God, maybe some guru. When you are open, when you don't have the calculation, when you don't have the insecure feeling, relax and be yourself. Turn your whole attention to the experience which you are experiencing. Just sit with yourself. Shiva is giving you different techniques to enter into the divine. He is using your whole life, every single situation he is using as the door to jump into the divine. As the door to jump into the subject. As the door to jump into yourself. Constantly you are trying to create more and more and more bondage, more and more difficulty for yourself. That is why even when master happens in your life, somehow you are so professional in creating problems, you create a problem out of him also. I tell people, I am showing the moon. I am a finger pointing to the moon. If you look at the moon, you will experience what I am experiencing. Instead, if you catch my hand and start biting, you will neither see the moon nor relaxed. Not only that, you will create one more trouble out of me in your life. And the next thing, when you hold and hang on to the finger, you will turn the finger and misdirect the next generation. Misguide the next generation. Ramanuja's life, a beautiful incident. According to me, Ramanuja is highest expression of practical spirituality. Ramanuja is the expression of spirituality. He uses every step towards the enlightenment. When he was initiated, he was given a technique, a mantra by the master, and master says, do not give this to anybody. If you give, you will die. Immediately your head will burst and you will die. And he asks, if people receive, what will happen to them? Master says, if somebody receives, nothing will happen to them. They will go to heaven. Only your head will burst. You will die. You will go to hell. What you would have done? Naturally you would have said, let's keep quiet. Why unnecessarily go for hell? Why unnecessarily go for hell? But Ramanuja straight away goes and stands in front of the temple. He claims the tower and he calls the whole village and shouts, he declares, he openly pronounces that mantra and says, let you all go to heaven. I don't bother about me going to hell. I don't bother. Let you all reach the heaven. See, when you are deeply in love, you feel so responsible for every being. You feel so responsible. You just feel your whole being is open. You are ready to go to any extreme. You are ready to go to any boundary, or there is nothing to protect in your being. There is nothing to be protected. You don't feel insecure. When you are deeply in love, you won't feel the insecurity. That is why always the people who are in love, they do all risky things. You can see, when they are in love, they take any risk because they don't feel insecure. Love gives you tremendous courage and energy. It opens up. It makes you available to yourself. As of now, you are not available to you. Love can make you available to yourself, or yourself will be made available to you. And he openly declares, when the Guru heard this incident, he says, now I learned a real lesson from my disciple. Guru says, I learned a lesson from disciple. Ramanuja, you have reached much more heights than me. I can't tell you, I can't call you anymore as my disciple. I can't dictate you. You are in totally different space. It is very difficult to understand what I am speaking because I am not speaking something which is logical. I am not speaking the language with which we are brought up. Let me be clear. Just because I speak English, do not think you can understand. We all think all of us are capable of loving. That is the first myth. All of us are not capable of love. To be in love, you need to turn yourself towards the experience of love. not towards the object of love. As long as your attention is towards the object, you will be materialistic. You will be materialistic because your attention is towards the object. Even if the object is a being, a person, you will try to reduce that person into a matter. That's what we are doing when we possess the other person. See, we possess a furniture, we possess a statue, we possess a house. Same way you try to possess somebody. You want that person as you want him to be. It means what? You are reducing the spirit into matter. So whenever you turn your attention towards the object, even if the person is a living being, you will reduce him to a matter. You will be materialistic, creating suffering for you and for others. When you turn your attention towards the experience itself, you will be liberating the object and you will be liberated from the object. You will be liberated from the object and you will be liberating the object. You always catch, you always touch, you always put your attention towards the wrong space. You miss the truth, you miss the right thing. When you put your attention towards the object, you miss the experience itself and you misunderstand. The excitement or the joy happens because of the object. You don't understand the excitement or the joy happens because of the subject, not because of the object. If it is because of the object, whenever the object comes in contact with you, you should have the same excitement. Do you have the same excitement? No. Temperature comes down. The temperature comes down. Why? It means the excitement or the energy is not related to the object. It is related to the subject. It's related to experience. A small story. Art collector travels in a village. He saw an old saucer, antique piece. A cat was drinking milk from that saucer outside a small tea shop. He realized the value of that saucer. Someone wants to buy it. He goes to the shop owner and asks, "Sir, can I buy this cat for $2? The guy says, no, I don't want to sell. This guy says, no, I want a hungry tomcat because my house is haunted by mice. Please sell the cat for me, I'll give you $10. The shop owner says, $10. All right, sold, have it. Now this guy says, all right, I'll take the cat. Can you give me the saucer also, so that I don't have to buy one more dish and this cat is habituated with the saucer. He will be happy. He's already trained for that saucer. Why don't you give me that? Shop owner says, oh, saucer? No. That's my lucky one. Just because of that, I sold 68 cats in last week. Be very clear. You go to get the saucer, but you get only cat. Always you miss what has to be achieved. Next time, when you are with somebody, when you are with your friend, when you are completely open, remember this. Or if you have some friend with whom you can completely open yourself, your beloved or your friend or with whoever. You can practice this as a technique. Just sit next to each other. Do not bother about what you are going to do or what you are going to speak. Speaking is nothing but avoiding the other person. Be very clear. Speaking is nothing but avoiding the other person. Because you can't look into the other person's eyes, you go on speaking. The other person listens so that he can start speaking after 5 minutes. Good listener is a person who is thinking of something else. Or who prepares for his shot. He is just sitting there so that he can start. Now try this technique. It can take you to a different space. When you are with your master, or when you are with your friend or beloved, if you feel deeply connected to some God's photograph or some God's statue, even in front of that you can try. If you are feeling connected to something, if you are feeling secure and completely open in front of something, with somebody, you can try this technique. It will straight away lead you to enlightenment. Be very clear. I am not teaching this technique so that you will have a better relationship. No. I am not teaching this so that you will have self-development. No. All self-development is nothing but BULLSHIT. All self-development. Be very clear. Either you become enlightened or you live in madness. That's all. All this self-development is nothing but selling the feel-good feeling. That is not going to work. That is not going to help. Maybe all the self-development is just for a few days, not more than that. I am not giving you this technique so that you will develop yourself. No. So that you will reach yourself, not develop yourself. With whoever you feel comfortable, just sit. Do not plan what you are going to do next. Do not bother where it is going to lead. But the big problem is, you never sit in a relaxed way. Either you are caught in greed, means lust. So you are in a hurry, you just rush, run. You don't know what you are doing. Or you are caught with fear. You just try to escape. And you finish your job and try to escape. Either you are in greed or you are in fear. Now, try. Do not plan. Do not be in greed or do not be in fear. Just sit in the presence. Just feel the other person's presence. Accept the other person as he is or as she is, as the being is. And feel what is happening inside you. Try just for few days. Suddenly you will see you are experiencing a different space which you never experienced in your life. Which you would have never experienced. Shiva is giving you the technique. He is giving you the technique to take a quantum jump from form to formlessness. Whatever form you may be attached to your beloved or to your God, to your Guru or to your friend, to whatever form you may be attached, you can take a quantum jump from the form to formlessness. You can take a quantum jump in love. He says, just sit with that feeling which you are having. Just let that feeling overflow. Let that feeling fill you. and he takes you to a different level, to the next level technique. Tomorrow we will work on the technique. He is taking you to a different level technique. Tomorrow, anyhow, this itself is a wonderful technique. Let's see the technique about which he is speaking today. Just let that feeling overflow in you. Let that feeling of love fill you. Let you be filled with that experience. Let you not plan to do something. Let you not be restless. Actually, if you are not gaining something every moment, you start feeling uncomfortable. Many times, I feel like just sitting with people, but I see that they feel uncomfortable. Unless they constantly receive some words from me, they add some more to their vocabulary, they don't feel comfortable. They want something to be added. When something is added to them, they feel very comfortable. They feel, yes, now I am getting something. I can sit here. Actually, I can teach or share lot more just by being than by speaking. We had a 19 days program called Nithyanandam in India. 19 days, usually in the 2 days workshop. In America we do 2 days workshop. In the 2 days workshop, at least around 20 to 25 hours I speak in the 2 days. At least. Throughout the whole Nithyanandam, I would have spoken maybe maximum 3 hours. Throughout 19 days, I spoke only 3 hours, maximum. They were sitting with me, I was sitting with them, that's all. But people can never understand it can happen. And I've given them complete freedom. If you feel bored, you can get up and go out. Not only, they have not left the hall. Even after I leave the hall, they were sitting. Even after I left the hall, they were sitting. They were just sitting in ecstasy. It is very difficult to explain this to a civilized person, to a person who is in the modern society. I always feel that difficulty. First thing you need to understand, relationships can happen causelessly, without any reason. Only then you will understand the experience of love is much more important than the object itself. The first understanding which needs to come to us is relationships can happen causelessly for no reason. And you must have at least one relationship in your life for no reason. If you don't have, be very clear, you are a poor guy. You may have millions. You may have millions, but you are just poor guy. You are in utter poverty. Just look back. If you don't have even a single relationship, where you don't have a reason for that relationship, be very clear, you are a pure politician. You are not qualified to enter into the spiritual journey. Your life is lacking something seriously. Just today, start the work of relating with somebody for no reason. For no reason. There should not be monetary benefit. There should not be physical benefit. See, once you experience the love. After that, if the money is shared or the body is shared, the quality is totally different. I am not against money, or I am not against marriage, I am not against physical relationship. But if that becomes center of your life, you are missing something seriously. You are missing major dimension of your being. You are missing one of your important center. Be very clear, just because you have a human body, do not ever think you are human being. Unless, that's why George Gurdjieff says, you have to create your being. When he says this word, he means you have to awaken the center of love. At least one relationship you should have in your life in which you do not expect something beyond that relationship. You do not have any utility through that relationship. Monetary or physical comfort or some other pleasure or name and fame. At least one relationship. Maybe some friend or with master or God. Something with somebody. Maybe with your tree. Maybe with the moon. Maybe with the sun. Maybe with the nature. With something. You should have a relationship which does not have any other benefit. Only then you will understand the word love. Only then the love center in you will be awakened. I always tell people, do some work every day, at least for half an hour, which does not bring you money or name and fame. Just half an hour, go to some temple like this and clean that floor. Or just sweep the floor. Just do some little service. Do not plan to become a committee member. Do not plan, if I do this every day, I'll become this person, I'll become that person. I'll have a big batch of volunteers and I'll be the leader. Then finished. Gone. Except God, everything will be there in that kind of temples. Do not plan for that. Just half an hour. Don't look further. Don't plan after that half an hour. Just that half an hour. Wipe something. Clean something. Do some seva. Little bit. This half an hour, in the initial level you may think this half an hour is waste of time. And after a few days, suddenly you will realize, only in that half an hour you are alive. You are not driven by fear or greed. You will learn the knack of how to love, how to be alive without fear or greed driving you. As on now, every moment, even your smile is driven by fear or greed. Be very clear, you forgot how to laugh. You can't smile without calculating. Watch your mind. You can see. Before laughing, you will see the next person. You will judge, you will decide how many inches you can open, how polite you should be, or how you should project yourself. Just for half an hour, try. It's one of the beautiful technique. If you can't meditate, don't bother. Just half an hour. Do something which does not bring you money, which does not bring you name and fame, which does not give you any social position, which does not give you anything in return. Then you will understand what I mean by the word causeless relationship. Only that half an hour will become life for you. In the beginning you will think that half an hour is waste. I tell you, I promise you, within a month you will feel that half an hour is the only time in which you are alive. As on now, every action is driven by fear and greed. You are fueled by fear and greed. That is why when you don't have that, you feel you are lonely. You don't have fuel. You are tired when there is no fear or greed. Actually, I always have a problem with this so-called cultured beings. When I open myself, when I am available to them, they start questioning, doubting. What for he is so much available? He is so open. Earlier, I used to make myself available to too much. I will be so open to anybody and everybody. I used to be available too much. Maybe I have not learned the lesson. I used to be available too much. By and by I saw, because these fellows have never done anything without fear or greed, they project the same thing on me and try to come out with their own calculation. I may also have that same calculation of fear and greed. Then now I started speaking in their same language. I keep myself completely aloof. And I keep myself very clear. Only who feels responsible, only who is in tune, I let them around me. Because as long as you do not understand, without fear or greed, causelessly something can happen, you will not be able to realize the space in which Master is available, Master is living. Only when you have done something causelessly and had the taste of that, that's why I tell, flirting without any other goal is what is called Rasa Leela. Be very clear, Krishna doesn't have any ulterior physical relationship motive. There is no ulterior motive. Krishna doesn't have any ulterior motive. And these poor gopis, what they can give for him? And moreover, he is the son of king. He is son of Vasudeva. Only he will be giving to them. He has nothing to gain. He is king by himself. And these guys have nothing to give. And he doesn't have the ulterior motive of physical relationship also. That is why I say it is Rasa Leela, the ultimate play, for no reason. For no reason. If you can just try a simple technique, only half an hour, not more than that, half an hour, go to some place where you don't get monetary benefit and name and fame, where you don't have to show your arrogance and ego, where you don't have to establish yourself as a great person. Do something small, sweep that place, wipe that place, and help something with a few flowers, where you do not have any other benefit, no other ulterior motive. You will see, suddenly, your body is running, your mind is running without the fuel of fear and greed. Once you learn that simple knack, how to move your body without fear and greed, be very clear, you can enter into love now. Only then you will know what is meant by the word love. A new center will be awakened in you. A new energy will start radiating in you. Just try for 10 days, I tell you. 10 days, go to some place where you don't get any benefit. Try to do something half an hour. You will see a different energy in you. Then you will understand how the causeless relationship is possible. How the causeless relationship is possible. only then you will be able to enter into this technique. What Shiva says, turn your attention towards the experience itself, not towards the object. Till then, you can't understand what I am speaking. Maybe it will be a good lecture for you, it will be a good theory for you, but not practical. Before entering into this meditation, do these two things. One, sit with somebody with whom you do not have fear or greed and feel that experience. With some friend, with somebody, feel how you feel in you and just disappear into that feeling. Second, do something for half an hour, at least for next 10 days, which doesn't bring money or name and fame to you. Do not try to create an organization. Do not try to create a volunteer batch. Do not try to become a committee member. Then you are in a different trip. Then God is also one more utility for you. He is also one more utility for you. Do not try to do the just reason to feel the responsibility of acting without fear and greed. Without fear and greed. To feel the responsibility. To feel the space in which you will not be driven by fear or greed. You will be totally understanding the responsibility of what you are doing. With these two things, you can simply enter into your inner space where the pure love exists. One more thing. Here Shiva is not giving you this as a teaching. This is not a morality. Be very clear. This is a pure technique. If it doesn't work, you can catch my throat. Because it's a technique. I am not giving you this as a morality. I am not giving you this as a teaching. It's getting video recorded, I know. It's a technique. It can straight away work on you. It's a straight technique. All you need is to jump into the technique. Whatever now I am speaking is not teaching. I am tired of teaching because no fellow listens. No, really. Nobody listens. Just entertainment. Oh, the Swami is coming. Oh, look. Just an entertainment. And socializing, nothing else. You can go and see few people. And it feels good also to be around him. And some time pass also. How long you will be sitting with that nonsense TV? So we can have just a change. Just a change. And people tell me many times, Swamiji, be here for more days, more days. I tell them, then I will understand. Somebody goes to Arunachala and says, Bhagwan, such a beautiful place, the Raman Maharshi. Bhagwan, such a wonderful place, such a high energy, so great, so beautiful. Bhagwan says, just be here for one more week, everything will become alright. If I stay in any city for one more week, everything will become alright. That's all, everything will become alright. It is just an excitement of that brand new. And moreover, once in a year only. So we can go and have the game. I am not giving you this as a teaching, no. I am done with the teachings. I am done with the teachings. What I am speaking to you is a technique. Is a technique. Sit with something with which you feel comfortable. Do not feel driven by fear or greed, and feel the experience, what it feels. and just feel that experience, what it feels. Paramahansa says beautifully, when the object is not there, you enter into a divine romance. He has written a beautiful book, Divine Romance. When there is no object, you enter into a divine romance. You enter into the subject. The love itself can be used as a door to take jump, quantum jump. And tomorrow Shiva beautifully explains from a different angle how to take this same quantum jump, how to take this same jump into the ultimate space, into the ultimate experience. Let us enter into this meditation technique. Today we will enter into this technique. Of course, now you don't have to sit with somebody, but you can sit with that experience. You can just feel completely open and feel, or you can just bring the memory. When you were in deep connection, when you felt deeply connected to somebody, how you felt, bring that memory back and just be with that experience. That person may not be here, there is no need for that person, because the experience is enough. Now we don't need the object, we need only the experience. All of you must have experienced at least once that space in your life where you are not driven by fear or greed, where you are completely feeling comfortable and secure, and just bring that same space, same memory in you and be with that space. You will see you are falling into your being. You are traveling towards your being. If you have never had that experience, you will never be able to understand Master. If you have to understand spiritual Master means at least once you should have realized, you should have understood, experienced the causeless relationship. The causeless relationship. I always find this big difficulty. Whenever, actually, I live in an innocent space, whenever I make myself completely available, whoever comes around me, if they are little mature, then they understand. If they are immature, they always get that fear. God, I will never open myself like this. If I open, I always have calculation of fear and greed. I don't know what calculation he is having. And they won't be able to understand because I have no calculation. But they can't trust I have no calculation because they never experienced that space. You project only you on me, you on anybody else. So neither you can understand that what is my calculation because I don't have, nor you can understand I don't have calculation because you never had that space in yourself. You will always be in confusion. You will never be able to relax. Now it is time. Relax. Remember the space in which you never had fear or greed. You are utterly relaxed. And be with that experience. Maybe there is every possibility you would have had that space with your mother. Because with mother, it is more costless. You can't say all the activities of mother is with reason. Maybe when you grow, when you become adult, the ideology, if the ideology is not suiting, matching with that, you may have little friction and problem. If you are not ideologically feeling connected to her, otherwise you can't tell all her things are with the reason. You might have experienced the causeless relationship with her. Or there may be so many other times. If you have really experienced the space around the master, that's the best example. That's the best example for the causeless relationship. Now, bring that memory of the causeless relationship to your space. Remember that. And just be with that. Just be with that. You will see you are going towards your being.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Should she become a sannyasini? Please, if you are confused, don't do that. Let's enter into today's sutra. It's one of the unique and wonderful sutra. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living present. The uniqueness of this sutra is, I myself experience this sutra spontaneously. My first experience, the spiritual experience, is this sutra. So, I have a lot to tell about this sutra. You have a lot to learn. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living present. The first sutra of Upanishad, the first Upanishad, Isavasya Upanishad, is the same sutra. Ishavasyam itam sarvam. In Upanishad, it is given more like a conclusion. In the sutra, it is given more like a technique. Here, Mahadeva gives this as a technique. In the whole world, there are only two kinds of people. One, people who experience life once in a while in their life. The other, people who are experiencing life continuously. Whenever you think you are having joy, you are experiencing life in the world, for those few seconds, few moments, that is why you feel so alive. That is why you feel that few minutes, that few moments, you don't feel like cursing anybody. You feel like blessing everybody. You feel like everything is beautiful. And only these two variety. One, people who feel life, livingness, translucent, ever-living presence in few moments of their life, few moments of the day. And the other, who feel always, fortunately, we are blessed. There is no third category who never experienced this ever-living presence. If you have felt joy for some reason in your life, understand those few moments, you had the idea, you may not intellectually able to verbalize, you may not know how to exactly tell, but you experience that ever-living cosmos. Only when you experience that cosmos is living, you feeling in tune with it, you will have a positive experience with the universe. All your joy is positive experience with the universe. Even if it is just eating sweet, for that few moments, you feel the life is great. And life is really something you need. And you feel connected, you feel touched. Not just for sweet. Any good experience, those few seconds, those few moments, you are in tune with it. You are in tune with the ever-living presence. Understand? The ever-living presence is what we call life, which is responsible for moving your system. Either you are experiencing that ever-living presence at this moment, or you hope you will experience near future. That is why you are moving your body and still keeping yourself alive. Understand? You get out of your bed early morning, either to have some good experience, or hoping at least near future you will have some good experience. Every desire which drives you is nothing but desire to experience that ever-living presence. Whenever your mind stops wandering and comes back, it tastes that ever-living presence. Any sweet, any joy, any ecstasy, any experience is important because it brings you back to that ever-living presence. Only we have two categories, human beings in the planet Earth. 99% who experience the ever-living presence once in a while, some moments of their life, and remaining 1% who experience that forever, continuously. Continuously, ever-living presence is there in them. All your materialistic pursuits or meditation techniques or spirituality, anything which moves you or anything which makes you rest, everything. Any idea which asks you to move your body or any idea which asks you to rest and relax, both, whether you are moving your body or resting, it is to experience this ever-living presence. Either you are having that presence or hoping to have that presence, that's all. The whole life is nothing but going towards that ever-living presence. Maybe I'll describe exactly the experience which I had. That can give you an idea of what Mahadeva means by the word translucent, ever-living presence. Understand? Only after this first experience, I realized I have something different in me. Till then I never had an idea that I have something different in me. I was always feeling that all kids will have this kind of ideas or search or seeking, whatever I had. Only the first experience gave me a distinct opening or experience, because of which I started understanding something is different. Feel the cosmos as translucent, ever-living presence. I can say very clearly, when I read these lines, I know how best I can verbalize, because this is the best verbalization of what I experienced around the age of 12. I was sitting in the foothills of Arunachala, not seriously trying to meditate, not like I was given a technique and I was trying to concentrate. No, nothing like that. Of course, I was given a simple meditation technique by an enlightened master, Annamalai Swamigal, but I was not trying to do it very seriously. It was very playful. But one thing, I was a child who is completely open and available to the nature, very, I can say, intensely observing, intensely being in the present. Even now, I can vividly describe the whole scene. For spiritual experience to happen, two things required. One, you completely being open and available. You completely being open and available to your surroundings. And the intense spiritual energy field. Sometimes, even if you are open, if you are not in the energy field, the first cracking of the coconut won't happen. That is very strong, difficult job. The first opening of the coconut, or the first opening, of course, it is just like breaking the coconut. Once one opening happens, after that it is not a big difficult thing. It's very easy. But the first opening needs an intense spiritual energy field. Fortunately, I had the energy field, Arunachala, the incubator, spiritual incubator. And another one thing, fortunately, I was attracted to the beauty of that hill. If you see a hill or a river or an ocean every day, you will take it for granted. But somehow, I never took that hill for granted. I never thought I know about it. I was continuously open, available. Understand? Being open every time, every day morning, seeing it with eyes of freshness or with the mind of the openness is what I am saying, being open, being available. Many times, we completely close ourselves to the society. We just come to some conclusion, some understanding. After that, we never update our understanding with the result or our effort with the result. The connection is not there. A small story. One guy goes to a small county, a remote county, and fills his car with gas. The gas station owner casually was chatting and he started complaining about the local mayor. And this guy, the guy who came to the city newly, who was filling the gas, he heard the story, did not reply. After a few minutes, he stopped in another one place to ask for direction. There also casually started inquiring about the local place, and even that guy also started talking about the mayor. Oh, I never wanted this fellow to be a mayor. And as usual complaints. Anyhow, after half an hour he reached to the place where he was supposed to reach. There also, people were talking ill of him, people were complaining about him. It is too much. Anyhow, next day he decided to meet the mayor. This guy goes and meets the mayor and asks the mayor, how much you get paid for your job? That guy said, no. Money? No. I accepted this just for the honor of it. Understand? The mayor is still thinking he is doing the job for the honor of it. But the people who are living are experiencing totally different. You decide something with some idea and take up, but you are never open continuously to the society whether that idea is being executed or not, whether what for you decided is still relevant or not. The relevance of decision and experience, keeping it alive, keeping it straight, keeping it honest is what I call being open. Every day that hill was living, it was never the same old hill which I saw yesterday. No. I had a very funny routine. Every day morning when I get up from my bed, I'll not open my eyes. I'll slowly walk from my room, walk outside the house holding the parapet wall, and come out, stand in a place. Usually I know from that place the hill will be seen. I'll stand in the place, then only open my eyes, so that first thing in the morning I'll see that hill. I'll see that Arunachala hill. And some of my brothers, they know this. First thing I wanted to see is the hill. And they wanted to make fun or tease me. By the time they know that I am out from my bed and I am slowly walking, they will come and stand exactly in front of me. If I opened my eyes and did not see the hill and I saw any of these guys, I'll go back and lie down again. I'll not do anything that day. I'll not do my activity, I will not go for taking bath or anything. I'll go back and lie down again, sleep for half an hour, again I'll get up and slowly walk, come back, again open the eyes. Only if I see the hill first thing in the morning, I'll do my routine. It was very funny and looks little superstitious, but I always felt I took birth or I took the body because of the attraction, pull that hill has got for enlightened beings. There's a very beautiful verse in Tamil. The hill which attracts enlightened beings around it, especially the hill is respected for attracting enlightened beings not only in this planet Earth, even from other planets, even from other different spaces. It can attract and pull the enlightened beings to the planet Earth. So I never took the hill for granted. It was ever living presence. One day I was trying to sit evening. It was a Purnima day. Still I remember Purnima day, and moon is rising, sun is setting. Purnima day you can see both moon rising and sun setting. Deep silence. Even though it was a small village or a town, the moment it becomes evening, it will be practically complete silent. There will not be any vehicle sound, because those days there was no vehicles, no other sound. It was such an intense, vivid silence. I was trying to play with that simple technique of trying to find the source of my thought, from where the thoughts are coming, from where the thoughts are originating. I saw slowly, when I tried to find the source of the thought, the first thing, the clarity which happened is, I am not solid as we always think. The body and mind is not solid. It is just liquid, porous, empty. You can go in and come out. You can get out or get in. Anything can be done. First truth was, I am an empty, porous being. The second step, slowly I saw the eyes have closed. Because of the deep silence, I did not even feel like sitting with open eyes. The eyes closed by itself. Next thing, something opened inside, which is beyond these two eyes. The moment that opened, not only the front side, I was able to see completely all 360 degree. Understand? All 360 degree, not just seeing, I could feel the whole thing is me. Understand? If you can see something with closed eyes, you are only seeing inside your inner space. You are feeling it. You are not just seeing it. I can't even say I saw 360 degree. I just felt it was completely broken. The idea of boundary, border is broken. And I could see completely all the 360 degree, all the 8 direction, and above, below, both. Not only that, I could feel very clearly how much you feel alive inside your body. That same life, that same presence. Now all of you know you are present inside your skin. That same presence I was experiencing with everything, with the hill, with the temple, with the village, with the trees, with the rocks, with the whole thing. I was just intensely feeling that I am present. It was an intense, deep presence. Maybe for a few hours, I did not even remember the body. After that, vaguely I started remembering the body. It means like a very vaguely, in the dream, if you remember your body, how you will remember, like that. Vague remembrance. I can remember I left the body somewhere and it is there, something. But I was able to move. I was able to move the body with a vague remembrance. And slowly I came down. I even managed to talk to one of my first inspiration, Kuppammal. Her spiritual name is Vibhudananda Devi. Managed to talk to her also. The moment I started moving the body and started talking, first thing I felt is, maybe I am possessed by a ghost. Because it was such a strong experience, new. I asked her, I don't know what happened. I was sitting in that rock. Something happened. This is what is going on. She held my hands and saw the energy and laughed, and she said, no, you are not possessed by ghost, you are possessed by God. Great thing. Not only she encouraged and took care, she took care that I do not show anything abnormal outside. Very wonderfully she managed. But even after 2 days, the power or the experience of ability to see the 360 degree was there. It did not go away. It was there very strongly. Actually, still my friend, one of my classmates, still is there in my native place. He was the first guy, I can say, who received the energy darshan. After this happened, second or third day itself, I called him and told him, I want to tell you something important. He said, what? He's my close friend and classmate. We always used to play. Practically like a disciple. Wherever I go and do puja and temple cleaning and all, he will be helping me, assisting. I told him, let's go to one side, corner of the temple and sit and talk. We went to the one corner of the temple and we sat, and I told him, you see, from last 2 days, I am able to see all 360, all the direction without turning my head. And first thing was, he had the shock. And he just started laughing. Even though he had the shock, he doesn't want to show it. He said, you are a fool. What are you talking? I said, no, I'm not fool. If you want, you can experiment. See, I can see the front side people walking. The temple, so many people are coming and going. I can see that. I can see side people walking. I can see behind the tree, there was a tree, and see in the tree ants are climbing, going up and down. I can see that. The moment I said that behind the tree and I can see the ants moving, the fellow had the shock. He got up. He did not sit. He just got up. He told me, no, you might have seen the ants before sitting. Now you are telling. I'll challenge you. He took a coin and he said, behind your head I'll hold. You should tell me which side I'm holding, head or tail. Kids will have only half a rupee or 1 rupee coins those days. He took the coin from his packet and showed me behind. Some 10 times, all 10 times I told exactly as it was. Not only that, I cleaned the coin, there is some dust in the coin. That's all. That was the shock. He said, be here. I'll come back. I want to go to restroom. I'll come back. I told, no, wait. I'll finish talking. If you also want to have the same power, go to that place where I was sitting. I told him that place. It's called Pavalakundru. I told him, go and sit in that place. You will have that experience. 3 days ago only I went and sat. I was not even aware it is something unique happened to me. I was thinking anybody goes and sits there, will get it. I told him, go and sit there, you will get it. By the time that fellow got frightened, he thought I may force him and take him and make him sit there. Because always whatever I experience, I will tell him and see that he also goes to the temple, and that's a usual trend. So he was trying to run. No, I will come later on. Now I am going to the restroom. He is frightened. He wants to first go to bathroom. I caught hold of him. I said, no, come. Listen completely. Then go and sit there first. By the time I caught hold of him, he started trembling. Shaking. And I understood he really doesn't want to go to restroom. He just wants to escape from me. That is why he is telling he wants to go to restroom. I just caught hold of him in one hand and tried to pull him in the other hand very strongly to take him to that place. I can say that was the first time I felt the two body but same presence, which every time when I touch somebody and give energy darshan, what happens? First time happened. I know the first person who received energy darshan, the first transmission of that experience started happening. I felt very clearly two body but same presence. And by the time I held him by both the hands and this experience started happening, he settled down. He did not have the fear. When I took my hands away, again the fear started. Not only it started, this time he just ran away. He stood from the safe distance and told, no, I am really going for the restroom. You sit here, I will come back and call you. Don't come till I call you. And he ran away. Never, the guy came back. When I listen, when I hear the sutra, first thing I remember is the best verbalization of what I experienced. I literally felt the cosmos as translucent, ever-living presence. Understand? We all feel the presence or life in living beings with whom we are in love. Not even the living beings with whom we are living. No. Whom we are living, it is a plain, regular mental setup. Practically, you all know the dialogue. If you start this way, what other person will answer, you know. If you start this way, what the other person is going to answer, you know. Practically, you all have a script of everyday routine. Only if somebody comes up with a new word, you are shaken, you are disturbed, you don't know what to answer. That is the only few minutes you start thinking. Otherwise, you know whole day dialogue. How it should start and how it will take turn and how it will end. There is no life in the dialogue. If somebody changes the dialogue, you are in trouble. That's all. There is no other life in the dialogue. The problem is, we become practically philosophers. We do not understand life is not philosophy. The philosophers cannot think something new. Small story. Some 10 philosophers were present in a country. All the 10 sitting inside the prison, what to do? And usually they are only habituated to torture, not to get tortured. And they are very intelligent, somehow they manage. And now what to do? They are in prison. They decided, somehow we should do something and escape from the prison. All the 10 sat and made big plans. They even went to the extreme of making a duplicate key of the prison. They got the mold of the key and even made the duplicate key. This much work happening, and with the cooperation of few philosophers is really miracle. 2 philosophers is enough to stop any big project. You don't need third. 2 is enough to stop any big project. But this is too big project of getting a key and making a duplicate. And especially with so many philosophers, they made it. Finally, they planned the date. The whole thing is clearly sketched, and they decided that tonight, 2 of us, 2 amongst us will go and open the prison door and will give a signal. All others will escape and run away. As usual, as planned, the 2 goes, and the remaining guys are waiting. They did not get the signal. 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. After 4 hours, these 2 guys are coming back and saying, we have to drop the plan of escaping today. We may have to do some other day. We may have to reschedule. We may have to replan. Other guy says, why? What happened? What to do? These fools forgot to lock the door. These fools forgot to lock the prison. Understand? They cannot think anything which is new. It has to be same routine. If there is some change, they cannot think newly because they are not open. We also become like that with the life. Anything new comes, we are at last. Person who is experiencing ever-living presence, not only is open, not only he is available, he is constantly experiencing oneness. Understand? Being open is Dvaita. Being available is Visishtadvaita. Being is Advaita. Being open means you respect the other thing equal to you. 1 and 2, both of us are equal. I am open to you. Next, available means you are clear, source is one, all of us, everything is part. That is available. Everything is part of one source, Visishtadvaita. And Advaita is just being. Just being. Here, Mahadeva is beautifully leading us from Dvaita to Visishtadvaita and to Advaita. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. It is actually a technique which connects all 3. Feel the cosmos, the first part. You are there, cosmos is there. Start creating the feeling. Means open. Dvaita. The problem is many of us are not even in Dvaita. That is where the problem starts. You think only you are there, nothing else is there. And no respect, no openness, no availability for anything. Feel the cosmos. Be open. Translucent, ever living. Now, being available and experiencing the presence is being. Step by step you move. Actually, when you start experiencing the living enlightenment, the ultimate truth in you, when you start living enlightenment, continuously what you will feel is described in the sutra. Mahadeva describes the whole essence of living enlightenment in the sutra. Understand? When I use the word living enlightenment, I use in 2 ways. 1, living enlightenment means sadhana. Again and again you come back to that satori experience which you had, the glimpse of life which you had once. That is sadhana, living enlightenment. Living enlightenment means you achieved it. Jivan mukti. I can say mukti and jivan mukti. You achieved, you are living. There is nothing to be done. Living enlightenment as a practice and as an achievement. Both you can use the same word. Here, Mahadeva is giving you the gist of living enlightenment as practice. As practice. I can tell you one thing. When you start feeling, relating, respecting everything as a living being just like you will even see the thoughts which other person is having. You will start responding, you will start respecting, you will start relating without other person talking, without other person expressing, without other person telling what she or he wants to tell. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. You will have the tremendous intelligence. You will know exactly how to connect. One example, a small story. One lady, she was little sick and had the fear she may die. She started asking her husband, if I die, will you remarry? He said, maybe. Will you bring her to the same house? This guy says, maybe. Will she sleep in the same bed? He said, what else can be done? Maybe. She asked, will she use the same golf clubs? He said, no, she is left-handed. Understand? You are lost in the conversation and forgot what you need to express and what you need to hide. Not living in the present. Living in the present is a method to living the presence. But here, Mahadeva is not even telling us to be living in the present. Actually, just coming back to the present is very easy. Just to come back and just see that you are having a body. It's living in the present moment. Here he says, feel the presence. Living in the present moment passionately, intensely, with a feeling, as if this is the last moment. Completely alive. That is what Mahadeva expresses by this technique. Just not living in the present. Living in the present will happen even if you do the vipassana. If you do the vipassana, you will live in the present, but not passionately, in a dull way. I have seen these guys start doing this kind of techniques. They will be living in the present, but what is the use? Living in the present with the intense passion. People usually, they can live in the present, but just drag the life. Or they can live passionately, but jumping between future and past. If it is between future and past, they will be very passionate, jumping, running around with all enthusiasm, inspiration. If it is present, very dull, step by step, thinking it is graceful. Combining the intense enthusiasm of jumping between past and future and the intense silence of the present moment is what Mahadeva is explaining here. Combining these two, very paradoxical but truth. Having that same passion, that is why many people, when they see that intense life with me, they can't understand I am living in the present moment. Because according to their imagination, present moment means it will be always, yes, I am in the present moment. No, I lost life. I had to come back, present moment. Present. The joy of living itself is lost when these guys try the present moment. One of my pre-monastic relative means the person who was related to me through blood. My pre-monastic relatives had a great difficulty accepting me. But my native village was able to accept because they have seen enough of masters. But the relatives don't live in the same village. Whoever lived in the same village, they did not have any difficulty in accepting me. The moment they saw, it took only few minutes of conversation for them to accept. There is a proverb, prophet is never accepted in his own place. It was lie. It was disproved in my case. Actually, I was accepted and recognized in my village first. My native village first. Fortunately, I had that joy of being accepted and beautifully relating with that villages, with that city people, because they have seen continuously enlightened beings. Continuously they have seen enlightened beings happening. For last 2000 years, unbroken lineage of enlightened masters is there in that village. Today is the All Enlightened Masters Day in that village. Today they are celebrating. Today even we had a puja and celebration evening. All the masters who happened in that village, they are all remembered and honored. And for inauguration of the celebration, the present master is supposed to come and hoist the flag. Last year I went. Every year I go. This year, because of inauguration, I did not go, but I sent some of our disciples representing. They went and attended the program. That time, the disciples came and told me, Swamiji, I was surprised to see not a single person with whom we spoke relate with you as a relative or as a young boy from this village or any pre-monastic connection. Everybody connects with you only as a master or a spiritual person. How this is possible? Even a normal people, villagers who don't know much about spirituality, they call you only as a Swami, not as a boy from this village or by name. Because they are continuously seeing masters. But this relative, some relatives who did not live in that village, they were not able to connect. They always had a problem. The one main question I faced from them is, we always saw masters or swamis means they will be very silent in one corner, hiding, covering themselves. But you are so alive. That is the real difficulty. A person who is practicing the technique will always be in one corner, dull, trying to center. But the person who has achieved will be overflowing. Intense passion in the present moment is what is the whole truth. You can neither miss this nor miss that. If you are missing any one thing, something seriously wrong with you. If you are missing both, then forget about everything. Forget about everything. If you are missing the joy and enthusiasm, you are sick as far as outer world is concerned. If you are missing being in the present moment, you are sick as far as the inner world is concerned. If you are missing both, then you are sick in both the world. A real health will radiate an intense passion, and you will be constantly in the present moment. That is what Mahadeva says, ever living presence. When I went to that village after enlightenment, first time, even my teachers did not think twice to touch my feet. That is the culture, tradition of that village, including my grandfather, who is a VIP in the village. Till the other day, he was giving food, and he was my first inspiration, from whom I was learning puja and everything. The moment he heard, he has become enlightened and took sannyas, he has come. None of them even tried to take me to the home. Because traditionally you can't go to the home if you take sannyas. They only came to the place where I was staying and came with all the traditional respect. That's one of the wonder in that country, in that culture, in that tradition. Never had a problem, never had difficulty in changing the attitude. The shift in attitude did not take time. It was just straight. Mahadeva says very beautifully, feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. Try. Now understand this technique. What Shiva is trying to convey. Try. Everything which is in front of you, around you, is living. Try to see. Try to feel. First thing, try to feel your life inside the body. Then try to feel your life inside the chair which you are sitting. See how you are feeling alive inside your skin. Same way, visualize, feel you are alive inside the chair, inside the cushion. That's the first thing which you are touching. Then visualize you are alive inside the people who are sitting next to you. You may think, how can visualization lead to that experience? I don't know whether visualization will lead to that experience or not, but visualization will make your mind tired and you will drop it. If you drop that, that is enough. Because the truth is continuously there. Let me give you an example. Like a Ganga is flowing, there is a bamboo. Because the bamboo is there, you say right side Ganga, left side Ganga. If that bamboo is taken away, there is no right side, left side, there is no boundary. Ganga, that's all. Life is like a Ganga. Because your ego, the bamboo is your ego, because your ego is there, you say me and you, I and you. You have two sides, I and me and world. You have dvandva because of that bamboo. If you just take that bamboo away, there is neither I nor you. It is pure, ever-living presence. This visualization will be such a strong thing. You have to drop the mind, no other way. You have to drop the mind. Mind will become tired. Constantly you have to think your car is you, the road is you, and all cars are you. And whatever you are seeing is you. How long your mind will be active? Saying, yes, I am this, I am that, I am this, I am that. It will become tired and drop. And you will see everything is one. There is neither you nor me. Even when I say, I felt the whole Arunachala was me. It is not that Arunachala and me two concept was there. No. Ever living presence, that's all. Which I feel as me in the body, that presence, that's all. When I do the prana pratishtha, that's what actually I do that. For one moment, I just feel intensely the same life inside that stone, that's all. That becomes alive. When I feel that, I can see very clearly the transmission is happening. When the transmission is happening, when that strong Advaitic connection is there, I just put few bolts and nuts and lock the presence there, that's all. So that even after that, that does not come down. In this body, to keep that presence, the bolt nut is the breath. Breath is the bolt nut which locks that presence in this body. Same way, in that body to lock the presence, some mantras or the intense words with the high prana are chanted and bolt it. Feeling whatever you are seeing as you, not only with front side, even the back side. Whatever you are seeing, just feel you are that. Just start feeling in the initial level. For a few days it may look like imagination or foolishness. Don't bother. In 1 or 2 days you will suddenly start seeing it is not just imagination, things are really alive. You will see things are alive and living. Person, actually the Bhashyakara, the commentator gives another wonderful technique. Expansion on the sutra. Sometime, if you look at the light intensely, you will feel like rays from the light is coming towards you. If you just turn your eyes a little bit, they call it squint eye, you will see the light is radiating, some rays are flowing towards you. Or if you look at somebody intensely, you will see a kind of aura around that person, head, around that body, like a light body. He says, even if you look, whatever you are seeing intensely, you will start seeing aura. I always see aura of the people who are sitting in the discourse. Before starting the discourse, that's all I'll do. I'll just fall in tune with the aura. And whatever problems are there in all the auras, collective answers will be coming out. That is why whenever you listen to the master, you always feel he is talking to you. He is talking to you because I am talking to you. It will look like a generalized talk, but it will be specifically, directly addressing you because that aura feels connected. You can see, sometime if you strongly gaze, you can see the aura around the persons, statues, even animals, around everything you can see the aura. The Bhashyakara says, even if you start seeing the aura from morning till night continuously, you will start experiencing the presence. That is also a wonderful technique. Understand? That is also a wonderful technique. In the next sutra, Mahadeva gives a very powerful one more method to experience the same thing. We will see the next sutra after the break. Maybe after we understand both the sutras, we will enter into the meditation technique, because the technique, both can be done as two different parts. This technique is Nitya Sutra, means from morning till night you can do, whole day. The next sutra is Dhyana Sutra. The same method in a different way, particular time you can do. So, we will understand the next sutra also. Then we will enter into the technique. We will enter into the method. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. While flying to California today, I heard that my father-in-law died. He died feeling fearful and angry. Please, can you give advice on how to leave our body and feel joy? Understand, how you live, same way you will live. If the intense experiences of your life is ecstasy and bliss, you will see the same thing automatically comes up when you leave the body. Your body is like a mechanism or an instrument in which all your memories about life is stored. So the totality of your life's experiences, understand, it is stored based on the quality of experience, not quantity. If you are 10 times joyful and 1 time deeply sorrow, that sorrow will get recorded. Based on the depth, it gets recorded. If the deepest experiences of your life is joy and ecstasy, the same thing will come up automatically when you leave the body, because when you leave the body, practically you get boiled. When you are boiling with so many things in the pot, whatever is inside will come up. Same way, whatever is inside, recorded, will come up. If you want to leave the body joyfully, live joyfully. Live with the body joyfully, you will leave the body joyfully. That's all is the basic secret. Second request, recently I heard an enlightened person tell us that we take another person's karma. When we give advice, touch a person's shoulder or knee or close physical contact, how vulnerable are we to getting someone else karma, and how do we get rid of it? Why so much emphasis on catching it from someone else? I don't think you will catch karma from somebody else because you have enough. So don't bother about catching from somebody else. Just stop giving to people, that's enough. So I don't think you will get karma from people by touching or giving advice or any close physical proximity. You will not acquire karma by this nearness and all. One more thing, you may acquire the mental setup of that person with close proximity. If you are continuously around him, you may acquire his mental setup, but you won't acquire the karma. Some personal question. I had several out-of-body experience. It became a problem. I had to reseal my container. I was falling into all sorts of people. You can never be falling or filling or falling on people by your experience. Be very clear. Look into the experience and make it more and more strong. One important thing you should understand, I have seen many people just trying to reel the head and fall this way, that way with so many things. Tell them, meditation or enlightenment or experience will only lead to psychological revolution, never physiological revolution. Understand? Never physiological revolution. It will lead only to psychological revolution. If it is physiological revolution, first you have to see your doctor. You have to see your doctor. It will never be anything related to meditation. First, take care of your health. You need good food and little yoga. There is a small story. One guy always will act too much about anything overacting. Anything you will do overacting.
So he and his friend, both of them went to the bar and they started drinking. Just after 2 glasses, this fellow started overacting and moving, something like that, started talking. The other friend said, relax, it is just water. We are not yet served. Understand? Sometime, that's what I have to tell. Relax, you have not even started. I am newly back on my spiritual journey in a more intense way. However, my friends and family are not so like-minded. I would like very much if they were also as enthusiastic as I am. How is it best to do this? First thing, do not expect them also to be enthusiastic. If they also become enthusiastic, every possibility you will lose enthusiasm. The enthusiasm is alive because you have to fight. That's one thing. Look at the other angle. Important thing. Second thing, you discovered, so you are having enthusiasm. Why are you expecting they should also have it? They have to discover. Understand? They have to again and again have so many experiences and discover. Only then they will have enthusiasm. Now you go and try to force on their head, what will happen? You will either delay their coming to me or stop once for all their coming to me. I have seen these over-enthusiastic wives and husbands. They just jump on the other person. You have to go. What that poor guy will do? And he gets frightened and completely forgets about or escape from the spirituality. Or is it more important to surround myself now with those that are more open to a spiritual path? First thing, if you feel connected and enthusiastic and enter into it intensely, you will automatically have that kind of friends, circle and group and all that. Live with that. Do not force or try to catch others who are not yet into it by giving pressure, trying to bringing it. Don't do that. I see you everywhere and every moment. Is this natural? Yes, you are in natural state. If you don't see, you are unnatural. Yesterday I came up on the stage during the darshan, but some personal darshan question. You can ask this question. You did not put the name. You can ask this today's darshan. I'll answer. Let's enter into the next sutra. In summer, when you see the entire sky endlessly clear, enter such clarity. This is a very powerful technique. Again, the same experience. First, Mahadeva gives you the technique to feel that living presence with the whole world, living being, everything. Second, he gives the technique to feel that whole thing with the cosmos, which is beyond your perception. With the whole, first he tells you, see the living presence when you look down. Second, he tells you, see the living presence when you look up. If you can see the living presence in the world, then feeling the living presence in the sky is easy. Otherwise, directly if you see the sky, you can't feel the presence. You will feel only the dead, dull, nothing. There is nothing moving. Here there are so many things moving. At least you can easily connect that life is there. But there, nothing is moving. Understand? But the life is intense there, then here. This is a very powerful technique. Dhyana Sutra. He says, in the clear summer sky, feel the sky. Do not try to see the cloud. Feel the vast empty sky and enter into it. What does he mean by the word? Enter into it. Enter such clarity.
Understand? You have three space known to you. Chidakasha, Katakasha and Mahakasha. Chidakasha means the inner space which you have inside the body. Katakasha means the space which is covered by the building in which you are staying, your house, the space covered inside your building. Mahakasha means the whole cosmos. Inside this roof and roofless. Three sky, but all three are one and the same. Because you have boundary, you think it is three. Otherwise it is not three, it is only one. Now, Mahadeva is trying to bring Mahakasha into Chidakasha. Understand? Cosmic sky into the inner space. When you look that empty sky, intensely look, not one point, as whole. If you are looking at cloud, you will be concentrated, one point. As the whole, look, you will see that intense emptiness. Then, close the eyes, just bring that emptiness inside. Just visualize that same emptiness inside. Bring it back. Just turn it in. You will see that same clarity, the emptiness comes inside you. There won't be any thoughts. Meditating on the sky is a very powerful technique. Ramana Maharshi says that will start giving you even boons. I was really surprised. Ramana Maharshi talking about boons. Because he will never give any method to get your wishes fulfilled and all. Somebody goes to Bhagwan and asks, give me some boon, some money or something they are asking. He tries his usual Brahmastra. No, ask the person who is asking. But this guy was very intelligent. He did not budge for any of Bhagavan's Brahmastra. He said, no, I want. Either tell me you will give or say no, don't avoid. Then Bhagavan says, lie down in the roof and meditate on the sky, you will have it. I have read his books and teachings and memoirs enough. Only once ever I have seen him giving a technique and saying that what you want, you will get it, do this technique. This is the only technique. This is the only technique he says, you will get what you want, have it and do it. This is the only technique. Understand then the power of this technique. Look into that emptiness of the vast emptiness of the sky and just turn it in. Visualize you have become that same vastness. Actually, whenever you see the vast emptiness, sky, you automatically feel that number of thoughts coming down, the cloud coming down, the clouds disappearing, even inner space. That is why whenever you go to beach, you feel that joy. You feel that joy. You feel that openness. You feel that fulfillment. You feel that ecstasy. And you feel that peace. Here, Mahadeva is giving this as a technique. Lie down in the roof and watch. Of course, in this country you can't lie down in the roof. You have to find out a separate place. In India, it's always flat roof. An RCC. You can nicely lie down, and not only that, it will not be too cold. So, look at the sky, not concentrating, just overall, intensely, and let you see, imbibe. After some time, just bring that same clarity into you, into your inner space. It's a technique of cleaning the Chidakasha. Means like, see, if it is a small pond, naturally it will become dirty because the water does not move and it will become dirty water. If a river enters that lake, overnight the whole lake will become pure because so much of water coming and cleaning will happen. Same way, your Chidakasha has become impure by the dirty thoughts, unmoving, stagnant. When the cosmos, when the Mahakasha enters into you, suddenly you see the Chidakasha is purified because the huge river, flood is entering into your inner space. It's a very powerful way of cleaning your inner space. Let me summarize both the techniques. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. This is the technique. Actually, both are leading to the same experience. Both are intended to lead you to the same experience. One is Nitya Sutra, continuously which you are supposed to practice. The other one is Dhyana Sutra. At particular time, you are supposed to practice. If you can do both every day, the experience will be strengthened and quickened. Both of them are complementing techniques. Actually, Mahadeva speaks few sutras to direct you, to guide you to the same experience. To guide you to the same experience. Here, he is giving you two sutras, one Nitya Sutra and another one Dhyana Sutra. Understand the Nitya Sutra continuously. Remember, while you are driving or seeing TV, watching movie, talking, continuously remember you are alive in everything just as you are alive inside your body. When you are holding the wheel and driving, remember you are alive inside the car, filling the whole car just as you are filling your body. And you are alive in the road as you are filling your body. You are alive in everything you are seeing as you are filling in the body. And if you can try to just see the aura of the things continuously, try to be in that same mood, try to be in that same feeling. This is Nitya Sutra, to lead you to the same experience. Dhyana Sutra is, in the night time, penetrate the sky, look at the sky intensely, not concentrating, just looking for 10 minutes. Then close the eyes and just internalize. Just bring that same empty space inside and see the same empty space inside. And same intense silence inside. You will see that happens here. Mahakasha will be experienced by Chidakasha. Now, we will do the Nitya Sutra. Dhyana Sutra needs empty sky, which you can't do here. But we can do the Nitya Sutra. Closed eyes, for few moments, feel everything is alive around you. Please close your eyes. Take few moments. Be very patient. With patience, feel everything. The chair in which you are sitting. First, start with the chair because that is the nearest object. Visualize you are alive inside the furniture. You are sitting. Same way you are alive inside your skin. The same life is radiating. feel you are alive. As you are alive inside your skin, the person sitting around you, you are alive inside all the people, all the persons who are sitting in this hall. Take a few moments, visualize with a clear intention, and new doors will open. Visualize you are alive. Everything is alive like you. The walls, furnitures, persons, flowers, the roof, ground, everything is living. Feel you are alive inside everything, just as you are alive inside your skin. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Relax. Try to experiment with both the techniques. You will see the experience happening in you. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is find your center deep within. Let's see the sutra, then we'll enter into the subject. Kumbhitare chitavapi puritava yada bhavet tadadante shantanamasav shaktya santa prakashate. Kumbhitare chitavapi puritava yata bhavet tadante shantanamasav shaktya shanta prakashate. When breath is all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped, in such universal pause, one small self vanishes. Still we are working on breath. First 9 techniques, Shiva speaks only on breath. You will be shocked. Just on breath, 9 meditation techniques. Because he is taking us to deeper and deeper levels. He is trying to give us deep experience of our own being. Breathing is the thing which is continuously happening in you, in spite of you. Whether you want or not, be very clear. You are not breathing because of you. In spite of you, you are breathing. In spite of you, it's happening. That can be used as a beautiful method to take jump into cosmic energy or into yourself. Here, Krishna is taking us, Anyhow, I can justify. On breath, Krishna and Shiva both have given many techniques. Even in the Dhyana Yoga, Krishna speaks elaborately, extensively on breath. Shiva is taking us step by step, deeply. Yesterday, in the last sutra, Shiva explained how to be unclutched. He speaks about how your incoming breath, outgoing breath, and the gap, neutral space, all of them are equal. he was talking, you are liberated based on the concept of time. Now he is taking us to a little deeper. He is showing us you are liberated based on space. He is taking us to the deeper level of space. In the last sutra, he explained you are liberated, you are already what you are supposed to be. You are already what you are supposed to be. Explaining step by step, taking us into the deep levels of our breath. Through the time he explained, today he is explaining through space. We will understand how he is explaining. When breath is all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped, in such universal pause, one's small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure. Here he is adding one more word. Beautiful word. This is difficult only for the impure. Yesterday, somebody asked me, after listening to that last sutra, one person came and asked me in the Energy Darshan, Swamiji, how to practice being unclutched? I said, God, you lost. You are not understood. There is no need to practice. All you need is to understand you are unclutched. And just remember again and again, the moment you wanted to practice, be very clear, you missed the truth. You don't have to practice the truth. Truth is. Truth can never be practiced. You don't have to become unclutched. You are unclutched. Your being is unclutched. The moment you ask how to practice, be very clear, you are not understood. Whatever is spoken, you can just play with words. Playing with words, you can hide yourself from others. But by playing with words, you can't hide yourself from yourself. The moment you ask how to be unclutched, let it be very clear, you slept in the discourse. You slept in the discourse. You have not heard. You have not understood what has to be understood. At least now, don't miss. Kumbhita rechita vapi, urita va yada bhavet, tadante santanam asau, saktya santa prakashate. Now, Shiva is playing with beautiful poetic Sanskrit. He is using different words to take us into a deeper space. Let me explain with the diagram. The last sutra we understood. Incoming breath, outgoing breath. And this neutral space. In last sutra, Shiva was explaining this space, both of them are equal. The time for this and the time for this, both of them are same. The time taken for incoming and the gap between two breaths, both of them are equal. Now he says, not only in time, in space also you are one and the same. He goes to an extreme of saying, nothing is happening in you. You are already in pure conscious state. Whether the Kumbhaka is happening in you, or Rechaka is happening in you, or Puraka is happening in you, you are in a space where you are already unclutched. Whether you remember it or not, you are already in that state. Let me explain how Shiva is coming to this understanding, or Shiva is going to give us this understanding. How he comes to this conclusion, step by step, beautifully, and how he is going to transmit that understanding to us. People who have not attended last sutra should forgive me. I think you will find a lot of things new. But nothing can be done because it is an extension of last sutra. Next two sutras are also extensions. He is just taking us into a deeper and deeper layers, deeper and deeper levels. All right. When breath is all out, unstopped itself, or all in, unstopped, in such universal pause, one's small self vanishes. In the last sutra he said, when the incoming breath taking turn as an outgoing breath, your mind disappears. Your mind doesn't exist. Now he says the universe doesn't exist. Universal pause. In the last sutra he says mind, in this sutra he says universe. You need to understand an important thing. Your mind is universe. Universe is your mind. Even though Shiva doesn't give you any intellectual theories, concepts separately, he gives all the truth when he gives the techniques. It's an important thing you need to understand. The key or the essence of this sutra is mind and universe are one and the same. What you think as mind and what is universe, what you perceive as universe, both are one and the same. Please understand. Sometime, because of your pain or suffering, you may say, how can this universe be directly connected to my mind, Swamiji? That is independent and my mind is separate. Whether you understand or not, truth is truth. A small story. One rabbi, after his retirement from the service, he went to hotel, want to fulfill his lifelong fantasy of eating pork. Somehow he couldn't control himself. He went to the hotel, chose a corner, he sat in a corner, ordered for pork. He was waiting and fighting with his conscience. Not only was waiting and fighting with his conscience. As things will happen, one family from his congregation entered the hotel. According to Jews, nobody should eat alone. So naturally they straight came to the rabbi's table and sat in his table to share the food. In 5 minutes, waiter brought the big plate, opened the lid to reveal the rose suckling pig. with a big full apple, baked apple in the mouth. They were shocked. And Rabbi also showed as if he shocked, and he started shouting, see, this place, you just order for a baked apple and what you get. You just order for a baked apple and what you get. You may use these words to escape from others, but you can't escape from yourself. And after it comes, you may think you are not ordered, or you may act you are not ordered, but nothing is served to you unless you order. Your mind and the universe both are directly connected. What you enjoy, what you get from this universe is nothing but your mind. Shiva says in the last sutra, he says your mind stops. Now he says the universe stops. Your mind and the universe. In Vedanta we have a beautiful word, Drishti Srishti and Srishti Drishti. Drishti Srishti and Srishti Drishti. Srishti Drishti means what is you see. That's what we all believe. We are seeing what is. But Drishti Srishti means you create what you want to see. You create what you want to see. It's a little deeper level truth, difficult to understand with our ordinary logic, but truth. Whenever the mind stops, universe stops. Ramana Maharshi explains this concept beautifully, this truth. Ramana Maharshi explains beautifully. Whenever your mind is not functioning, the world is not functioning. The world will not function. You can see in your life. When you are in the dream space, that looks as reality. When you are in this space, this looks as reality. When you are here, this looks as reality. When you are in dream space, that space looks as a reality. When you are in deep sleep, nothing is reality. Neither dream world nor this world. Let it be very clear, whenever you enter into the dream world, this whole Jagrat or waking state, this world is completely faded. It becomes black and white, and that becomes multicolor. As on now, your dream world, when you remember your dreams, you feel it is like a black and white, vague. In India, if you see the Doordarshan, how it will come. And this world looks like a multicolor, strong, clear, like private channels. This looks like it's a 4D experience, 4-dimension experience. If you go to the Universal Studio, that Shrek 2, they give you the 4D experience. Na? They rock the chair. 3D, 4D is something like not only you have 3-dimensional view, along with the movements, the chair also moves. And especially that mummy, they give you that mummy experience. Literally everybody shouts. They give you that 4D experience. Same way, now you are having this world in a 4D form. You are having the 4D experience of this world. And in the dream state, whenever you experience the dream consciousness, you experience dream state as 4D, and this becomes 2D. This completely faded. This fades away, and that becomes reality. Let you be very clear. Then how can you decide, or how can you choose which one is real or which one is unreal? You have no scale to choose whether this is real or that is unreal. You may put a question. No, Swamiji. Whenever we come back to this waking state, this world is same. I have same car, same house, same wife. It's not changing. But in the dream state, whenever I enter into the dream state, I have different car, different house, and different wife, you see. Different wife. And dream state things are different. How can you say this and that are one and the same? You may ask. Please be very clear. The question may look logical, but it is not logical. You should understand one subtle truth. For example, sometimes you live 10 years of life in one night dream. Am I right? 10 years of life is lived in one night dream. In one night dream, you take birth, grow, and finish your education, do so many things. It means in the 10 years, have you not slept? Inside the dream, you fall asleep and come back to same dream and play the game, and fall asleep, come back to same dream and play the game. Understand, it's very subtle but truth. If you give your attention, you can understand the truth. The very understanding of this truth will totally transform your inner space. See, in the one night, in just one night dreams, you live one full life, sometime 10 years or 20 years, even 30 years. In that 30 years, you have many times fallen into unconsciousness, sleep. Then you come back to the same dream and play with the dream, again fall asleep, dream, play into the dream, again fall asleep. Be very clear, how you live 30 years in one night dream, same way you are living your 70 years in a one life dream. Life is a longest dream. Dream is short form of life. Small life is dream. Long dream is life. Let it be very clear. The very concept of time itself is illusion. That is why in one night, 10 hours of, in 10 hours dreams, you live 30 years of life. 30 years of life is lived in one 10-hour dream, one night dream. How is it possible? Because the time concept itself is created by your mind. The concept of time itself is an illusion. It is completely illusion. That is why Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, whatever you see, as long as the seen, seer, and the action seeing, if the three are there, be very clear, you are in illusion. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, if that is the case, how is seeing an enlightened master in dream state is going to help us? Because I am also one more dream for you now. And be very clear, really we can't be sure that you are sitting in temple and listening to the discourse. It can be dream. Suddenly you may wake up and understand you are lying in your bed and dreaming that you are sitting in a temple and listening to the discourse. You may think, no, I can pinch myself. You can pinch yourself in dream also. In dream also you can pinch yourself. Let it be very clear, there is no scale to measure whether you are in awareness or dream state. You can do whatever you are doing now, whatever you can do now, you can do everything in dream also. In dream also you can be sure that you are not dreaming. The big problem is the moment you suspect whether it is dream or reality, you will come out of the dream. You can always see. Whenever you seriously suspect what you are seeing, your awareness and attention will be turned towards the seer. Now, as long as you don't suspect the reality of what you are seeing, your awareness will never be turned towards the seer. The moment you suspect the truth or the reality of the scene, the moment you suspect, immediately your awareness will be turned towards the seer. You will be awakened. All these techniques again and again turn your awareness into the seer. You are constantly now attracted by the scene. So much of colorful dance, so much is going on. In the outer world, you don't have awareness or attention to turn towards the seer. All these techniques, Shiva is trying to turn yourself towards the seer, to give you the glimpse of the seer. The moment you suspect the scene, the moment you suspect the scene, it is not as you think, the scene is not as you understand, immediately your awareness turns towards the seer. The moment you turn towards the seer, you are awakened. What happens in the dream state? Same thing. Whenever you come out of the dream state, be little aware what is happening in that space. First thing, either you will have too much of greed or fear. If you have greed or fear beyond a limit, both will awaken you out of dream. Sometimes nightmare, sometimes too beautiful dream. Nightmare and too beautiful dream, both will bring you out of dream. Both will kick you out of dream space. First thing, you will start suspecting whether it is dream or reality. Next moment, the whole attention will turn towards your inner space. Then you will be awakened. Same thing will happen in this space also if you want to get awakened. First thing, you need to see. You need to understand. By understanding, you will naturally have the doubt whether what I am seeing is truth or unreality. It is a truth or false. You will start suspecting what you are seeing. The moment seriously you start suspecting what you are seeing, your whole awareness and attention will turn towards the seer. Seer will be automatically awakened. As long as you are engaged with the second person and third person, the first person will never be awakened. Your interest towards the second person and third person is lost. Immediately, your attention will turn towards the first person. You will be awakened to the truth. You will wake up from this big dream. I was telling you about the beautiful question. Somebody went and asked Ramana Maharshi also the same question. If everything is dream, seeing you in this dream, how is it going to help me? Ramana Maharshi says, when you see a lion in your dream, what happens? You wake up. That fear, or even if you see a beautiful actress, you will wake up. The greed. See, whenever you try to elongate that shaft, whenever you try your best to elongate that shaft, sometime beautiful dream, you try to hold on to the dream and suddenly you realize it is dream. Sometime frightening dream, you just wanted to escape from the dream. So much of fear and you realize it is just a dream. Both the way, if you want to hold or you want to escape, both the way, you will come out and understand it is just a dream. Whether it is greed or fear, both will awaken you. Whenever you see a master is like a simha swapna. It's like seeing a lion in the dream. When you see the lion in the dream, naturally, out of that shock, you will be awakened. You will be out you will be out of the dream. Same way when you see the master in this state, he will be like a Simha Swapna, he will awaken you. I always tell people, master is not a dream to fulfill your wishes, it's a dream to awaken you. It's a dream to awaken you. Same way, greed also can awaken you. Master and actress both can do the same job. Both can do the same job. That is why I always tell people, whenever I can't train people, I just get them married. I tell them, please get married, that's all. And they are trained. Now sometimes, if master takes 10 years, she takes hardly 1 or 2 years. Now in our ashram, that's what I tell our brahmacharis. Either learn from me or you learn from your wife. But learning from me with a lot of love and courtesy. That's the only difference. Greed and fear both can teach you. Yoga choose the path of fear. It just controls you and corners you. At some point you are awakened. You understand, you are dreaming. Tantra chose the path of greed. It gives you. Suddenly you understand, you are dreaming. Both the way, whether you are in greed or with fear. The theme or the idea is to put your attention on your being. To turn your awareness on your being. Whether it's a fear or greed, we need the only one thing, to awaken you. Kumbhita rechita vabi purita va yada bhavet tadante santana masau satya santa prakasate. Again, this one important thing you should understand, that your mind is universe. Only when your mind works, you see the universe. If your mind doesn't work, you will not see the universe. It's like your samskaras, your engrams, that decide your universe. Shiva says, in such universal pause, when breath is all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped of itself, in such universal pause, Shiva is speaking in last 3 sutras about the neutral space. For last 3 sutras he is discussing the same thing about the neutral space. How to enter into the neutral space and how it will help you step by step. In the neutral space itself he is guiding us step by step. First he spoke about the neutral space. Next he said the neutral space and the incoming breath time is one and the same. Now he is saying the neutral space and the incoming breath, not only in time they are one and the same, even in space they are one and the same. By this he means, just in that neutral space, whenever you are in that neutral space, you are enlightened. You are liberated. You are in that full awareness. You are in that Shiva consciousness. There is nothing more needs to be done. There is nothing else needs to be done. The once small self vanishes. That's what he says beautifully. Once small self vanishes. Means your ego disappears. Your ego disappears. He says, vanishes. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to kill. You don't have to fight. You don't have to do anything. Just it vanishes. He adds one more line, beautiful line. This is difficult only for the impure. Ashanta prakasate. This is difficult only for the impure. Now we'll have to understand what Shiva means by the word. This is difficult only for impure. what he means by the word impurity. This is difficult only for the people who think it is difficult. If you are already clear that this is not going to work for me, this is not going to help me, this is not which I want, what I want in my life, then be very clear, this is not going to help you. The moment somebody thinks, decides, this is difficult for me, it is going to be difficult because it is you who is creating the shaft. If you think 10 times it is difficult, the thought it is difficult which happened to you today, the thought it is difficult which happened to you yesterday, the thought which is difficult, it is difficult which happened to you 1 year ago, you will connect all these thoughts and you will create a shaft, it is difficult. Then nothing can be done. If you have the thought, it is easy, then again you will create a shaft, it is easy. If you create a shaft, it is easy, it is going to be easy for you. If you create a shaft, it is difficult by all your ideas of believing it is difficult, then it is going to be difficult for you. Let you be very clear, whether it is easy or difficult, both shafts are created by you. Raman Maharshi says, there is a beautiful song written by Raman Maharshi in Tamil. He says, oh, so easy, Atma Vidya, so easy. Somebody goes to him and says, Bhagwan, it is very difficult to achieve enlightenment. Bhagwan says, oh, so easy to achieve Atma Vidya, it is so easy. They ask him, how? He says, to achieve something in the outer world, you have to work. To achieve something in the inner world, nothing needs to be done. Just relax. He goes on explaining. Anyhow, one thing, your mind says it is easy. Masters say it is, your mind says it is difficult. Masters say it is easy. According to me, it is neither easy nor difficult because already it is there. You don't even have to think it is difficult. You don't even have to think it is easy because it is already there. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be achieved. If you have to achieve only, you will have to say whether it is easy or difficult. Here, you are not going to achieve anything. It is just the existence. It is just the truth. It is there already. All you need to do is just remember, you are unclutched. You are already unclutched, as I was telling you yesterday. Even your thinking is nothing but connecting all the thoughts and thinking that you are thinking. Actually, your thinking is not a big problem for you. You are thinking that you are thinking is the real problem for you. See, your thinking is not a big problem for you. It just comes and goes. But when you start thinking, oh, I am constantly thinking, I am not able to stop thinking, that is where you start creating problem. When you start creating some shaft, see, all your problems, when I say all, capital letter A-L-L, all your problems are just because you create shaft. You create a shaft which does not exist. Which does not exist. If you just understand, you are unclutched by your very nature, you can see. Even if you try to clutch, you can't clutch. Try your best to connect your thoughts. Try to be on same subject. Try to concentrate your mind. You can't concentrate because God saves you constantly. God is protecting you. That is why you are not able to concentrate. People come and ask me, Swamiji, how to concentrate my mind? They don't understand what they are asking. Be very clear. The more you concentrate your mind, more you will start suffering. As on now, Concentration will bring you only suffering because when you concentrate, naturally on what you will concentrate? Whatever is there only you will concentrate. In your mind you have only sufferings. If you start creating the concentration power, your suffering will become more and more. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I forget things. Please give me the power to remember. I tell them, you don't know what big blessing it is. No, because you forget things, you soon get healed of your mental pains, mental wounds. You heal yourself. If you can't forget things, be very clear. You will be constantly suffering. Because all you know is only one thing, suffering. You do not know how to be in bliss. You do not know how to be in joy. You do not know how to connect the gaps and create the shaft of gap. All you know is how to connect thoughts and create the shafts of thought. Any thought will create only suffering for you. As on now, you not having concentration is a big blessing for you. According to Tantra, one of the great work of Shiva is Trodana. They say Trodana means making you forget things or making you move away from the past. If you start trying to have more concentration power, be very clear, you will bring more and more misery and suffering for you. That is why the people who try to do this hypnotism, mesmerism, these yogic practices to concentrate their mind, you can see always they will be in tension. They will always be in tension. Attention means you are at tension. Attention means attention. When you start giving your attention, be very clear, you are at tension. Always they will be serious. You can see constantly they will have a headache. No, really, they will have a headache. Because constantly they are trying to think on one subject. Means they are trying to create a shaft. They are trying their best to create a shaft. One more thing, no doubt they will become schizophrenics. That is why I tell you, some of the yogic practices, without intelligence if you start doing, without maturity if you start doing, you will end up only in more problems. You will end up only creating more and more difficulties, more and more problems. Because in concentration, you exclude everything. In awareness, you include everything. In awareness, you are not aware of particular thing. You are purely aware. In front of you, anything can come. You will be aware. That's all. In awareness, you work on yourself. In concentration, you work on something outside. You concentrate on something. Your whole consciousness is centered on something. In concentration, you are working towards a different angle. In awareness, you are working towards different angle. Whole West is suffering so much of depression because they misunderstood awareness as concentration. They started thinking concentration is going to help. No. Concentration is no way going to help you. Concentration will bring you more and more suffering. You will create more and more shaft. You will create too many shafts and you will start fighting with those shafts. All concentration is excluding something. For example, if you concentrate on this one line, you exclude everything else. In that one line, if you concentrate on one dot, again you exclude everything else. You are excluding. By excluding, you will not be able to achieve anything. But with awareness, you will be aware of the whole board. You will be aware of this whole scene. You will be aware of this whole space. You are aware of this whole universe. In awareness, you do not exclude anything. You only start including things. In concentration, you will be excluding things. When you start creating shaft, when you start thinking that you are thinking, be very clear, you have become impure. Then it is difficult for you. Then you can't achieve this. Even you believing that you have a lot of impurity is nothing but a shaft. Let it be very clear, all your guilt, all your pain, everything is pure shaft. The mistake which you did 10 years ago, the mistake which you did 7 years ago, the mistake which you did 3 years ago, they are independent, unconnected incidents. But when you connect them and start thinking, naturally you will start creating guilt. Let it be very clear, you cannot be helped by creating guilt. Is there any single person who says, no, I changed myself, Swamiji, by creating guilt? Never. Be very clear. You might have stopped expressing that attitude. You might have stopped doing that act, but never think you are liberated from it. Never think you are liberated from it. Symptoms may change, but you are not cured. Doctor asks to a patient, how do you feel after the medicine? You came to me with a complaint that you are hearing ringing sound in your ears. How do you feel now with your ringing sound? Patient says, oh, after the medicine, I get only engaged tone. I get only the busy signal. I am not getting the ring tone. The ring tone may change into busy signal, but you will not be healed. Let you be very clear, by creating guilt, you may just change the symptom, but not the healing itself will happen. Changing symptom is not liberation. Changing symptoms is not going to help you. Let you be clear about what you are supposed to do. Inner space needs to be completely awakened. You need to bring your awareness to your inner space. You need to be completely aware of your inner space, whatever is happening in it. Let it be clear, even your thoughts, this is difficult or you are impure, is nothing but shaft. One more thing, even if you practice some purity or some discipline for 10-20 years, you will not feel you achieved it. At least I have not seen anybody who has got the confidence that they have become pure. I have seen hundreds and thousands of swamis, hundreds and thousands of spiritual seekers, and hundreds and thousands of yogis and sadhakas. Nobody feels in their inner space that they have become pure. They can't feel because constantly they will be creating the shaft of what they have done. What they have done. Let it be very clear, your inner space, inner thoughts are no way logically connected to the outer world. That's an important thing. Just now I said, you see the universe as you want. Now I give you another one statement. Let you understand these two statements which appears contradictory, but Shiva is answering. How they are not contradictory. They are complementing each other. First I told you, you create the world which you want to see. Now I am telling you, your inner space is no way connected to the outer world. When I made that first statement, I meant you project this world and see. That's the truth. When I make this second statement, your inner consciousness is not disturbed or affected by the outer world as you think. You think if something goes wrong in the outer world, you will feel the suffering. You will have the suffering. Or something happens in the outer world, nice thing, you will have that joy. But it doesn't happen always logically. Sometimes even if you have something nice outside, outer world, you don't feel the excitement, joy in the inner world. Sometimes strange you can feel when something seriously wrong, when something goes wrong. Suddenly you see a confidence, you stand up and you show your strength. Mentally you may be thinking, oh, if that happens, I will be completely collapsed. I cannot do anything. But when it happens, suddenly you will see you are able to handle it. You are able to manage it. You are able to live through it. Be very clear. Two things you need to understand. Your thoughts or your response is no way connected to the happenings of the outer world. Second thing, your thoughts itself, they are not directly, logically connected with each other. Your response to the outer world and your response to the inner world, both are illogical, independent and unclutched. Your thoughts towards the outer world, towards the inner world, your own self, both are not logical or connected as you think. You are made to believe you have a logical identity. It is only a belief. Your logic, as long as you believe your logical identity, let you be very clear, you will be constantly bringing more and more and more suffering. You will not have the spontaneity. I have always seen people who are not logical, who are not educated, they will be more spontaneous. I have seen they will be so alive and spontaneous. Whenever I utter the word spontaneity, I remember a beautiful story, beautiful incident which happened in my young age. Maybe I think I told this incident in some other lecture, but I'll tell this once more, at least for the newcomers. In my young age, in our village, they used to recite the Mahabharata. Mahabharata is the history of India. It is the history of India. In every village there will be recitation of Mahabharata every year. Once in a year in every village, especially in South India, they will recite the Mahabharata. Daytime they will recite the story. Night time they will do a drama. Drama means not a professional group. Same that 4 or 5 old villages, old people, they will decorate themselves and come into the, there will be small 2 bench. On that bench they will climb, that is the stage. They will sing some song and do the drama. Thanks to this type of programs, because of these programs, still India is alive. Morally and culturally, the whole country is connected because of this type of programs. It is done in a very ritualistic way. Morning they will recite the story and evening they will do the drama. Drama will be very nice, very spontaneous. There will not be much arrangement. Only one stick will be there. That is what, that will be used as Veena when Narada uses. If he holds like this, it will be Veena. If Hanuman holds like this, that is Gada. That is the Gada. Same thing, one stick. On the top of the stick, one paint box will be tied, that's all. One stick with the paint box, that is the Veena, and then that is Gada. You have to just understand. Who holds it, in what way he holds, that is the name you have to give. If it is held in this way, it is called Veena. If it is held in this way, it is Gada. It's a nice village program. That day, the story is the Draupadi Vastrabharana. There is a, if you know the Mahabharata, you will understand. Draupadi was abused in the court by the Duryodhanas. Duryodhana and his brothers. That is the story. According to the story, The of course, male only will decorate themselves as female. No female are allowed to act in the dramas. Only male have to act the female role also. The Draupadi is supposed to wear 7 saris. She will come with the 7th sari. And the person who is supposed to remove the clothes, he will be pulling the sari. He will, after the 6th sari, he will say, "Oh, I am tired," and he will fall. That is the story. And Krishna will appear. By the time the 6th sari has come, the Draupadi has to shout Krishna, Krishna. Till then she will be shouting different names: Gopala, Govinda, Madhusudana, Madhava. When it comes to the 6th sari, she will shout Krishna. Then Krishna will appear behind the stage. Behind the stage, he will jump into the stage. There will be a small screen. Behind the stage, the Krishna will be standing. He will jump into the stage and come. "Oh, Draupadi, I have come to protect you. I have come to save you." By the time Krishna comes, the Duryodhana has to say, "Oh, I am tired. Oh, I am tired," and he has to fall. This is the story. This is the story supposed to happen. And Draupadi came, as usual, with the 7 saris. And this Duryodhana started pulling. One small mistake, this Duryodhana forgot the count. He forgot the count. He suddenly forgot which sari he is pulling. Whether it is 6 or 5 or 7. Because he forgot the count, he started pulling the 7th sari also. Now it is dangerous. Only 6 he is supposed to pull. And by 6, according to the story, the 6th sari when he pulls, the Draupadi has to shout Krishna, and Krishna will jump into the stage, and Duryodhana will fall. Because this guy forgot the number, he started pulling the 7th sari also. And Draupadi got so disturbed, she straight away started kicking Duryodhana. "Hey, leave me, hey, leave me." Instead of shouting Krishna, she started kicking Duryodhana. And we all thought, what is going on with the story? Draupadi is not supposed to fight with Duryodhana. She is not supposed to fight, she is supposed to shout Krishna, Krishna. She lost all the temper and started saying, "Hey, leave me, hey, leave me." And this guy, he did not understand what Draupadi means. And he thought she is really acting. And he is again pulling. And he, without leaving, he is just pulling the sari. And somehow they both started fighting with each other. And in that fight, anyhow, finally, nothing could be done. The Duryodhana pulled the 7th sari. And this Draupadi is standing on the stage, above all female makeup, below with a trouser. With the trouser he is standing. The face is full of turmeric and flower. Above the hip, complete female decoration, with all the jacket and female dress. And below he is standing with the trouser. And the Krishna is behind the screen, he is just smoking beedi. And he is thinking, what is happening, still I am not called. And he is enjoying his beedi. And he is just peeping through the screen, still I am not being called, what happened? Because she has to shout Krishna, only then he will come. Till the 6th sari, Draupadi has to say Madhava, Madhusudana, Govinda, Gopala. Only on the 6th sari she will shout Krishna. Then Krishna will appear. And he is standing with the beedi and waiting. This guy is so spontaneous. He said, "Krishna, because you are busy with your beedi, you converted me into male and saved my prestige." The whole scene took a different turn. See, actually, this spontaneity can happen only if you are not intellectual. If you are intellectual, you can't be spontaneous. What you will be doing? At the most, you will be taking one more sari and hiding. But what can be done? Already everything is open. Already things are open now. Nothing can be done. Of course, this spontaneity will be alive and active in you when you are not programmed intellectually. when you know you are unclutched, even once you experience you are unclutched, this spontaneity will be so alive and active in you, no cloud can cover your inner space. You cannot be disturbed, you cannot be depressed, you will not be perturbed by your vasanas. That is what the Zen, in Zen there is a beautiful saying, birds don't leave footprint on the air, in the sky. Birds don't leave their footprints on the sky. If you work with the clarity or the remembrance of you are unclutched, your activities will not leave their footprints, samskaras in your inner space. No activity will leave the samskara or the engram in your inner space. Nothing will touch your inner space. There is a beautiful story of Janaka Maharaja. Janaka is a great enlightened master who was king and enlightened master, both. Sugabrahma is another one enlightened master, the first Paramahamsa on the planet Earth. Sugabrahma was sent to Janaka Maharshi by Vyasa. Vyasa is the father of Sugabrahma. Vyasa says, go to Janaka and learn the ultimate truth from Janaka. The Sugabrahma goes to Janaka's court. That time Sugabrahma was not enlightened. He goes to Janaka's court and he sees Janaka is just sitting in the throne and enjoying. Sugabrahma never thought Janaka is a king, and he never thought that he will be sitting in throne. When my father said, go and learn from Janaka, I thought he is a great rishi. Even if he is in the court, I thought he is a Raja Guru. But now I understand he is Raja himself. What will I learn from kings? And in those days, kings are not respected in Indian tradition. Only the spiritual people are respected. They command the whole respect. Somehow, these rishis have created such a wonderful system that Vedic lifestyle, the person who doesn't own anything, who doesn't have anything, he is respected more than a king. Neither Vaishya who has got money, nor Kshatriya who has got power is respected. Only Brahmana who has got the intelligence, spiritual wisdom, he is respected. Only the rishis are respected. He thought, what will I learn from this king? After all, he is a king. He won't have anything to teach. Anyhow, my father said, goes to the Janaka and he asks Janaka, what will you teach me? Janaka says, stay here for 3 days. Whenever people come to me and they ask me, Swamiji, give us a glimpse of meditation. Please teach us how to live in the bliss. I tell them, no, to tell you honestly, I can't teach you. But you can pick up. I can't teach you, you can learn. I always tell them, just be around me 24 hours for a few days. I cannot teach you by my verbal language. With words, you cannot give anything. Maybe you can pick up from my body language. Just see how I live. Just feel how I am living. That may give you some glimpse. That may give you the confidence. Be very clear. Words are not going to teach you. And here also, the words which I am uttering, they are not great. And I am not an orator. And I am not giving you any words. And my English, I know, oh God. I have my own way of expressing. Anyhow, I don't bother about it also because I am not here to teach you English class. I am not an English teacher. I am only teaching the spirituality. Somebody asked me, what is this, Swamiji? You should correct your English little bit. I said, I am not teaching English. I am teaching spirituality. Do you understand what I want to express? He said, yes, I understand. That's all. That much only we need in language. Language is necessary to convey. That's all. That's enough. Nothing else is necessary. We don't have to bother about anything else. Anyhow, I am not giving you words. Words can't do anything. Words can't do anything. The words which I am speaking are not important. The confidence which is radiating in my eyes, the honesty which is in my body language when I utter this truth, that is the reality. I always tell people, if you can pick up this honesty and confidence, you achieved. If you pick up these words, nothing, you won't be helped. You are not going to be helped. But if you pick up this honesty and confidence, then you have done what you are supposed to do. You achieved what you are supposed to achieve. I always tell people, stay around me, be around me. Watch. Just be a spy. See how I am living. 24 hours. See, you can't hide something from somebody 24 hours. You can't act 24 hours. It is impossible. You can act 2-3 hours in the stage. Stage show is very easy. Anybody can get into the stage and do 2-3 hours of show. That's not a big thing. That's not a big thing. But you can't be same 24 hours. Be around me 24 hours. That may give you something. Same thing Janaka is telling. Be around me 24 hours. That may give you something like a swimming. See, nobody can teach you swimming. You can pick up swimming when you see somebody swimming. Nobody can teach you. Nobody can teach you. When you see somebody swimming, 3 things you will understand. First thing, swimming is possible. You can float on the water. Next thing, tremendous urge or desire. When they can do, why not me? Why can't I? I can also. Third thing, the courage to jump in. First, you will understand man can float. Next thing, when they can, why not me? Third thing, let me also jump, the courage. Same way, when you live an enlightened being living on the planet Earth, when you see the enlightened being living on the planet Earth, when you live around him, 3 things you will understand. First thing, enlightenment is possible. You can live like a God on the planet Earth. Next thing, when he can, why not me? Because he will radiate such a simplicity and he will radiate such an ordinariness. Naturally you will have the confidence. When he can, why not me? Third thing, an important thing, let me jump, the courage. All these 3 will happen only if you live around the master, seeing the body language. Nothing else can help you. I always tell people, swimming can never be taught. You can pick it. You can pick up. It can't be taught. Same way, Janaka is saying, live around me. Stay here. Sukabrahma stays there for 3 days. He is not able to understand. Sukabrahma is not able to relate with what is going on there. Janaka is sitting nicely enjoying his sukha. Singing is going on, dancing is going on. Whatever goes on usually in the court, everything is going on. And he is just enjoying the whole thing. Janaka is enjoying. Sukabrahma is not able to relate with the whole scene. And he is not able to understand what is there to learn. After 3 days, again Sukabrahma goes to the Janaka. You want to teach me anything? Then Janaka says, see how I am living and try to learn. Sukabrahma said, I am not able to learn anything. I don't understand anything. I am seeing only one thing, you are living happily with the whole kingdom. I don't think I can learn anything from this. Then Janaka says, Janaka gives a pot filled with oil. And he says, please carry this pot and go around this palace 7 times. even a drop oil should not spill out. That's the condition. Sukabrahma goes round, comes back successfully. Janaka asks him, you went round 7 times this palace. That moment, did you see anything? This dance or singing or anything? Suddenly Sukabrahma realized, not only he was not aware, he did not even remember all these things. All these things are going on. Everything was in front of his eyes. It is not that he was away. He was not in the forest. He was not in the Gurukula. He was in the palace. But nothing has created any engram or samskara in his inner space. Then Janaka says, how these few moments, even though you are here, nothing has created engrams in you, samskaras in you. Same way, even though I am here 24 hours, nothing creates engrams in me. No samskaras are created. My inner space is not at all touched by these outer happenings. Nothing of this world touches my inner space. I am pure in my inner space. Understand the meaning of purity. Purity does not mean you will be sitting in Himalayas, somewhere, escaped, hiding yourself, not ready to face the world. No. Purity does not mean you will escape somewhere. Purity means you will have such a beautiful inner space. The outer world things will not be able to penetrate you. Outer world things will not be able to fill you. Outer world things will not be able to enter into you. Outer world things will not touch you. Your inner space will be beyond any conditionings or any samskaras related to the outer world. All you need to do to understand and remember, you are unclutched. How remembering that you are unclutched is going to take you beyond the body and mind? How it is going to take you beyond space? Yesterday's technique, Shiva taught you how to go beyond time. Now he is teaching you how to go beyond space. After a small break, we will see the technique and practice it, how to go beyond the space. Thank you. I was telling you the story of Svetaswara Upanishad. One young boy goes to master. Master, I want enlightenment, teach me enlightenment. Master says, take these 2 cows and make it as 1,000 cows and bring it back. Today's so-called seeker means you would have told, I think this fellow is trying to exploit my life. I think this fellow wants 1,000 cows, that is why he is telling me to do this work. That is why no modern day seeker receives such amazing techniques. Understand, this guy going to the forest, sitting in the forest and sitting with the cows, just waiting it to multiply. It took 12 years for him to make it as 1,000 cows. 1,000 cows means at least it took 12 years for him. And 12 years not talking to anybody. He forgot the human language. Just living with those cows in the deep silence, not relating with any human beings. He lost slowly the so-called outer world identity. The story says beautifully, when 1000 was done, he forgot how to count. Even that counting was lost. One cow came to him and said, "Sir, now 1000 is over, we can go back to the master." Understand, this is not just story. This has got a great truth behind it. He lost his logic of counting. He is completely lost in the ecstasy and joy. No mind was working. Now who cares about it is 1000 or 2000? I always tell people, if you practice this complete acceptance just for 1 year, 1 year, when people come to the ashram to stay and study, I create all possible difficulties. No, that's my work. No, because, you see, because I am compassionate, I have to do that. No, just to remind them, are you qualified? Are you qualified? Are you really seeking? Are you seeking? Because if you do the right action for wrong reason, whole thing is lost. Small story. In a mental hospital, 3 people thought that they are all right and they can go back to home, to their regular life. Went to the doctor and said, all 3 of us want to go back, we are okay. Doctor said, then perfectly all right, I am also happy that if you guys leave, tomorrow morning we will have a test. Then after the test, we will decide who all can go back. Next day morning, the doctor called all 3 to a swimming pool and he told them to stand one by one on the diving board, told the first guy to jump into the swimming pool which was empty. And this guy saw this side and that side, jumped and broke the hands. The second guy came, he jumped and broke the legs. Third guy came, he saw this side and that side and said, "I won't jump, doctor." Doctor said, "Oh right, now you are free, you can go back. You are normal guy, you can go back." Then doctor asked, "I just want to know why you decided not to jump." "I don't know swimming." Understand? Right decision, wrong reason. Right act, wrong reason. You miss the truth. Even if you are sitting in the presence of the master with the wrong reason, without having the clarity what for you are sitting, it's not good for you. So it is out of my compassion, I open the door for everybody. With the same compassion, I teach them, remind them to check whether you are qualified or not. Look, purify, raise yourself. Same way, when I create all possible uncomforts, I tell them, live for a year with an acceptance. You will never leave. You will never leave. Acceptance can be practiced in this AC hall easily, but not with the basic comforts, not with a emotionally strong atmosphere. When I say the word emotionally strong atmosphere, the whole group is emotionally inspired towards one goal. The so-called pseudo-seekers will feel uncomfortable. I have seen the pseudo-seekers running away. They will just escape with the word, "I think it is a religious organization." Fool. When you entered inside, you did not realize it is a religious organization. Don't you see what I am wearing? Don't you see the way in which I am dressed? This very clearly shows I am religious organization. But when these guys only listen to the words, you see, just sitting and listening does not take much. You don't get any pain anywhere. And you feel greedy. Oh God, how? What energy this fellow is radiating. What grace he is expressing. I think I should also live like him. And sometimes people even feel, God, wherever he goes, flowers are put at his feet, offered at his feet. Sometimes people ask me, wherever you walk, flowers are offered. I tell them, you see the flowers which are put at my feet today, you never saw the thorns on which this leg has walked to come to this state. You have never seen the thorns on which this leg has walked to receive the flowers. That is what we call austerity, penance, tapas. People want enlightenment, don't want to do tapas. They do not want tapas. Somehow, this disciple who was sent to forest was fortunate enough to learn the lesson because he was not filled with the so-called philosophies. Understand? If you learnt the yoga just for physical health, you can't relate with Patanjali. When you do yoga, physical health will happen as a side effect. When you do meditation, self-development will happen as side effect. But that is not the goal. If you are taking yoga just for health, if you are taking meditation just for self-development, you are not jumping because you don't know swimming. Understand, right action, wrong reason, you miss. Even if it is right action, if it is wrong reason, you miss. You miss the truth. You will miss the reality. The Shvedaketu, that is the name of the boy, the disciple. After the cows have become 1,000, one cow comes and tells him, Sir, we can go back to the master, now we are 1,000. Shvedaketu says, oh, is it so? Okay. And the story says, cows are leading the way because he forgot. He is in the ecstasy. You see, when you completely accept, you don't need mind. You don't need mind. Mind is necessary only when you live with struggles and only when you are fighting. Just this moment, accept yourself in the outer world and the inner world. You will go out as enlightened. Just decide, the outer world and the inner world. I accept me as I am. You may tell, I am not able to accept, Swamiji. At least accept that you are not able to accept. That's also okay. Accept, I am not able to accept. Completely, your mind will lose its business. Your mind will lose its hold on you. You will go out as an enlightened. 12 years, completely accepting. What else can happen? When they go back, master just sees and smiles. Oh, 1,001 cows have come. Understand? Master is telling, 1,001 cows have come. Means he is calculating the disciple also as one more cow. In India, cow is considered as a god. The cow word does not, when the master says 1,001 cow, he does not say that the boy has become animal. No. Cows are considered as a gods. Cows are considered as a divine. Even now, in all temples, before they worship the deity, the co-puja will be done. Even now, even in our ashram, if you see early morning, they will bring the cows and bull. Cow, and we have a small calf, which took birth on my birthday. Of course, we respect him as a Shiva's bull. We respect him as a Nandi. So that cow and that bull, that cow and the calf will be taken towards the temple. Worship will be done to that cow first. Only then the temple will be opened and the worship will be given to the deity. The Ko-puja, worshipping cows, is our tradition. The master says, oh, 1001 cow has come. Means he says, this disciple has become enlightened. Disciple has achieved. Just simple acceptance. Very simple acceptance. There is a beautiful statement by a rishi. Shrunmand vishve amritasya putraha vedaha meham purusham mahantam. He says, O sons of immortality, I have seen the truth. I am expressing it to you. Let you all realize it. Understand a basic thing. This one example. When you are driving, do you plan every step? How much you need to press the accelerator? When you need to press the brake? When you need to turn? When you need to turn right, turn left? Do you plan? No. In the initial level, when you get trained, you may plan. But once you learn driving, just you sit. Many times, you don't even remember. When you get into the car, the next thought will be when you get down in your office. Am I right? You don't even remember you are driving. Either you are listening to the music, or talking in cell phone, or eating in the West especially. That is the restaurant. That is the restaurant. That is the STD booth. That is the music bar. Everything. Everything is going on. Sometimes all three goes on. And you are driving. Only when you park in front of your office, suddenly you remember. You finished your driving. You finished your journey. How is this happening? This is what we call prarabdha, bio-memory. You have an intelligence, an automatic intelligence to run, to maintain, to live and expand your life. Please understand, what I am speaking is a very basic truth. Only if you have suffered in your life enough by your mind, you can understand what I am saying. Only if you have come to the verge of suspecting your own identity, you can understand. If you are still suspecting me about my identity, you cannot understand. If you are ready to doubt your identity, only then you will be able to understand what I am speaking, what I am expressing. Understand, the identity which you are carrying, or what you think as you, what you possess or believe will protect you in your life, is not necessary to live your life. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, prarabdha karma. Means the intelligence or the energy based on which you created this body. What we call bio-memory. You designed your body when you took birth. You designed your body to enjoy particular enjoyments, to live for a particular number of years. Your life, your enjoyments, whatever you want to do, you decide when you take birth, based on your prarabdha, based on what you think as the juice of the life. If you think only eating is the life, you will take pig janma. Pig body is the right body because pig doesn't have to go for a job. Whole day you can eat, eat, eat. If you think the best thing in the life is sleeping, naturally you will create a buffalo body. Because buffaloes doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to waste 10 years of his life by going to school. He doesn't have to waste 1/3 of his life by working in the office. So many things he doesn't have to do. All he needs to do is just chew and lie down. What you believe as the essence of life, what you believe is the greatest joy of the life, based on that you design your body. You design your system. That's what we call prarabdha. You came with a prarabdha. You decided, you designed your system. That designing, that memory has got enough of intelligence to live, run and expand your life. Trusting that intelligence and relaxing is what I call devotion, bhakti, sharanagati. Understand? The intelligence which is living in your life, which is running your life, trusting that and relaxing is what I call sharanagati, surrender. In our life, we are neither taught nor allowed to have the confidence you have an intelligence in you. Always you are given only guilt. Only if you live with the guilt you can be easily exploited. The society which is created based on power and politics, the social systems which is created by Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, means business people and politicians, naturally will have techniques only to keep people in guilt. But the social system created by rishis, enlightened masters, Vedic seers, that system naturally helps people to liberate people towards more and more expression of freedom, more and more towards the freedom. Understand the big difference. The society created by Vedic system are the rishis, enlightened masters, and the social structure created by politician and businessmen. There is a big difference between these two systems. Be very clear. If your body is an income source for somebody, naturally you will invent more and more diseases and medicines. Am I right? Because it is an income source. Understand? If your body is an income source for somebody, naturally he will be happy when you fall sick. What he will be praying? For example, you and your doctor, both of you come here and both of you pray to God. What you will be praying? You will pray for your business and he will pray for his business. Be very clear. Naturally, each one has to bother about their survival, bother about their life and their expansion. The lifestyle of the East, the Vedic system, the yogic lifestyle is created by enlightened masters. That is why constantly they give you the confidence. Even when you fail, they say, no, don't worry.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं.
The same photograph was there in that program. One person asked me, What is this? You are blessing in that photograph. But usually when you walk into the room, you do namaskar. I bow down. In photograph it shows as if you are blessing. In reality you are doing namaskar. I said in both the activity, I do the same. When I bow down or bless, for me it is one and the same. I don't feel I am big when I bless. I don't feel I am small when I bow down. I neither feel I am superior when I bless, nor feel inferior when I bow down. Both moments I am completely centered on me. Just by being centered, even if you bow down, you will awaken the sense of respect and feeling connected in the other person. If you bless, again you will invoke the same presence or energy into that other being. If you are not centered, the blessing will look very egoistic. I always tell people, if you are not centered inside, never allow people to touch your feet. Because if people start touching your feet continuously, it's like an addiction. It feels so good. Ego is so cunning. I have seen these off-gurus. Off-gurus does not need any other punishment because they will create their own hell. All they need is little time, that's all. They don't need any other punishment. They can't be without their hell. They will feel that they are missing something if they don't create their hell. Off-gurus are the most dangerous people for themselves and for others. If you are not danger for yourself, you will not be danger for others. If you are not danger for others, you will not be danger for yourself. Being danger is, whether for you or for others, is one and the same. All masochists will be sadists, all sadists will be masochists. If you are torturing yourself, you will be torturing others. If you are torturing others, you will be torturing yourself. Torturing is a quality. With you or with others, you will be same. Accepting will be quality. With you or others, it will be same. I always tell people, accepting others without judging is not morality. It's a spiritual technique for peace, for bliss. Person who can accept others without judgment will have that same compassionate, beautiful words and inner chattering towards themselves. Towards themselves also. Because you don't use two kinds of inner chattering. Even though inside your mind you believe, for others I will show different face and for myself I will be different. I will forgive all my mistakes. I will judge only others' mistake. No, you can't. You can't. You are not that intelligent. You are not that intelligent. Intellectually, maybe you will be thinking, others I will have a different rule and torture and rule and judge and keep them all in track. For myself, I will be different. No. Judge will be the prisoner. All judges will be with the internal prison. Inside, they will be constantly judging them also, themselves. They will be constantly judging themselves. You may think, no, I know, I can be a little intelligent. I judge others, but when it comes to me, I have my own game. No. Maybe superficially you are believing. If you have the attitude of judging, condemning others, you will be doing that unconsciously, continuously towards you also. It's a basic mental setup, the quality. It is not just with somebody you will be different and with you will be different. No. These off-gurus are dangerous people. When they raise their hand, they feel that they are superior, that they are blessing the others. When they bow down, they feel that they are inferior. They are lower than others. It means they are not balanced in all their actions. If you are centered, your very bowing down will be so graceful. It will create so much respect in others' mind. Being centered is the base of spirituality.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारम्
Learning from master will be very sweet experience, very joyful experience, because he first puts you in his lap and his love is the anesthesia. Before he starts his operation, he showers his love, that is anesthesia. So you will not even know the pain of going through the transformation, that operation. You will not even be aware that you went through chemotherapy and surgery. But when the life teaches, life does not have anesthesia. That is the difference between learning from master and life. If time teaches you, if life teaches you, it will be very strong because it doesn't have the great anesthesia love. He can't make you forget the pain. He has to teach only through pain. But master can teach with a great energy and love. When Kala Bhairava teaches, it will be very powerful, very strong. I always tell people, better learn from the master, otherwise life will teach. Vivekananda says, learning from master will be graceful. Learning from life will be very painful. Master is intense life. Not only he can teach, he can see that you go through the whole operation beautifully and joyfully. If you want, if you are adamant, you will learn only from life, time. Then up to you. Then up to you. Anybody who decides to learn from Kala Bhairava, from the life, from time, naturally has to go through this same process. When you are caught just with an intellectual understanding and start thinking, you know it, now you got it. We are also in the same position of Brahma. We are also in the same space of Brahma. Intellectual understanding should become an inspiration to enlightenment. Intellectual understanding should become an inspiration towards the depth. In your life, so many precious moments, you take a jump, the unclutching happens, which you can use to center yourself. From intellectual understanding, you can take a jump to an experience. So many moments, very precious moments. When you take jump from greed to fear, means Muladhara Chakra to Swadhisthana Chakra. Muladhara is greed, lust. Swadhisthana is fear. And from fear to worry, means Swadhisthana to Manipuraga. From Manipuraga to Anahata, worry to the low energy, asking for attention, love from others. And from Anahata to Vishuddhi, instead of asking love from others, radiating enmity towards others, jealous. And from jealousy comes ego, means that from Vishuddhi, jump to Anya, next chakra. From Anya to Sahasrara, from ego comes discontentment. In every jump from one chakra to other chakra, in every shift, you unclutch. Every shift, every moment can be used to get centered in your center. It can be used for enlightenment. Mahadeva is giving you so many techniques, so many methods to center yourself during every shift. See, during every shift, you go to the high energy, the intense, highest frequency of your being. Only then you settle down. It will be like a big peak before you touch the valley. From lust to fear, even that experience will be peak. You will reach the peak of that lust, that ecstasy, the peak. Only then you will fall to a valley of fear or guilt. Then from that valley, again you will reach the peak of fear. Only then you will fall into the worrying, bothering about the future. It will be like always a peak intense experience before you shift to the other emotion, to the other chakra. Here Mahadeva is giving you beautiful technique to use all those moments, all those unclutching moments, all those shifting moments to take a quantum jump into the center, into the Atman. See, when you change from first gear to second gear, you unclutch. Unclutching means that you have to pass through the neutral zone. The neutral zone is your consciousness, your spiritual center, your enlightenment. Here, you can use that opportunity of shifting to center yourself. It will be very micro-million second. You can say microsecond or whatever word you want to use. It will be very short moment in which you can take the jump. Let's enter into the sutra. How Shiva is sharpening our awareness and helping us to take that jump. Actually, the enlightenment itself happens only in a fraction of a second. Training you to take that jump only takes years. Training you to catch that moment, be aware of that moment, only takes years. That very jump happens only in a fraction of a second. There is a beautiful Zen story. One Zen nun, she was fetching water from monastery well to her room in a bamboo stick. 2 pots have been put, 2 sides, and she was carrying water from the well. When she was walking, it was night. She saw the reflection of the moon in that pot. The front side pot, in that water, the reflection of the moon was there. She was just so feeling in tune or connected with that reflection, the beautiful nature. She was just completely connected to that beautiful scene and walking. She was just gazing at that moon's reflection in that water. She was walking. Suddenly, that bamboo broke, pot fell and broke. The story says she became enlightened. She says, I was so completely connected to that picture, to that beautiful reflection of the moon, there was nothing else in my mind. When the bamboo broke and the pot broke, fell and broke, when that reflection disappeared, something in me broke and I have disappeared. You see, we can also fetch water from well, carry in the bamboo, and if you want you can break also, but nothing else will happen except wasting a bamboo and 2 parts. It's not that everybody will have the same experience. How it happened for her? Because she was ready. Her consciousness was in such high, intense frequency. She was able to catch that shift. When that shift happened, she was able to be aware and catch that precious moment and center herself. She was able to catch that neutral space when that unclutching happened. All our tapas, our training is nothing but preparing ourselves to catch when that shifting, unclutching happens. Because that unclutching, that conscious shift happens in our life many times again and again. If you are not aware, you will miss it. For example, if that same scene happens in our life, you are carrying 2 parts with a bamboo. If it breaks, first thing, oh God, 2 parts gone. Either worry or fear or suffering. That will be the first thing you will experience. But if you are aware, if you are conscious enough, you can catch yourself before the suffering starts in your inner space. Before any suffering starts in your inner space, you are centered in your consciousness. You are centered in your Atman. Before every thought raises in you, you come back to your center. Do not think in your inner space thoughts are connected in a linear way. No. You can't jump from one thought to other thought. No. From one thought, you go back to your center, then next thought. So, no 2 thoughts in you is directly connected. The connection is only to your center. Each thought is directly connected to your center. Because there are too many thoughts, you think the thoughts are directly connected to each other. No. Thought is matter, dead. Dead things cannot connect with each other. I always tell people, 2 disciples connecting with each other only will create more nuisance. As long as you are directly connected to Master, you are safe. If you are connected to each other, you will vomit your unconscious poison upon each other, and both will go down. I have seen disciples, when they talk to each other, when they try to develop some relationship, gone. Both of them have lost. Because with your unconscious, what you judge about you, Master and other things will be naturally unconscious, will be poisonous. Because you are putting your unconscious on him, and the other person is also in tune with you. See, disciple falling in tune with the Master only will be very difficult, because I am talking in totally different language, different space. But you falling in tune with the disciple, other disciple is easy, because both of you are in the same space. Both of you are talking in same language. So you feel connecting with your brother disciple is lot more easy than connecting with the Master. You always choose easy path. You always choose easy path. I have seen people connecting with the brother disciples. When you connect with other disciples, you are gone. I always tell people, if your connection enriches your devotion or the respect to the master, then it is connection with the master, through the master. Without that, if you directly connect, you are in trouble. You will create trouble for yourself and for the other person. All failures, when I say all, I mean capital ALL. All failures are because disciples relating with the disciples without having direct connection with the master. When you directly relate with the master, the relationship will be strong, and every connection you will create a chance, opportunity for you to take a quantum jump into the enlightenment. But when connection is between the disciple and disciple, it's like a connection between dead matter and the dead matter. When two dead things connect with each other, it will create only more poison. It will vomit only more poison. The more poison means more trouble. Let's enter into the sutra and see the Shiva's method, technique to achieve the consciousness, the inner space. When you shift from one space to the other space, one mood to other mood, when you take a jump, when that shift happens, how to use those precious moments to center yourself, to enter into enlightenment. Let me read the sutra, the translation. At the point of sleep, when the sleep has not yet come, and external wakefulness means Jagrat state, the waking state, vanishes. At this point, be centered, let your being be revealed. When I read every sutra in this great book, in these great teachings, I feel you can't even call Shiva as a Jagat Guru. It is a too small word. Each technique he gives is complete enough to liberate the whole humanity. It is complete to liberate the whole humanity, not only to liberate, to solve all the questions. Just one sutra from Shiva's book can create one religion. According to me, all major religions happened on the planet Earth. When I say religion, the systems which leads to enlightenment, not just the social norms and codes. How many times you should marry and how many times you should bow down and bend down and up and down. All these things are just social norms. There are some religions which has not done any research and development in the consciousness, which has not worked even 1 inch towards enlightenment. Those systems can't be called as religions. They can be called as social or political codes. Social or political codes. They have not done any research and development in the inner field. All they did is, they created an ideology. Only in the outer world, what should be done and what should not be done. Do's and don'ts, over. But any religion which has done research and development in the inner science is one branch of this one sutra. This is like a complete unabridged dictionary of inner science, the world philosophies, the inner science. Let me read the sutra once more. At the point of sleep, when the sleep has not yet come, an external wakefulness vanishes. At this point, being is revealed. Let you be centered and be enlightened. You have 4 states of consciousness. Understand, first, the state in which you are there now, wakeful state. We call that as a Jagrat. I think most of you are in the Jagrat state. Hope. Now whoever has smiled, you are all in Jagrat state. If you are still waiting to smile, then don't bother yourself too much, relax. At least be in the state in which you are. Waking state, the wakeful state, we call that as a Jagrat. In Jagrat state, in wakeful state, you will have the feeling I, means the identity, and flowing thoughts. You will have thoughts also. You will have I and thoughts. Second thing, second state is dream state. Understand? In dream state, your thoughts frequency will be much more stronger than the identity I. That is why in the dream state you can't control your thoughts. That is why you can't have your own dreams. If you have the freedom to choose your own dreams, you know what kind of dreams you will always choose. It is not in your control because the identity I, the I's frequency will be lesser than the thought's frequency. That's a dream state. I'll show you a small chart and explain. Third state is deep sleep. In the deep sleep state, you will neither have the identity I nor have thoughts. The fourth state is Turyavastha, Samadhi, enlightenment. That is the state you have never experienced. In that state, you will have a strong, clear feeling that you exist, but there won't be any thought. It is very difficult to comprehend. You existing without any thoughts is very difficult for you to comprehend or understand because you never experienced that moment. You never experienced you without any thoughts or ubadhi, identities, any association. You always experienced you only with some thoughts. The moment you say, I am, already your mind has started thinking, you are a male or female or doctor or engineer or liar, you are intelligent or fool. Usually we don't believe we are intelligent. We may tell others, but we ourselves don't believe. We ourselves don't believe. What we tell others, never think you believe. You don't believe that. You may tell something to others about you, but what you believe will be totally different. Already you associated yourself with some ubadi, with some identity, with some idea. You never experience that you exist without having any thoughts. If you experience that precious moment, you existing without any thought, you are enlightened. You don't need body and mind. Then suddenly you realize you exist even when you don't have body and mind. When you experience, you exist even when you don't have body and mind. The death fear disappears. See, fear of death is nothing but what will I do without this body and mind? Where will I be? How will I be? The fear of unknown is the fear of death. When you are clear that you exist even while you don't have body and mind, you become enlightened. That is what happened to Ramana Maharshi. Bhagwan says, in that intense fear of death happening, he had the death experience at the age of 16. In Madurai, in one of his uncle's house. When he had that intense experience, fear of death came, he just centered himself and he just witnessed. He was not shaken by that fear. And he says, suddenly I realized, even while I don't have body and mind as part of me, associated with me, I realized I exist. That consciousness, pure me, without any attachment or conditioning or association, exists. When I realized that, the fear of death disappeared. I became enlightened. You can also experience that during your jump between one state to other state. When you jump from waking to dream state, means Jagrats to Swapna. When you jump from Swapna to Sushupti, dream state to deep sleep, in all jumps, and same way from deep sleep to waking state, during all these jumps, small, 1 microsecond, at one moment, the door for enlightenment, the door for Turyavastha is available to you. Whenever you unclutch, possibility to get centered exists. So now Shiva is giving you the technique to center yourself, to take the quantum jump into enlightenment during the shift of this consciousness. During the shift. Let me explain how you move from one space to other space. This understanding is called traditionally Avastatraya. Avastha means states of consciousness or spaces which you experience in your day-to-day life. If you analyze and understand the Avastatraya, the very understanding can lead to experience, to enlightenment, to the center of consciousness. See, you have two states of mind and two states of consciousness. One with thoughts and without thoughts. All of you know. With thoughts means now, present state. All of you have thoughts now? You know. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts is one space and no thoughts in the second space, second state. And same way you go through two different spaces, with the I idea and without the I idea. Now all of you have that feeling I. Understand? With I. Now you are all with the idea I. You know that you exist. But in the deep sleep, you don't know, or you don't have that idea that I. So now you have two levels of mind, with thought and without thought, two spaces of inner space, two levels of inner space, with I, without I. When all these two crisscrosses with each other, you experience four states. Please understand very clearly. With thought, with the idea I, this is called waking state. Now the state in which you are. You have thoughts and the I consciousness. The dream state is you will have thoughts, but you will not have I, because thoughts frequency will be more powerful. Understand? The frequency of thoughts will be more powerful than the I. That is why you can't control your dreams. If you can choose your own dreams, then you know what kind of dreams you will choose. In dream state, you can't do that. You will have thoughts, but you won't have the controlling I, the clear identity. That is why each day you will have a different identity in your dreams. Someday you will be like a college student. Someday you will be like a married person. Sometimes both these few identities will mix and you will be confused. You will see, sometime you will have dreams that you are going to the college and writing exams with your wife in USA. You would have gone to college in India, you would have got married in USA, and you are working here, maybe whatever it may be, but you will suddenly see all mixing and appearing. Means no I, only thoughts. That is dream state. And the second thing, the third thing, deep sleep state. There is neither thoughts nor I. This is called Sushupti. This is Jakrat, this is Swapna, this is Sushupti, deep sleep state. Neither thoughts exist nor that idea I exist. And the fourth state, there will be no thought, but that idea I exist will be there. That is what is called Samadhi state. Understand? You live in your day-to-day life in all these three states, but you don't experience this in your life every day. But whenever you take jump from this state to this state, you will come only through this way. This is the gate. This is the gate. That is why Jesus says, I am the way. When he says, I am the way, he does not mean the person who took birth in Jerusalem and was hanged in the cross is the way. When he says, I am the way, pure I is the way. We have to understand it, the truth. We have to understand the truth. When he says, I am the way, he means the pure I without thought is the way. Whenever you move from waking state to dream state, don't think you can take direct jump. No. You have to only go through this way. Means coming to superconscious, Samadhi state. Same way, from dream to deep sleep, again you have to only come through this way. Same way, from deep sleep, whether you jump to dream or waking state, no direct road. You have to go through only Samadhi state. Every time you take a jump from one state to other state, one space to other space, you go through only Samadhi, super consciousness. The Western psychology would have done great service to humanity if these guys understood little bit of the Samadhi or super conscious. These fools have stopped just with these three steps, and they were afraid to work on the fourth step. Literally afraid. This young fellow, the Freud's disciple, goes all the way to my native place. He went all the way to my native place. He got frightened to see Ramana Maharshi and came back. He writes in his reminiscence, I am afraid if I see him, I may be completely taken away by his presence. All my vested interests, my business, research and development, everything will be proved as lie. Simple fool, not scientific. If he was a scientific person, if he was a person for knowledge, research and development, he would have had the courage, but he became a politician. Vested interests. Now really, if you stop doing research and development for your vested interests, you are a politician or a businessman. Person who is courageous enough to go behind the research and development, wherever it leads, I am decided to go behind. He is seeker. This Jung, if you would have done that one step of going and meeting Ramana Maharshi and touching that fourth step, superconscious or samadhi, the whole Western psychology would have been totally different. And the West would have been helped immensely, especially with this infrastructure. If that fourth state, truth about the fourth state has been told to the West, such an immense benefit or such immense things can happen to whole humanity. These guys have stopped with this conscious, subconscious and unconscious. That is why this fellow Freud is telling that human beings are such sick, they can't be helped. Because he has never experienced a person who has touched the fourth state. He never had an enlightened specimen. He had only all passions. All his normal people are the whom he says as his scale, all are abnormal people. See, the specimen with which he was working is all the people who are caught in sub or unconscious. Never the superconscious. They were either in the subway or in unconscious way. Never in the super highway. They were never experienced the superconscious state. That is why so much of suffering. That is why neither the psychology nor the psychiatry or anything related to the mind created in the West is not able to solve the problems of humanity. The problems of humanity can be solved only by the knowledge and science of the superconsciousness. The fourth state, Turiya. In India, the masters have not only achieved this state, they created techniques and methods to reproduce the same state in every being. They have created methods, techniques to reproduce the same experience in every being. Little bit of research on this fourth state would have really illumined or enlightened the whole West, because there are many amazing things the Western psychology has discovered and presented to the world. Many beautiful things. I used to wonder, how could these guys know so much about mind? Being inside the mind, usually, if you want to know about anything, you have to be a witness, you have to be away from it. If you are caught in it, you can't know the complete truth or secret. If you are away from it, you will be able to know the truth of the whole thing. But these guys, somehow they caught so much about mind without knowing about mind, without being away from the mind. I was really surprised, but they missed essential points, essential truth about this fourth state, about this, the state of enlightened one, the state of samadhi. That is why they could not accept, they could not relate with the experiences of the mystics, saints, enlightened masters. They have brushed the whole thing aside as some mental disorder. That is what they say. Many of the psychological studies or books say that there are some illusions. Some illusions. Actually, we are in illusion, not they. They are in much stronger and clear state.
In the modern day, everybody is accepting the field of psychology. You can never teach just through verbal language. All communication happens more than 90% only through body language. You can never learn through verbal language. It is always body language which teaches. I have seen people, how many video discourses they may see, DVDs they may see, but they don't understand unless they come and sit in front. When they come and sit in front, one discourse is enough to transform them. If they sit and watch the TV, the DVD, the recorded discourses, how many they may watch, but never the transformation happens. Transformation never happens. For transformation, the direct touch is necessary. Master is the person who can give the direct touch, who can radiate the presence, who can teach through body language. It is not even teaching, it's like awakening. He just awakens you by his presence, by his space. He creates such a wonderful space in which automatically you are awakened. Beautiful story from Vivekananda, a great enlightened master. Let me narrate that story. That will give you an idea how Master awakens the disciple just by his presence. There was a lioness in a forest. It was pregnant, about to give birth. One day it was searching for food. It was going around the forest, trying to catch some animal. It saw the sheep of flock and jumped when it was trying to attack. It just gave birth to a lion and died there itself because the jumping is too much. It was not able to manage or maintain. Gave birth to a lion and died. The cub was left orphan. Nobody was there to attend. These goats, they somehow felt very friendly with this cub and they took this cub. Cub started growing with these goats. They started drinking the goat's milk and started eating the grass, almost living like a goat. And actually, one more thing, the way in which you are brought up, that is the way you will have an idea about yourself. And don't think we are human beings just by birth. You walk with two legs because you are taught and you are brought up in that way. Otherwise, naturally, we will be still animals. This cub was brought up just among the goats, and it really felt it is a goat. It used to eat the grass and drink the goat's milk and play with the goats, live like a goat and create sound just like a goat. After a few years, one day, one lion was again attacking that same group. And it saw a cub along with the goats. And it just attacked that cub, brought the cub out of the group. Cub started shouting, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I won't kill you, you are not a goat. Cub said, don't tell me all these things. Don't kill me. Just give me that assurance that you will not kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I will not kill you. It just left. The cub ran and his cub escaped and ran. Next day again, lion attacked the same group. Again it attacked the same cub and brought it out. Again the cub started shouting, crying, oh, don't kill me, leave me. Lion said, don't you understand? I am not catching you to kill you. Understand, you are not a goat, you are a lion. Again the cub started crying, no, I am lion, I am goat only. Don't kill me. Anyhow, lion tried its best to convince the cub. Cub is not ready to get convinced. Lion left the cub. All right, go. Third day, slowly the cub started feeling somehow connected with the lion. It started remembering the lion again and again. Why should he catch me? Twice he caught me. He could have killed me. He's not killing, or he's not ready to eat me. Why he should again and again catch me? And again he's advising me I am a lion. Why should you do that? He started contemplating on the lion. Something of that lion, some quality of that lion started attracting him. In the heart, without his knowledge, unconsciously, he started contemplating on the lion. Third day, when the flock crossed that area, the cub stood and watched whether the lion is coming or not. Fourth day, the cub started waiting in that same area to have a glimpse of lion. Now lion appeared again, came near the cub. This time it doesn't have to catch the cub. Cub just stood. Cub started trusting the lion. Just stood. Lion said, how are you? How you are doing? After a few words, lion called the cub. Why don't you come and spend some time with me? The moment cub heard this word, got frightened. You can see and spend few minutes, but he is not courageous enough to go with the lion. Again the cub escaped. After a few days, again the cub saw the lion. Now he has got some courage. And not only that, slowly he has developed a little bit attachment towards the lion. This time he brought a little bit of grass to the lion to offer. Sir, why don't you eat this? Lion also has to act as if it is a goat. It has to show to the cub that he is not somebody superior, he is not somebody away, he is not somebody different. So he acted as if he is eating the grass. Now slowly the cub has started trusting the lion. Now lion started acting. Instead of telling the cub that you are the lion, lion started acting as if it is goat. So that the trust can happen between the cub and lion. Slowly, cub started trusting the lion. One day cub was ready to go with lion to the nearby river, a picnic. Lion took the cup, both of them went near the river. When they were standing near the water, suddenly lion grabbed the face of the cub, head of the cub, neck, and said, look at the river. Cub said, yes, I am seeing. What you are seeing? Cub said, our faces. Do you see my face? Yes. I am a lion. Yes. Do you see your face? Yes, I am seeing. You are also a lion. Again, the fear came up. Cub said, no, leave me, started shouting. Now it is too much. The lion had little meat. He just took the meat and forcibly put inside the mouth of a cub. Cub slowly started chewing. The taste of the blood. And the cub started tasting the blood. Slowly he started feeling, yes, I could eat the meat. I am not just a goat. If I am a goat, how can I eat the meat? The first experience that I am the lion started happening. Of course, again the cub is not ready to be convinced. After a few minutes, just out of the old habit, he vomited the meat. Again started shouting, no, don't try to brainwash me. Don't try to teach me. I am goat. He started running. After a few days, again somehow lion managed. The cub brought him to the river. This time he decided he has to realize, he has to experience. This time when he brought the cub, it showed him very clearly, look at your face, look at my face in the river. Both are one and the same. And eat this fresh meat. He gave him the fresh meat to eat, to taste. And naturally, taste of the blood made the cub to realize it is not a goat. It is lion. And he removed him. He removed the cub. Left him in the forest. He didn't let him to stay with the goats. When he has to live in the forest, naturally, he has to search for his food. He has to hunt. He has to go around. He started hunting. He experienced completely who he is and started living as a lion. Beautiful story. I don't know how Vivekananda came up with this story. This is exactly the same thing happens between you and the master. Exactly same thing.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे 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 ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं गुणावस्थाविवर्जितं सर्वदेवं सर्वमदं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं गुणावस्थाविवर्जितं सर्वदेव.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Namah Shivaya. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today we will enter into the next sutra, next meditation technique. Mahadeva, the author of this technique, the author of this great book, Shiva Sutras, his inner space is so vast, so intelligent, so powerful. He created meditation techniques almost for every possible human being. Every possible human being. Somebody asked me the other day, Swamiji, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Somebody else would have wrote it and attributed to Shiva's name. Who knows? Anybody who can write the book of this caliber, this standard, he is Shiva, no doubt. He has experienced Shiva consciousness, no doubt. Unless you experience, see the very truth, all the details, all the subtle things he knows, that is enough. The author is a rare being. Nothing else is required. Just the very proof that the author knows all the rare details. Understand? Unless you know all the rare details, you cannot give solution. You cannot look at the same thing from so many angles. Very small change in a sutra, very small change in a technique, but helps totally different kind of human beings. Sometimes I am surprised what sophisticated level the society would have been when the sutras were delivered. See, the more the society is sophisticated, it will have more mental problems. That's the truth. You won't have too many mental problems unless society is sophisticated. Because you don't have too much energy. You will not have depression if you have poverty. Because you don't have enough energy to sit, eat, find out some reason to get depressed. With poverty, your whole energy and time is demanded. See, actually I always tell people, depression is a luxury. Now, unless your basic needs are fulfilled, you can't have depression. Unless it is fulfilled and you have enough time and energy, which is not directly required to be productive, then you create something, you just sit and create some reason to get depressed. I've never heard the word depression in the Indian villages because they have enough of things to do. You can't, there's no time to get depressed. Depression is a luxury. I was surprised when I read the solution for all the problems which he talks about. Then 10,000 years ago, There must have been such a high sophisticated society with all the luxury. That is why he is giving solution for all these problems. See, if Buddha is teaching, don't steal, means in his time the stealing was there. Thieves were there. Otherwise, why should you teach? Nobody gives solution for the problem which does not exist except the psychiatrist. Nobody will give the solution for the problems which does not exist. Here, Shiva is talking amazing things. Means that society which existed 10,000 years ago is highly sophisticated, which was having all kinds of problems also. Because solution for all the problems which modern day men face are available just in this one book, Mahadeva's Shiva Sutras. Shiva Sutras has got so many books, so many volumes. This I selected from one part. The book which I am commenting, that part is called Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Shiva taught 64 tantras. In one tantra he gives 112 meditation techniques. That is Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. We are working on that book. 35th Sutra. We are working on the 35th meditation technique. Day before yesterday, we saw one meditation technique. Yesterday we studied another one meditation technique. Today we are starting 35th meditation. Yesterday what we saw is 34th, but day before yesterday what we saw is not 33rd. It was a technique which I did not speak during my last trip to Vancouver. We did not have that discourse, so day before yesterday I spoke on that. Yesterday new sutra, and today also one more new sutra. Giving clear solution means somebody who knows completely about their mind only can give solution so thoroughly, so clearly. Here, Mahadeva is giving solution for all the problems. If somebody can give solution to the problems so clearly, if somebody knows about the mind so thoroughly, I am sure he is Shiva, means he has achieved Shiva consciousness. In India, the Shiva, Vyasa, Buddha, all these words are not towards one person. Of course, those beings also existed, but in course of time, anybody who achieves that conscious state, they are given that title. Buddha does not mean only one Buddha, the Gautama the Buddha. Gautama the Buddha existed, but after his existence, anybody who achieves that state of consciousness, they are given that title. Still now, all Shankara's disciples are called Shankaracharyas. Anybody who achieves that state is called as a Shankaracharya. The original Shankaracharya is called Adi Shankaracharya, means first Shankaracharya. Anybody who achieves that state is called Adi Shankara, the Shankaracharya. Sometime you will get confused whether the book is written by Shankaracharya or Adi Shankaracharya. So here people ask me, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? Understand? A person who can penetrate into human consciousness so deeply is Shiva. He has achieved the state of Shiva, no doubt. So forget about doubting the book, let us doubt your mind and start working on it. Let me read the sutra. Gata vibhajane drishtim bittis tyaktva vinikshipet tallayam takshanat gatve tallayat tanmaya bhavet. At the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens to you. Very powerful technique. Just a slight, small difference between yesterday's technique and today's technique. But there are different kinds of minds. For all kinds of minds, Shiva is teaching. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness. Understand? Again, this technique is also about falling in love, falling in tune. See, the yesterday's technique and today's technique, both are about falling in tune. But the yesterday's technique was falling in tune with a living being, an enlightened master. Today's technique is about falling in tune with an object. Sometimes falling in love with an object is little easy because you can possess it. You can possess it. Why? People have got pets, no food for living human beings. But these guys are spending so much on the pet animals. Actually, when you can't love human beings, pets is a nice substitute. See, the difficulty with opening up to human being is the risk of no is there. When you open up with a human being, he may say no. He may not receive you. He may not be behaving as you want. He may not be expressive. But with the pets, you feed them. They have to do what you want. And you can tie them in a rope and put them in a cage when you don't want to spend time with them. With human beings, things are a little unpredictable. They may have the mood when you don't have, they may not have the mood when you have. But with pets, things are more under your control. You can choose. Understand, but it is very poor substitute. Learn how to open up to the higher level beings. Understand? First level, opening up to an animal where things are under your control. Second level, opening up to a human being where 50% is under your control and 50% is under his control. Third, opening up to an enlightened being, nothing is under your control. Nothing is under your control. That is why it is very difficult to open up to an enlightened being, because you will lose your very boundary. When you open up to an enlightened being, you will lose the idea where your hand ends, where your body ends. You just relax, disappear into him. His vastness, the amazing energy, just you are lost in his presence. Or I can say you are first time experiencing yourself. I can't say you are lost. First time you are back home, you discovered yourself. First time you will discover who you are. Different levels of falling in love. Shiva is not saying no to anybody. Any level is okay. He is ready to give technique for that level person. Understand? Whether you are able to open up to an enlightened being, there is a technique, yesterday's technique. Diksha, just initiation, liberates. If you are able to open up to a human being, again he has got a technique. Just few days ago, I finished the technique. If you are able to open up only to animals, again he has got techniques for that kind of a human being. If you are not even able to open up to animals, because even with animals there is one danger, they may die. If they die, things are not under your control completely. You can open up only to an object. Then you have a technique also. You also have a technique. Here, Shiva is giving methods even for that kind of human beings. Sometime, people who lived in the forest, who lived with nature, they can open up to an object easily, even if they are in high level consciousness. Even if they are in the level of opening up to a master, they may not find a master. They can just open up. They can just feel connected to an object in the forest. So even for that kind of people, this technique will be very useful. This is more like opening up to a nature. Opening up to a nature. Even if you are intelligent enough, powerful enough, intense enough to open up to a master, if you have never seen a master, and if you are living in a forest, you may open up to an object with such a deep connection, and that object will serve as God or master. There is a beautiful story of a great devotee of Shiva. His name is called Kannappa, means the father who gave eyes to Shiva. Understand, the story says Shiva has got 3 eyes. In the 3, one and a half belongs to Devi, because he has given his half to Devi. The remaining 1 and a half, one belongs to this devotee. Only half is his eye. Let me tell the story. It's a beautiful story. There was a hunter in a forest. That guy, his only work is from morning till night, he will hunt animals, cook them, eat, sleep. That's a life. Fortunately, did not get civilized. Sometimes civilization takes away some beautiful things in the human beings. Sometimes they are too costly than the civilization. Means the possibility to open up is taken away in this process of so-called civilization. Fortunately, this guy, even though lived as a hunter, did not lose that dimension of his being. I call this dimension as a 6th sense. Possibility to open up. This guy did not lose that possibility. If you doubt constantly anything and everything you see, Be very clear, you lost that sixth sense. Civilization has happened to you. You are now civilized. You can have a big board. I am completely civilized. Now you know how to find reason, how to justify things, how to do anything. Now you know logically how to find reasons, how to doubt, how to justify whatever you do. Small story. One day in late night, 10 o'clock, a guy saw behind his car, the cop's car with red light sign. He's trying to chase him. This guy thought, I think I can outrun him. And it's a county road, a remote road. He tried increasing the speed. This cop also did not leave. He also increased. In few minutes there was a big race. Went to 60, 70, 90, 100 miles. After half an hour, this guy realized he can't escape. So he stopped, pulled over. Cop came near him and said, officer came near him and said, hey, today I really had a lousy day. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. Just tell me some reason, I'll let you go. The guy thought for a moment and said, yes, I know the reason why I ran away, looking at you. He said, what? 3 weeks ago, my wife ran away with a police officer. When I saw your car, I thought you are the officer and you are trying to bring her back to me. You can always justify. You can always justify. With civilization, you get the power to justify, but you lose the capacity to open up. Your logic becomes very sharp, but the sixth sense, power to open up, is lost. This devotee, fortunately, did not lose the ability to open up. In the forest, one day when he went for hunting, he saw beautiful Shiva's Murti, the Shivalinga. Shivalinga with a face carved on it. In India you will see varieties, different kinds of Shivalingas. Different kinds of Shivalingas with a different forms and ways and different things. There was a Shivalinga with a face carved on it. The moment he saw that Shivalinga, he saw that Murti, he saw that statue, he fell in love with that. Somehow he was able to open himself. Every day he started visiting that place. He felt the God is there in that form, or the higher energy is there in that form. After 2-3 days, he started talking to it, talking to Shiva. When you see God, you don't see statue. When you see statue, you don't see God. Understand? When you see it as a God, you will not see that as a statue or just an idol. When you see it as an idol, you will not see that as a God. Somehow he felt it's God. He did not see it as a statue. He started talking to Shiva. Oh Lord, it's so nice you are here just for me. And he said, just see that I get a good animal today so that I'll give you a feast. Whatever he gets, he will nicely cook. Not only he will nicely cook, he will first taste it and see whether it is really cooked well. Then bring that portion, that flesh, to that Shiva, and he will offer it. It's a very strange kind of worship. He doesn't have any vessel to bring water and wash that place. So he will take water in his mouth. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair. There is no other flower basket for him. He will collect all the flowers and put it in his hair, in his jata. The hunters will have a big matted lock. He will put it in his matted lock, fill water in his mouth, and carry that flesh or that meat in a palm leaf in one hand. Bring there, and he will spit that water on that statue, on that Shiva, and put all the flowers on that Shiva and decorate him. Put this flesh in front of him and pray to him, "Oh Lord, please eat the best portion of the meat, the flesh I brought for you." He will do all his puja. Then he will tell, "Oh, I think you are feeling a little shy because I am here. I will go away, you eat later on." When you feel like, you eat that time. When you open innocently the power of existence, the big problem is we lost how to open up innocently, honestly. He will tell, "Now it is time, you please eat later on. Maybe I'll give you private time." He will go away. Actually, there was a traditional intellectual guy who also used to come to that place to worship rarely. That day he came and he saw all that meat in front of Shiva, and these traditional intellectuals usually not only they are vegetarians, they are dead against non-veg. I always tell people, take vegetarian vow, nothing wrong, but don't hate non-vegetarian people. Let them have what they want. People come and ask me, how to convince others to take up vegetarian food? I tell them, why do you want to convince? You must be jealous of them enjoying. You must be feeling that saliva when they eat. Otherwise, why will you get interested in convincing them? If you know vegetarian is good, just enjoy, stop with it, over. Why do you want to convince? Because there must be in one corner of your mind a little, I think once in a while, okay. Or that saliva is there in the mouth. Otherwise, why will you try to convince somebody who is not bothered about convincing you? See, no non-veg person goes to convince others, eat non-veg. But all these vegetarian people goes to convince non-veg people, don't have non-veg, eat vegetarian. See the fun part of it. No non-vegetarian person goes to convince vegetarians, please have non-vegetarian also. No. Please become non-vegetarian. No. But all these vegetarian guys, they go around and convince every non-vegetarian person. In our healing initiation, of course, that initiation can be taken or practiced only with vegetarian food. With a non-vegetarian food, you will have a little side effect. Your system will not be able to adjust, cope up with it. So when these guys become vegetarians, first thing they do is they will go around and start canvassing. Start preaching, you became vegetarian, it's good. Little jealous on corner. Here, this guy who is a great intellectual, who is doing the puja with all the vegetarian tradition way, he came and saw, God, what is this? All non-veg things are lying. How can this happen? He threw everything out, cleared the place, And he did formal worship of bringing water from in a proper pot and cleaning the spot and did everything. And then went away. After a few days, again this hunter devotee came. Again he did his own way of worship, pouring the water, spitting, not even pouring. Because he has brought water in the mouth. And removing flowers from his hair and putting it. And that fresh meat, flesh, which he tasted, he offered it. Then said, all right Shiva, now you can have a little private time. You can taste when you want. This the hunter devotee, he thought the earlier flesh which he kept, Shiva has eaten. He didn't know that some other guy came and removed it. He thought, oh, I think you enjoyed it. That's why there is nothing left. Even the leaf is not there. So again put the food and went away. Again, this traditional orthodox devotee, intellectually, this guy came and saw, oh God, once more this meat. Who is doing this sacrilegious act? Who is disturbing? I should stay here today and see who is the guy who is coming and doing these things, and I will take him to task. He has hidden himself in one corner behind a tree, waiting. Who is coming and doing that job? After a few hours, as usual, our devotee came and he saw, oh God, you finished this meat also. That's nice, but I brought some more for you. So he came and did as usual, spitting the water, putting the flowers, and he put all the meat in front of the God and started his puja. That traditional orthodox intellectual guy, he was about to jump out and stop this guy. Suddenly he saw from that Shiva's one eye blood started coming. So this traditional guy got frightened. God, now I don't know what to do. Let me just see what will happen. I think now Shiva himself is going to punish this fellow. This guy will be punished by Shiva himself. Let me wait and see how Shiva punishes. When this hunter devotee, Kannappa, saw the blood coming, immediately he said, God, what has happened to your eyes? I should do something. He ran here and there to get some herbs to treat, but nothing worked. Then the devotee was hiding, that guy, the traditional old guy. He saw, oh, this fellow is not bad guy. He is trying to only cure. Let me just see what happens. He was hiding and just watching the whole fun, whole drama without coming out. This hunter devotee ran here and there, tried to collect some herbal medicines to heal Shiva's eyes. Nothing worked out. Then this devotee decided, I think first eye transplantation, eye surgery. He decided, I will give my eyes for Shiva. So he just removed one of his eyes and put at the spot of Shiva's eyes. First transplanting surgery. I don't know how many thousands of years ago. The story says that eye got healed, got cured. But the drama doesn't end there. Suddenly in the other eye also blood started coming. Now it is too much. This hunting devotee, actually the devotee is getting tested for his devotion. The devotee saw the blood coming in the other eye also. He decided, I'll give my other eye also. That traditional intellectual person who was standing, hiding behind the tree, was shocked when he saw the power of devotion. But he did not come out. He was frozen in the fear, just hiding. This hunter devotee does not have much time to think, oh God, you are having pain, you are having bleeding, I should immediately help, do something. So he decided to remove the other eye also and put it. Then suddenly he remembered, if I remove my one other eye also, I will not know where Shiva's eyes are there, the second eye, because I will become completely blind. So now itself I should mark where that Shiva's eyes are there, and then remove the other eye, replace it. The donor and the surgeon, both are same person. Not only he is donating, he himself is doing the surgery also. So he put his hand and he started removing the eye, but he was not able to remove with one hand. So he has to use the arrow to remove his other eye. He needs two hands. So he put his feet on the second eye, Shiva's eye. Understand? He put his feet on Shiva's second eye, where that spot is there. And about to remove the second eye, Shiva appeared. The story says, Shiva appeared. My son, I have just tested your devotion. I have just tested your devotion. Whatever you did, if you see from the physical level, normal level, it is sacrilegious. Spitting water, putting the flower which was used, put in your head, and offering the meat which you tasted. Finally, above all, putting your feet on that God. But your devotion is so amazing, so great. Your devotion is such, from today you will be called as Kannappa, means father who gave me eyes. Understand? Only your father can give some part of your body. Only your father or mother can give some part of your body. At least in those days, when transplantation was not common. So Shiva says, you gave me eye. Because you gave me eye, I call you as my father. Because you gave, kan means in Tamil eye, you will be called as father who gave me the eyes. And the story says, that moment he became enlightened. That old guy who was hiding, he ran and fell at the feet of the hunter devotee and said, I have never seen this devotion. What you have done may be not according to the tradition, but even your devotion is beyond tradition. His devotion, feeling connected, opening up. Somehow he opened up to a statue, to an idol, just to one murti. And he felt Shiva is there. And he was running around like it is his responsibility to take care. His whole day, whole life, Shiva has become center. His whole being, he has become center. That is why he is able to go to the extreme of removing his both eyes, his two eyes. Feeling connected, opening yourself. Actually, if you open yourself anything, to anything, that will become alive, because opening up is so powerful that will make you also alive. As I was telling you yesterday, whenever you feel life, energy in you, be very clear, you are opening up. That is the only thing which can bring energy and life to you. That is why when you are in love with somebody, you are so energetic, high, not after marriage. Not after marriage. Somebody asked, one son is asking father, "Father, how much it costs to get married?" Father said, "I don't know, because still I am paying for it." Son asked the father, "Father, in those days, ancient India, it seems that men will not know about women till they get married." Father says, "Not only in those days, ancient India, that anywhere, everywhere, men will not know about women till they get married." It's anywhere, my son, anywhere. When you are in love, your whole being is filled with energy, means you are open. When you open up, not only you make the other person, the object to which you open, also becomes alive. When you open up, not only you, the object or the person to which you open up, that also becomes alive. That also becomes divine. Shiva is giving us a technique. Here, fortunately, still, if your sixth sense is not lost, means the ability to open up with some object or nature, if you have not lost that capacity, this technique is for you. Sometimes, very rarely, people escape the social conditioning. Genius is a person who escapes the social conditioning. Understand? Genius is a person who escapes social conditioning and maintains his high energy. Fortunately, if you are able to maintain, if you are able to keep your sixth sense alive, this technique is for you. Sometime, suddenly, for some reason, you fall in love with some object, some murti, some statue, with something, nature. You can try this technique if you are in love with something. The basic philosophy of the technique is, when you open up, the whole thing, nature or the person or the object to which you open up, becomes alive. Let me read the sutra once more. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens. Understand? At the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness happens, means until your mind dissolves. You will be wondering, you will be in a wonder-filled mood only if your mind disappears. Other day I was telling, If you are in the wandering mood, you are in high energy. Somebody asked me the question, what is the wandering thing in the life? I tell them, life is the most wandering thing. The other guy asked, I am wondering about what to do with my life. I told him, wonder about life, then you have done what has to be done. If you are wondering about the life, you have achieved what has to be achieved. Nothing else is required. You don't have to wonder about what to do with the life. Just wonder about life, that's enough. One guy asked me, I am wondering why so much of suffering. Am I on the right track? I said no. That is worrying of why so much of suffering, not wondering. That can't be called as wondering. Wondering means filled with joy and ecstasy, overflowing. Here Shiva is telling, at the edge of the deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, you are filled with wonder. The mind disappears. Understand, it's a very powerful technique. This technique is used by Lord Su. Understand, this book is book of all books. One technique from this book can create one religion. This book is a book, it's a manual for all the prophets to create religions. Manual for all enlightened masters to create their own religions. This book should be called as How to Create Enlightenment Traditions. How to create enlightenment traditions. This is not just how to meditate. This book should be called as How to Create Enlightenment Traditions. This book must have been manual for all the great enlightened masters to create a new kind of a tradition. I am always afraid of these how-to books because they don't give you the truth completely, because they themselves don't know. I always tell people, read from the source, learn from the source. In the initial level, if you are inspired by some how-to books, that is okay, nothing wrong. But to grow further, go to the source. They are like signboards. These personality development programs, courses, books, all of them are signboards. Once you feel the taste with that things, then now it is time, turn towards the root. From the source, learning is little time-taking process, but you will learn authentically. Sometime in India I have seen the compounders, means the doctor's assistants, the nurses, they will start giving medicines if the doctor is not there. By being around the doctor for a few years continuously, they know for headache, black color tablet, for stomach pain, red color tablet, for knee pain, yellow color tablet, they know. Sometimes the medicine which you receive from nurse also may work, but it is not advisable to take medicines from nurse. Medicines from compounders who are not trained for it, who have not studied for it, because they don't know the science behind the medication. They know only the color matching. Same way, the so-called personality development authors and the programs and the guys, they also, sometimes they will give solution, it may work also. But that does not mean they know the whole science. Sometimes they will miss a vital point. Small story. One guy goes to a personality development guru and asks, I am very bad with women, I am 33, still single. please help me, give me some tips. That guy said, don't bother. Early morning when you come out of your bed, just stand in front of a mirror and tell yourself, you are a funny guy, you are an attractive guy, you are an intelligent guy, you will attract people. Just tell this 10 times to yourself. All these kind of funny suggestions they will give. And somehow this guy, because he paid the money, he has to follow the suggestion. He went and did. After 3 weeks, he came with the same low mood, same face hanging long, to that self-development guru. That guy asked, what happened? Technique did not work. No, it worked amazing. For within a week, I have seen the best women all over, the best women in this city. I am just having party every day. Then why are you disturbed? Then what is your problem? No, now I don't have any problem, but my wife has. Understand? Sometime because within that 3 weeks he got married and now she is creating problem. Sometime they will miss vital points. You should have advised him, don't get married. The vital point is not given. Remain as single as earlier. How you remained? Same way. You missed a single point, a single advice. Now the problem starts. Sometimes the self-development gurus also may miss a single vital point. Anyhow, this book must have been the how to create enlightened tradition, living stream of enlightened beings. Because Lord Tzu used this technique, and there are techniques which is used by Buddha, which is used by Jesus Christ, which is used by George Gurdjieff, and this book is 10,000 years old, so we can be sure this is a source book. This at least 10,000 years old, because the stone inscription of this book is at least 10,000 years old. Lord Tzu and his disciple Chuang Tzu, both of them were walking on a bridge, on a river. Suddenly Lord Tzu said, stop here. When river stops and bridge moves, come back and see me, and went away. These enlightened masters are very crazy. You don't know what they will do. Especially if you are in tune with them, if you are totally open, if you give them the confidence that you are ready to learn, they will teach in all crazy ways. But they will do it. That's one great thing about them. Both of them are walking in a forest on a bridge. Suddenly he stops. Hey, stand here. When river stops and bridge moves, come back and see me. Till then be here. And he went away, leaving him alone. Just understand, you are coming with me somewhere in a forest. Suddenly I tell you, stop here, stand here, and come back when the hill moves. What will you tell? Get lost. At least, if you are intelligent, no, I don't want to send you alone, at least for your sake I should come. You will find some reason. But this Chuang Tzu is a very dedicated disciple. The story says he made a small hut on that bridge and sat. He was sitting, gazing down the bridge. continuously looking, decided, till the river stops and bridge flows, I will not go from here. Understand? Till the river stops and bridge flows, I will not go from here. Decided, just to sit. And now, the physicists are saying, even the wall which is static here is not static. The electrons are moving. The high speed the electrons are moving. Einstein says if if two vehicles are moving at same speed, you can't even say that they are moving. In space, if two vehicles are moving at same speed, you can't say that they are moving. See, you feel that something is moving only when you see something else is static. If you are going in train, you feel the train is moving because trees are static. If you feel that trees are moving, you will feel that train is static. Sometimes the train is very silent, no sound, no jerk. Children, they start thinking the trees are moving. They ask you, Father, why the trees are running so fast? Something is running because something else is static. But everything is flowing, everything is moving in its own way. This guy decided to sit, watching. He experienced the oneness with the bridge. He saw the particles in the bridge is moving so fast, the river became static and the bridge is flowing. Understand? If you sit and meditate on this wall, you will realize this wall is not static. It is flowing. It is nothing but a frequency, vibration. Same way, when he decided to sit with the bridge, he experienced that bridge is nothing but a frequency. It is not a matter. It is not just a dead matter. It is a frequency, energy. Changsu runs to the master. The moment Lord Tzu saw him, he said, enough, I am not interested in asking you what happened. I know it has happened. Because the bridge has become, I could see the intense frequency with which it is vibrating. So it is such an intense vibration, frequency. Bridge is flowing, river is static. It's nothing but the technique to fall in tune, opening up. Here, Mahadeva is giving at the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness. You see, when you feel connected to a well, or when you are standing near a well, deep well, and looking into its depths, be very clear, make sure that well has got a wall, because liability problem. The well has got a wall and you are safe. Just look steadily into its depths. When you are completely connected, lost in the depths of the well, you will understand the depths of your being also is opening up. Slowly it will open up till you feel that you are filled, wondrous. One more thing, if you are height phobic, if you have that fear of the height, you will feel frightened. First your fears will come out. Nothing wrong, you can go through the fears. If you really have too much of fear about the height, then this technique is not for you. If you have the ability to open up, this technique is for you. Just stand, look the depth. Actually, when you look at the depth, look down, you feel the fear because your Swadhisthana is awakened. Anything awakened Swadhisthana is filled with life. Understand? Whenever your Swadhisthana is awakened, anything which awakens your Swadhisthana is filled with life. The same thing which awakens your Swadhisthana can be used to go beyond the death, means achieving life. Life and death both are connected to Swadhisthana. Whether you are facing death or life, it will awaken. If you are feeling the fear, seeing the depth means the Swadhisthana is awakened. You can use the same possibility to awaken the life also in you. Go beyond death. Go beyond death. At the edge of a deep well, look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, until you are filled with wondrousness, you achieve the no-mind state. If you don't have a well, you can use master's eyes as a substitute. Understand? Master's eyes is also deep, deeper than any ocean. Sometime, in those days, during LBP, the sixth meditation, Anya meditation, I myself will sit and people will be allowed to gaze at my eyes. They feel, Swamiji, it is empty, nobody is there inside. I tell you, that is true, there is nobody inside. It is just moving. Because somebody is there in that body, it gives you the feeling there is somebody in this body also. If you realize that there is nobody in this body, you will realize there is nobody in that body also. There is nobody in this body. Empty chair. But if empty chair speaks to you, it will be difficult for you to sit and listen. Just imagine, the empty chair is there and sound is coming. So that is the reason I have to create a body. I have to use a body. Just like using this kerchief, I have to use the body. Because I am talking to human beings, I have to create a human body. You can use master's eyes. I think we have photographs. You can use the photograph of the master's eyes. Just sit with it and see the depth. Just look into that eyes. You will see the empty, intense energy, nothingness and everything. Purna and Shunya. Purna means everything, Shunya means nothingness. You will see both in that eyes. Both are one and the same. Beyond your frequency, you can call that as emptiness or everything, Purna or Shunya. You will experience that in the master's eyes also. If you have a well, use the well. If you don't have a well, it's okay. Get at least the photograph of the master. Sit with it. Decide till I am filled with a no-mind state, till I am filled with nothing or everything. Either I should be filled with nothing or I should be feeling everything. Till that happens, I won't move. Understand? This strong sankalpa, will, is also necessary. Buddha, when he sat, when he decided that he will not get up till he becomes enlightened. Story says he became enlightened that moment. Itam asanam, in this seat, let my flesh dry, let my bones dry, let my body dry, let me die, but I will not move unless I become enlightened. This very strength, he became enlightened that moment. Same way, decide strongly. Unless I get at least one glimpse of that no-mind state, I will not get up from this meditation. If your mind knows that you will get up, mind will try to give suggestion. I think telephone is ringing. Please come, let's have breakfast, then we will continue the meditation. It is time to call your girlfriend. Later on we can do. It's time to call your boyfriend. Why not later on? You will find some reason. Your mind will find some reason to torture you. Tell you, get out. Mind is a very powerful, cunning enemy. He will take revenge. He will try his best to take revenge. He will not allow. Small story. One old farmer was dying, he is in the deathbed. He called his wife and said, please marry the neighbor after I die. Wife said, no, I can't marry after I lived with you. I can't marry anybody else. He said, no, you should marry him. She asked, why? Why you are forcing me? Because that fellow tortured me throughout my life. That fellow has cheated me in many ways. Your mind will find some reason to torture you, to threaten you. No, that's not life. Let you be very clear, that's not life. Decide very strongly, clearly, one sitting can transform your life. In the house, when you are alone, decide, I will not get up unless I get at least one glimpse. Sit with the well or with Master's eyes, which is far more deeper than any well. Look steadily into its depths until the wondrousness, the no-mind state happens to you. All you need to do, open yourself, be in tune, look into it, steadily, decide very clearly, I am going to do it. Mind will always postpone. I have seen people come and ask me, Swamiji, tomorrow 2 days workshop, shall I attend next weekend? I will come to Seattle. I tell them, you are seeing me now, there is an inspiration and mood. If you can't make it next week, if you can't make it this weekend, you think you will make it next weekend. By the time I will be in one corner of your memory. So naturally your mind, it's okay, all right. What am I going to do meditating and all unnecessarily? It's okay, I am already all right. I always tell people, don't postpone. Mind is such a cunning mechanism, no postponing. Do it now. Do it now, otherwise never. There is a beautiful story. In Mahabharata, there was a great king called Karna. He is well known for his charitable nature. One day an elderly priest came to him and asked for alms. This guy was applying oil with the left hand, and in a golden cup oil was there. He was applying. Just he took that cup and gave it away, that golden cup. But traditionally you are not supposed to do any charitable activity or giving anything with the left hand. The priest was offended. He said, how can you do this with the left hand? The Karna, the king says, please forgive me for doing something with the left hand, but I am afraid by the time I decide and move my right hand and pick it up, my mind may change. So I don't want to take that risk. It was in the left hand, I was applying the oil. Before the mind comes in, I want to finish the act. That's why I decided to give. Your mind is very cunning. It will always postpone. By the time I bring my right hand, my mind will say, wait, why unnecessarily this cup? We can give something else. Then, why so much of gold? Let us ask what is his problem and see. Whatever is necessary only, let's give that. Why unnecessarily giving too much? Your mind will play all its games and you are done. The whole giving process is corrupted now by your mind. Over. He says, before my mind interferes, I want to finish the act. So decide, till I achieve this wondrousness, I will not move from this state. Sit. Till I achieve at least one glimpse of that no-mind state, I will not move away. Decide that very clearly. This very strong will, you will achieve it. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Thank you. When I say you are beyond these two identities, people get the shock because according to them their life is nothing but their identity. They can give up anything but not the identity. They can do anything to hold on to their identity. But when I say the identity which you are carrying is not the reality, the reality, the real you is something much more than these two identities. You are beyond these two identities. People get the shock. They are not able to digest. Not just Westerners, even the Easterners who had the Western education. Please be very clear. Just because you are born in India, never think you are an Easterner. You never think you are an Easterner. Same way, just because you are born in the West, never think you are a Westerner. People who work in the inner consciousness, who understand the logics of reality, who understand the truth, are Easterners. People who don't work on that, people who are working just on the outer world, even you are born in India, you are not an Easterner. I always tell people, we do so much to care about the hardware. We forget an important thing which is software. We forget your life is not just hardware. Your life is not related to software. Means the thing which you are carrying in you as you, or the idea, experience which you are having as you in you. The same machine, if the software is updated, the purpose, utility, everything becomes totally different. Same way, the body can be same. You need to update. You need to just update. Here is the latest research and development in the inner world, in the line of your inner software from Mahadeva, from the first teacher, Shiva, update yourself and understand the basic truth. You are not just the two identities, the identity which you project to the outer world and the identity which you project to the inner world. You are something more than that. You are not just thoughts. You are not just mind. You are not just the totality of your thoughts. You are something more than that. Above all, which you need to understand, your mind is not a thing. It is not connected as you think. Because you do not experience the gap between two thoughts, you start believing it is connected. Because you believe it is connected, you start believing it has got diseases. Because you start believing it has got diseases, you start going for the solutions. A small example. The depression which you had years ago, months ago, days ago, weeks ago are unconnected, independent, unclutched experiences. When you connect all of them and see your mind as a whole, you created a shaft. You created a thought shaft and you start believing now you have a big enemy in front of you. Now you will start fighting with that enemy. You will start trying to break that shaft. Sometime you create even a positive shaft, so-called positive shaft. Means your life is nothing but a joy. Whenever you are in a high mood, you start creating a positive shaft. If you create a positive shaft, you will try to elongate it. You will try to hold on to that shaft. If you create a negative shaft, your life is a hell, you will try to break it as early as possible. But the big problem, you can neither elongate the shaft nor break the shaft because the shaft does not exist. You forget an important fact, that shaft doesn't exist. The shaft is just a process, not a thing. By and by, because you never experienced a space where thoughts are not existing, you started believing your life is totality of your thoughts. All your schools, colleges, universities taught you only to increase more and more number of thoughts. You are constantly taught to doubt everybody else except your mind. People come and ask me. They don't even ask, they just sit with their head. And what this guy is talking? What for he must be talking? What he wants to convey? Is he going to brainwash us? Is he going to convince me? People come with all ideas. Who is interested in washing your brain? And so much of dirt. I have enough of work. Nobody is interested. When you think yourself too much, actually whenever we think ourselves too much, we go on doubting everybody. But we forget an important thing of doubting what we think as we. Whenever people come to me with their great doubts and they think they are too much, actually it is nothing but they think they know everything. That is where the problem starts. At least if you know you don't know, at least you know you don't know. If you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. They come to me and stand, and in a very judging way. I tell them, you don't need a separate hell. You don't need a separate punishment. Our people who are around me, they tell me, Swamiji, I think this guy is judging you. Why don't you tell him something? I said, no, why should we? There is no need. people who judge others forget an important thing. They go on doubting others, but they never learned to doubt themselves, what they think as they are. They never doubt. From the young age, you are taught only to think more and more thoughts, only to create more and more thoughts, and direct the doubt towards everybody. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whoever goes to him and asks any question, he will just say one word. Who is that person who is questioning? Find out that. And he will put everybody to their place just by this one question. Ask the person who is questioning as who is the questioner. No answer. First find out that and come with your questions. We never question a person who is questioning us, who is creating questions in us. That is why we go on doubting everything and everybody. I always insist, try to question, try to doubt your very existence, about which you are never taught. Your schools, universities, colleges constantly are teaching you only to create more and more thoughts. They do not teach you the basic truth. Your mind is a process. It is not a thing. The moment you start thinking your mind is a thing, you start running for knowledge. That is why knowledge becomes wealth in the Western psychology, in the Western countries. Knowledge becomes wealth. The more thoughts you accumulate, the more thoughts you create, the more wealthy you become. But you forget an important thing. The more thoughts you create, more you are in tension. You are more disturbed. That is why wealth and tension both go hand in hand. Because both needs same basic qualities. If you have to be disturbed, you need to have more thoughts. If you need to become wealthy, you need to have more thoughts. You forget an important thing. You go on saying, I am disturbed, I am disturbed, I am tensed, I am tensed. No. You are not disturbed. You are a disturbance. You need to understand the basic root where the problem starts, where the problem is created. The first basic root is you believing you as a shaft or as a thing. You are not a thing. Because of that belief, your idea about pleasure, your idea about pain, your idea about life, everything is built on that one lie. You are a thing. If you understand this one truth, you are a process. By your very nature, you are unconnected, independent, unclutched thoughts. Now a big shock comes to you. If I am unclutched and independent thoughts, how can I run my life? A big question, then what is my identity? How can I run my life? Vedic psychology comes with an answer. You do not need what you think as you to run your life. Please understand, you do not need what you think as you to run your life. It's a very bold statement. It's a very bold statement and very strong truth. It cannot be understood just by a normal person. You need to be a little more attentive. Very bold statement. There is a beautiful statement by a rishi. Shrunvand vishve amritasya putraha vedaha meham purusham mahantam. He says, O sons of immortality, I have seen the truth. I am expressing it to you. Let you all realize it. Let you be very clear. You are never given a confidence. You have innate intelligence to live your life, because if you start believing in you, you cannot be exploited. If you have the confidence, you cannot be exploited. If you have the confidence, you will not be a slave. You cannot be slave. When you cannot be slave, naturally you become useless. Here, Vedic seers are giving you a strong, clear truth as it is. They give you the tremendous confidence. Not only confidence, the truth. You have an automatic biointelligence to run your life. You have tremendous intelligence in you. What you think as ordinary identity, which you are using every day for your planning, which you think as protecting shield for you. Whenever I say your identity is unconnected, relax. Don't bother too much about thinking of the future. Immediately they get the fear. Oh, then how can I finish my project? How can I submit the project in the deadline, according to deadline? I have so many things to be done. How will I survive? Understand, your fear is infused, taught to you again and again. You are conditioned to believe you can survive only with your identity, which is the basic lie. This is what I call original sin. Original sin is believing that your identity is a thing. Believing you have a shaft. That is the original sin. Understand, if you have done that original sin, then you created hell for you. By creating the shaft, by creating that concept, only disturbs your being. Only that is a first and foremost problem which you created for yourself. Let you understand and trust. Please be very clear. There are so many things, all major things of your life is not done by the identity which you are carrying, including your breathing. Are you breathing by planning? In that case, when you are sleeping, when your identity is not there, the deep sleep, who is breathing? All major things of your life is run by your prarabdha, run by your biointelligence, run by the automatic intelligence which keeps you alive. If so much can be done by that intelligence, can't it run your life? Digesting your food, converting bread into blood is such a big work. If that can be done by your intelligence, can't it just find way for your bread? It can. But you are taught not to trust your intelligence. You are constantly trained not to trust yourself. By now, you yourself believe you can run only based on fear and greed. You do not trust yourself, you can run out of freedom. You do not have faith on you, you can live out of freedom. You strongly believe you can run only based on fear and greed. You can run only based on your deadline and salary. You think life is a deadline and paycheck. No. You can run, your life can happen, what you think without what you think as your identity. Be very clear. You can live your life without the constant irritation which you are carrying, the constant tension which you are carrying. That is what I call Jivan Mukti, liberated while living in the body. Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let me start with the story of the Shiva Sutra. We were actually contemplating to present some traditional scripture in its authentic, true original form. I was thinking whether it should be Upanishad, or it should be Gita, or it should be Yoga Sutra, or it should be Ashtavakra Gita, or Brahma Sutra. So many scriptures we have. When I went through, practically every scripture had the parts which are original truths, pure truths, and the parts which are added for the sake of society to make it more understandable. The third part, compromising for the sake of the people who are not able to imbibe it. Every book has these three parts. One, the pure truth, as it should be told, as it should be said. The next, for the sake of society, maybe the way in which they wanted to listen, explaining in that way. And the next, completely compromising. Sometime you will see masters do compromise for the sake of the disciples. A small story. Once one person goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Bhagwan, please give me some technique to achieve enlightenment. Ramana Maharshi says, just sit and see who is the person who wants to achieve enlightenment. Start seeking the source of the I in you. After 1 year, the devotee comes back and says, I think self-enquiry is too difficult for me, Bhagwan. Can I do meditation? Bhagwan says, all right. After 1 year, the same guy comes back and says, I think meditation is too difficult for me, Bhagwan. Can I do japa? Bhagwan says, all right, do it. Really, again he comes back and says, japa is also very difficult for me. Can I do puja? Bhagwan says, all right, do puja. During the last meeting, there was a devotee who was taking notes of the teachings of Ramana Maharshi. What he will record? He will say, Bhagwan asked one devotee to do puja. So naturally, if he records and presents teachings of Ramana Maharshi, means Ramana Maharshi told disciples to do puja. No. He accepted, but that is not his message. Any scripture some part truth and some part which is accepted, but that is not the ultimate truth. And the other part, compromising. Because of the deep doubts of Arjuna, even Krishna has to compromise in few places. In few places, even Krishna has to compromise. Because Arjuna is asking again and again the same question. Same question. If you see the questions which Arjuna is asking, only the words are changed, but the doubt is same. Doubt remains the same. For example, you go to an enlightened person and ask, how an enlightened person will behave, how an enlightened person will live, please tell me. If you have not lived around him and you are asking this question, perfectly all right. Means you want to know. You lived around him for 10 years and then you ask him how an enlightened master will behave, means you are trying to judge. Arjuna lived around Krishna 33 years. They were close friends, college mates actually. Both of them studied in same Gurukul. Now he is asking, tell me, how a Jivan Mukta, Sthita Prajna will be. It means what? Now he is going to refer whether Krishna has achieved that state or not. He heard all the teachings from the Krishna. He wants authority. Whether these teachings should be followed or not. A new person, somebody who comes today, if he asks me, how an enlightened person will behave, please tell me. It's perfectly all right. He's a new person, he is asking. But a disciple who lived around me 10 years, suddenly he is asking me one day, how an enlightened person will behave, please tell me, Swamiji. What it means? He is trying to corner me with my own words. Whatever word I utter, he can corner me. If I say enlightened person will be silent, he can corner me. If I say enlightened person will be speaking, he can corner me. Whatever scale you give, he can be cornered. So Krishna has to play with words. When you play with words, you have to compromise. Logic is too poor to express the truth. Sometimes, when you give the authority to logic, the truth is lost. In every scripture, I saw all three parts. Understand? The truth as it should be told. When it is said, it is part of the Brahmana part. When the truth is adjusted little bit for the sake of creating greed in the reader's mind, it is the part of Vaishya. If the truth is compromised because of the fear of unacceptance, it is the Kshatriya part. Every book, the unnecessary words are Shudra part. Every book had all these three parts: Brahmana part, Kshatriya part, Vaishya part, and Shudra part. I can tell you honestly, at least from my experience, Shiva Sutras is the only book which does not have anything else except Brahmana part. There is no Vaishya, Kshatriya or Shudra parts in the scripture. There is no compromising because of fear, because of greed, because are unnecessary words. Shudra part means adding the words which is not directly required. That happens if the person who is teaching is not fully enlightened, or if he is not in the high state of consciousness. Next, Kshatriya part means compromising out of fear of non-acceptance. See, in the first chapter, Krishna says beautifully, the first sutra, not first chapter, first sutra. He starts speaking only in the second chapter. In first sutra he says, do this, this is what is right. But this poor guy, Arjuna, is not able to grasp. So he has to go on and on and on, and it is really passions of Krishna, nothing else but passions of Krishna. After 30 years of living together, Krishna has to verbally say, I am God, listen to me. It's a disrespect to Krishna. Arjuna has lived around Krishna 30 years, and after 30 years of living together, Krishna has to tell boldly, Sarvadharman parijyajya, mamyegam saranam vraja, aham tva sarvabhabebhyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. Means, he is telling, drop everything, surrender unto me, I will show you the path, living after 30 years together. In the first, even these words he is not able to tell in the first chapter. He has to tell in the last 18th chapter after giving Vishwarupa Darshana. Means after giving a solid experience to Arjuna, only then he has to declare this truth. Means throughout the Gita there was the layer of fear. Shudra part gets added into scriptures if the teacher is not in the high enlightened consciousness. Kshatriya part gets added into scripture if the disciple, listener is not prepared or devoted. Arjuna had only the attitude of friend, not the disciple. Sakabhava. Sakabhava means democracy. The truth cannot be shared with the mental setup of equality. Sakabhava is beautiful to start the relationship. But with the Sakabhava, never the ultimate things can be transmitted. Krishna was more a friend. That is why he repents. After the Vishwarupa Darshana, after the cosmic vision of Krishna, Arjuna says, Oh God, whom did I call you by the first name, by the community name? He says, Hey Krishna, Hey Yatava, Hey Saketi. I called you as my buddy. I called you by your community name. I called you by your first name. Oh, now I understand who you are. Means till the Vishwarupa Darshana, till the 11th chapter, the person who is receiving is not prepared. So, Krishna has to compromise and add lot of Kshatriya part in it. Of course, the Vaishya part, greed, that is added to popularize the scripture, to make that scripture alive. That is what is Palashruti. Means all the benefits you will receive by reciting this book.